And I think, yeah, sure, Sunrisers are definitely playing to try and win, but I'm pretty sure Punjab are as well. Look how many of these guys are playing for their futures here. Ashutosh. Jitesh is now, he's been left out from India. He's captain today. Shashank's been amazing this IPL. Riley's done very little in his last 2 franchise tournaments. These guys this is a big game for these people.
I'm with you. And also, like, I think at this time of the year, you see this in, like, competitions like in America when teams start to tank. The team starts to tank. The players don't always tank, as this one is sliced away for... Oh, it's going to go for 4. Oh, good save, shot. I think, down on the boundary there. Taide opened the face there and run that off Pat Cummins out to the boundary. And they'll get a couple more runs there. So again, just shortening. If you got on that price early on, you've done pretty well to begin with here. Ball's coming on well. A little bit of swing, but nothing all that special. I should say, I have gone in on Punjab, which I would have done at the start of play if we weren't actually, making a show. And it's just fallen straight and drilled that back down the ground, and that should run away for 4. Lovely shot. Test match shot, Kritika.
Yeah, that's great. And I think it's a good opportunity for Hyderabad as well.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Looks like a flat pitch. Do you know what I mean? And the other team, will still go hard, Rob, but I'm not sure that they are. It's not a must win for them. No. It's a would like to win for them.
Yeah, it'd be a lot better for them if they do win, but
yes,
it's by no means terminal if they don't, and they will have a kind of an eye on.
Oh my God, he almost hit another one then.
Glorious straight drive for none. Keeping people in form and fit and healthy, and not perhaps risking too much of crazy stops, and you've got to be thinking now that we're at the absolute business end, and Punjab can play with utter freedom here. And it does look a good pitch early. We've only seen 9 balls. It looks like the swing is just about to go if it hasn't gone completely. We'll find out in Boo's next over.
I was going to say, it's harder to tell when Cummins is over, isn't it? But so far, Cummins has come onto the bat beautifully. Could have gone for 10 runs of his first 3 balls, or even more, actually. This one short, wide, cut away, and I tell you what, that flew to backward point on the boundary for a single there. Actually, more of a third. They've moved him a bit finer after Taide's other shot there. He's played 4 shots here, Kritika, where I reckon he could have hit a boundary on any 4 of these balls. He's taken 7 runs so far, but it just feels like he's in great form, but also the pitch looks incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, for Sunrisers, it's just about getting that, those early wickets and putting them under pressure, and you've seen how inconsistent Punjab have been throughout the tournament. So, but yeah, I mean, decent-ish start.
Yeah, I mean, they're not killing it, but they brought it in from, 325, I want to say, Rob, into 278 already, 276?
Yeah, market's realising now that there's not actually masses between these two. Yeah, if head goes bananas, fine, you're probably done. But there's plenty. You've got to get this team 7 down to stop them hitting 60s, really.
Ooh.
Big appeal here, but that's definitely not out. The other interesting thing with this is that their best batting is probably at 3, 4, and maybe 6.
Yeah, if it goes like that. Yeah, Riley next, you'd have thought.
Yeah. Riley's in great form at the moment. After a terrible PSL and a terrible start to this tournament, suddenly he looks like the Riley Rousseau that you and I have been watching for years.
Yeah. And the one that played for Bangalore about 15 years ago in the IPL. Do you remember him? Do you remember that, Riley?
When he was 8 years old.
Yeah.
I will go through the sides, actually, after this ball from Cummins. As he backs away here and whacks this again to Prabh Simran, but he can't get it past mid-off. And so that is the end of the over. But if you already did a micro trade on our bet that we suggested before, you would have already cashed out on Punjab with a little bit of a win there. And if you didn't, you got a couple of dot balls at the end. Okay, Punjab Kings, Atharva Taide, Prabh Simran Singh, Riley Rousseau, Shashank Singh, Jitesh Sharma, Ashutosh Sharma, Shivam Singh, Rishi Dhawan, Harpreet Brar, Harshal Patel, Rahul Chahar. The overseas players are non-existent outside of Riley Rousseau. Is that it? Yeah, he's the only one. And they also don't have any overseas players listed as their subs. They got Tane Taya Garjaran, I think his name is. Prince Chowdhury, which sounds made up. Vidwath cover-upper, Harpreet Singh and Arshdeep Singh. So Arshdeep Singh is the most obvious one there, as this is, again, I would say no swing, Rob, on the hip. And in fact, it wasn't even on the hip. He probably took that from outside off, and they should have run 3 there, but they were jogging, and that will make me angry, but we'll skip that. They don't have any players left, of course, Punjab. Everyone's gone home.
Where's Nathan Ellis?
That was going to be my next question. Is it not worth, Kritika, to put Nathan Ellis... I thought he played one really good game.
Yeah.
Is it not worth them going, do we want to see how good he is for future? And it seems like they haven't done that here.
No, in fact, we were discussing just before the game started that they just have literally 2 overseas players. And then the toss happened, and we're like, oh, great, they're just playing one. The other one's not even in contention. That's what we thought of.
Is
Crazy.
Sikandar Raza with them? No, because he's in Pakistan,
No,
isn't he?
he's
Because
gone.
we were watching him last week.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Bhuvi comes in again, full straight defended, back up the wicket actually, for no run there. Yeah, it's a fascinating lineup. This is what teams should do in the IPL more often when they can't win, right? They should start to play Indian players, see who's good, and also someone like Riley Rousseau, he's not going to go for a fortune in the next IPL because he hasn't done well here.
Yeah.
But they will get another look at him and they can understand how he is. And you probably need one overseas pro in there just to keep everyone together.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that teams don't really understand that the end of a tournament is still about that. It feels like the owners still want those wins. This is almost a caught and bowled as he spoons this up in the air, just tie-day. There's a throw at the non-strikers and they just end up with 1 run there. Yeah, I feel that the owners still want those wins at the end. And I get it, but if I was running a franchise, I'd be like, no, we don't want wins.
Yeah, you would
we
think
want to
ahead,
lose.
right?
We want to come dead last and know everything we can about our roster.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. And which is why like we were quite surprised when we saw that, oh, he's not even there, like he's not even in the sub. So yeah, it surprised us as well, definitely.
Going through Sunrise's team, which I will, actually Pat Cummins mucking around with the field here. Abhishek Sharma, Rahul Tripathi, but it won't be Rahul Tripathi, it will be Travis Head who will come in as the impact sub. Nitesh Kumar, Heinrich Klaasen, Abdul Samad, Shabaz Ahmed, Samveer Singh, Pat Cummins, Bhuvi Kumar, the leg spinner from Sri Lanka. Oh, I was about to say his name, but I realised I was going to say someone else's name. Keeper up at the stumps, and it's gone through the keeper's legs for byes. This is the kind of cricket I live for, everyone. The keeper is up at the stumps in the 3rd over, and Prab Simran has backed away, and Heinrich Klaasen has been nutmegged. I repeat, nutmegged. And that is, I'm assuming, gone for 4 byes.
This is wonderful village cricket in the IPL with a man standing up to the stumps without any pads on, getting.
Oh wait,
nutmegged.
now
Did he
I
hit that?
think he might have hit that. But having said that, if Heinrich Klaasen was back, he still would have stopped it. So
I don't know if he did hit it now. It's not a great effort from Klaasen. That's when you have your long barrier standing up to the stumps.
wow. Anyway, Prab Simran facing again. This one he does hit, and he heaves it over the leg side. The classic 1 bounce 4. And it bounces up into the crowd. And again, Punjab's price shortens a little bit. And good start here, really. They're 23 without loss with 1 ball to go. So the leg spinner's name from Sri Lanka is Vijayakanth Vyasakanth, I believe. Apologies to him, his family, and everyone he's from my pronunciation. T. Natarajan. And as we said before, most likely Travis Head will come in as the impact sub unless something horribly goes wrong here. But he's the young leg spinner from Sri Lanka. We've seen him in 1 game so far. He's from the Tamil region of Sri Lanka. He plays for the Tamil... What's the Tamil team?
TNPL?
Yeah, No, the Tamil Sri Lankan team in the Lankan Premier League.
Jaffna?
Jaffna Kings.
Yeah,
I was going to say
Jaffna
Tamil
Kings.
Kings, and I knew that wasn't right. The Jaffna Kings.
He ripped it up in for MI Emirates.
Yes.
He did really, really well in that competition.
So he'll be bowling again today. We saw him bowl on a very bad pitch, probably that was the LSG game where they decided not to bat. Apologies to any guests we may have at Cricket 8 who might have an affiliation with Lucknow. But I thought that was a pitch that helped him anyway. But what a fantastic story he is. I think he missed the last year of the Lanka Premier League as well. I think he only played like 1 or 2 games, but he had a great first year, as you said. Did very well, and we're all very excited to see how he is going. They were supposed to have another leg spinner, of course, from Sri Lanka, Hasaranga.
Yeah, who was a naughty boy, and
He did all sorts of things, didn't he? And then just seemed to pull out of the whole tournament.
yeah, allegedly injured, and I would be surprised if he was injured enough to miss the whole competition, and I would also be surprised if he wasn't very fit by the time we get to the World Cup in about a week, or whenever it starts.
He tried all sorts of dramatic things over and over again. As this ball's back for length, and just pushed into the covers. They're finding runs very, very easily at the moment. If we had a Bowling change, we have T. Natarajan has replaced Pat Cummins. I should have noticed by the fact that they're on different sides of the wickets and they don't look particularly alike. 25 without loss here, and good soft hands from Prab Simran. What are you upgrading at the moment, Rooster?
I think both bats look in good order to me. Like they're playing proper cricket shots, which we don't associate
Which is disappointing
with
with Punjab.
we don't associate with Punjab very much, but they like. It's going to be really difficult to say the next bit without having a bad pun, but he does look tidy,
Yeah.
doesn't he? Like he does.
Tidy.
He's compact. He's actually playing cricket shots, and this is not what you watch Punjab to see them playing proper cricket.
No,
You want madness, and it's only a matter of time before Prab Simran does something crazy, because it's in the DNA of Punjab that crazy stuff's going to happen. He will probably walk down the pitch at Nat now and blast him for 6, or he'll hit one up in the air, or he'll fall over his own face and get bowled, or something. Like something's going to happen now, because you can't have 20 balls with nothing happening when you're Punjab.
And he does backs away here, and he swings at this. I thought he got an edge through to Klaasen.
That's Punjab. That's more like it.
And then he giggles to himself before making a face. He probably should have hit that for 6, honestly. If he'd stood in his place, that would have been on his hip, and he would have been able to turn it around the corner. I think this is just a public service announcement. There's in cricket a lot of fans, listen to things that I say, and read Kritika's work, and and now obviously through Cricket 8 watch Rob Barron, and you think that we are. Oh, a little bit of rain's just falling here as well. It's worth mentioning. And I think you guys think that we're cheering on our bets and we're cheering on our articles, and we've got favourites and everything else. I promise you this: the longer you work in cricket, the more you want weird, funny things to happen. And
Definitely.
I remember Peter English, who worked for Cricinfo for years. I remember someone saying to him, you've been covering this for 15 years and you love cricket, but you're not like, cricket isn't your entire life. What is it that keeps you interested in the game? And he said one word: wickets. And it's because wickets bring chaos. The more wickets you have in a game, the more fun it is. And, I remember Lawrence Booth saying that at the 2005 Ashes, when that close game happened, that Gideon Haigh, as this ball is whacked back down the ground by Tide again.
It's a brilliant shot.
Oh, beautiful. The ease at which he hit that. Beautiful, beautiful cricket there. And Gideon Haigh jumped up. And I remember when Sri Lanka, when Moeen Ali and Jimmy Anderson were trying to get that draw. And Jimmy went out the second last ball. And I'm not Sri Lankan. I didn't care that Sri Lanka beat England. But that was... We had watched a whole day of blocking out balls to come to right to the end to have this incredibly emotional moment. And that's what you're looking for here. And so Punjab, we kind of know coming into each season, it's not going to go well for them. There's a hook shot here, and it's just gone over the top.
Lovely.
And it's going to go for 4. He's not in complete control of that one. Anything full, they look very in control. The ball hits the pitch, it's sticking a little bit more. But yeah, that was a perfect example of you get excited over mad moments, over things you can't really explain and everything else. Isn't that right? Kritika, you would have been working in cricket for about 10 years now?
Yeah, 10 years.
That's what it is at a certain point. And you have a team, though, don't you, in the IPL?
Sunrisers, because I am from Hyderabad, so I do have that affiliation.
I would say that you would be just as happy as if other mad things.
Of course.
If Punjab made 300 today.
Of course, that would be crazy.
It'd be crazy.
You want to see that.
There is
For
one other
sure.
thing that you do in cricket media, which you certainly do in betting, which is you do start to ride your predictions and your work. So, if you're working on a big article on Tie Day and he hits a couple of 4s, you'll start to cheer Tie Day a little bit more,
That's true.
hoping he gets to 60 so you can release that piece. You don't want to release it when he's made 20 off 18. Do you know what I mean? So all those things do matter, but that is the thing with being a professional. It is very, very different than doing it as a fan. What about you, Rob? Like, you started as all of us started as fans. When do you
Very
realise
much so.
you're more of a punter than a fan?
It's that bit when you go to the ground to watch your team, and in my case that was England. I used to follow England all over the place, and all of a sudden I went to the World Cup final and I was like an absolute fan, and I didn't care about any of my bets at all, because that's a once in a lifetime thing, right?
Which
England
World Cup
win
was
the
that?
Cup final 2019.
Oh,
And that was also as good an ODI as I've seen. It was boring for 2.5 hours, but it was an incredibly exciting finish. So that was great. But there were bits where you're sitting in the ground cheering on the team that you've been cheering on your whole life, and you're like, well, actually, if this happens, then I win loads of money, and I've got a family to feed and all that kind of thing. And it's sort of, unfortunately, it takes the fan out of you being a full-time bettor. There was one occasion I can really remember was I was in the SCG, the one where we won 3-1, and was that 2011 maybe. Anyway, there's no Australians left because England were actually hammering Australia, which was great. And I was sat slap bang in the middle of the Barmy Army going absolutely berserk. I was on holiday. I was having a really lovely time. But I'd had a multiple bet on players to score X amount of runs or get X amount of wickets in the whole of the Ashes. And I needed Hilton House to score 4 runs or something to win like my whole Aussie trip paid for.
Wow.
And all the rest. I think I needed Hilton House to score 4 more because it was the last test and you know, he'd got nearly enough, and I just want 4 more from Hilton House. But I think it was he came in the ball after a wicket, obviously, and the whole Barmy Army was everyone going absolutely crazy, and he got out, and yes, I was jumping about, but my soul wasn't in it. If you know what I mean, it was like, oh, that just cost me so much, and you think, okay, that's the worst thing I would say about. When you've been grown up as a total nut fan, and you know, I watched every game or every ball that was on TV of the 1999 World Cup without betting, and I was transfixed by all of it. I couldn't get enough of it. And
I
now
can't believe
like,
you ever watched cricket without betting,
yeah,
even as a child.
And yeah, there you go.
There was a wide given there. The reason we had the big delay is it was a wide, but it never looked like a wide to me, and they reviewed it, and it wasn't wide. Just on this, Kritika, if you think about it from a mathematical point of view, reviewing wides early on isn't maybe the best use of a review.
No, yeah.
Like they were right. I think if you're positive, and if you had someone at square leg, then I think they would have said, well, that ball just wasn't above his head, and it wasn't wide. So, but do you know what I mean? Like sometimes I watch teams do it, and I was like, it's 1 run in the power play.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bit because you're losing something when you do that, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're chasing or the game's quite close, then it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like at this stage, like you wouldn't.
Because you don't want to get that wrong, lose a review, and then not be able to get a wicket later, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Another beautiful shot by Taiday. Unfortunately, he's tried to run himself out because he's hit it straight to mid-off and taken off there. But the timing again, just beautifully struck back down the ground for 1. So lower over here. So Punjab are all over the shop. What do you think the run line is for the next over, Rob Barron?
It's going to be about 10 or 11. It's in between those 2 numbers.
I would also. What's the odds at a wicket next over?
It is shorter than 4. In my head, it's about 3.5.
It might depend on what he does here. As he's facing Cummins again, Prab Simran. It's short,
Smash.
and again he's mistimed this. It's bounced 3 times for 4, but I haven't seen a single short ball be timed, and everything full has looked like one of us could hit it for 4.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah. I'll give you a bet now, though, which I like, and it's kind of counterintuitive because they haven't hit a 6 yet, but over 7.5 sixes. And I'll tell you for why. It's because they start the 6s line here, and the computer models go, well, there's been nearly 5 overs now, and we haven't had any, so that line must come down. Whereas in actual fact, there's 2 set guys now.
This is chipped up in the air. Talking about a 6, Rob Barron has given us a 6! As that was a half volley on leg stump. And just for a minute, I thought he chipped it straight up in the air, but it was beautiful timing. And that flies over deep backward square and goes for 6. Well, I just said they might have to up their intent. They did it off the next 2 balls, and that's probably what they needed, right?
It's a really good start. Just to go back to that 6 thing, what happens is they drop their lines because the computer model can't handle it. It says, look, you've told me that they're going to get 9 in 120 balls, and we've had 28 balls, and we haven't had any yet, so that line comes down. Whereas actually, you've got 2 set guys that both love hitting 6s, Prab particularly, and all the smashers now have increased license to go nuts because they're none down. So that line dropping is an inefficiency in the market. They all do it. There's not a single, but hopefully when I'm with Decimal, I can say, guys, remember none down or whatever. But it's an inefficiency in the market. Those lines drop because it makes sense mathematically.
There's my wicket. We almost got wicket in the next over. So we were expecting 10 or 12. They brought Boovy back on. So Sunrisers and Pat Cummins being the sensible captain he is, he realises the exact same thing's going to happen. Okay. And he's brought Boovy on. There's a big swing there, but for no run. So if you did get on wicket for this over, what would you have got, about 3 or 4s?
You would have been 3.5-ish.
What, do you think that was? I think that's fair.
Yeah, it's because you kind of know what's coming here. That with the none down, the intent's going to shoot through the roof.
He's down the leg side. Taiday tries to flick this away and gets nothing on it.
Taiday. So I'd be looking now for Taiday unders because he's lost his shape in the last 3 balls, and he's gone from looking compact and playing proper cricket shots to just, that was an absolutely wild slog. He wasn't looking at the ball then. So
just also we're saying I've got out of my Punjab bet at the moment because I've already taken a massive profit because we got in so early. So hopefully everyone was following us on that. And the reason I got out is because I think there's going to be a wicket.
Ooh.
It's not that I think the number is wrong. It's that I can take a profit now, and if we get a wicket, and I might lose, Kritika, I might lose. It's happened 2 or 3 times in my life. But I've gone with that, and part of it is Tiday's lost his shape. As Prem Simran comes down and he batters this down the wicket. That was the run and slog in a tennis ball game. That was rubber ball cricket there from Prem Simran. He does kind of play like he played a lot of street cricket.
Yeah. And also, I mean, I think he's taken up that responsibility quite well at the top of the order, given that Dhawan wasn't really, I mean, after his injury, he had to really like step up, and he's done that quite well. I had a question for you, Rob. Now, in terms of someone like Tide, or, you know, somebody that, you know, like who's just coming into the IPL, how do viewers really, you know, view him, or do they bet on him? Do they not bet on him? Are they quite circumspect about,
Wrong
you know,
person
these
to ask.
things?
He bets on everyone.
I like it more when people don't know that much, because I do loads of work before, and this is where the work that you do before the tournaments looks after you, because I can just put Tidy into lots of boring spreadsheets, and I remember him because I've seen him open the batting a couple of years ago. He's played once or twice already this season, once I think, and looked fine. Wasn't around for very long, but I know what he is. But it's so important, like, with the World Cup coming up now. We've got Papua New Guinea, Oman, Canada, haven't we?
Prab comes down the wicket here. This could be a run out of the bowler's end. Boovie was just a little bit slow to realise where the ball had gone. And be fair, the batter didn't know where the ball had gone. I didn't know where the ball had gone, because he came down to whack it and he somehow got it trapped in his pads. And then the non-striker, Tade, was the only one out of anyone on the field who realised where it was. And he ran through, but it could have ended up with a bit of a mix-up there. Sorry, Rob, continue.
So to have any chance, if you're going to bet on those games, you know, USA are playing, you've got to do the work. You can't just sit there and watch a cricket match. You're like, well, I don't know who any of these guys are.
You don't know who Ian Holland is.
If that's the case, you have to, you know, put your money away and just enjoy the game. And I think...
Yet you were betting on Pakistan women's cricket the other day.
Well, you dragged me into it, Jarrod.
Tide gets a length ball here and smashes this on the leg side, and we are going to get our overs. So we didn't get our wicket in the over, but we kind of had it both ways, didn't we? Because we said there was a big chance of getting overs there, so hopefully you still managed to make your money back there. And that was a beautiful shot by Tide. And this is the part of the game when generally the Sunrisers start to struggle, is outside the power play, right?
Yeah, because the spin cupboard is pretty bare, isn't it, for this lot. Let's have a look at it. I mean,
let me just go through. We've got a couple of messages on the YouTube page as well. Shout out to Ayush and Raul and Shara as well, who's upset they didn't pick Alice. Box says completely different playoff teams than last year, and all of last year teams are victims of conservative batting except maybe Mumbai. That's very interesting. I like that. We might talk about that later, especially if it does rain. Thoughts on RCB making the playoffs? Isn't it funny that everyone's so excited for RCB to come fourth? They might still lose in the first game. So I love that we're back on the RCB train, but they're certainly playing very good cricket at the moment. Joel, Rahul, no wait, that was from us. Bloody Bugger says, first time watching, came from Jarrod's Patreon. Well, that's thank you to everyone who supports me on Patreon. That's patreon.com/Jarrod Kimber.
You're not allowed to email yourself in, Jarrod.
Please stop laughing, if they could, at that one. And Raul says this watch along seems fun. We actually are having a lot of fun today. I don't know why. I think we're all expecting breaks because of the rain, so we're all coming at this with a lot more energy than usual. We had a guest bring cookies as well. And I can't believe Rob hasn't even had a cookie yet.
I know, and they're Ben. I'm allowed to say what cookies they are, am I? I'm going to anyway. They're Ben's cookies, they're amazing. There are other cookies available, apparently.
Strategic timeout, which we've already missed, so we'll just go through it. We've got so much energy, we're just going through it. I think Punjab are in a really, really good position. So I went out at the end of the other over. I could have stayed in, and anyone who stayed in on them has done quite well, Rob.
Yeah, I've stayed in because I still think it's built in to the market stuff that doesn't pay attention to stats and cricket. They've had a really, really good start here. 61 for none off 6 is about as good as they could have hoped for today.
Yep.
And they're still comfortable second favourites, which I don't agree with, so I'm sticking in myself. The over 7.5, 6 is in really good shape.
You've had 2 sixes already, haven't you? One from each of them.
And what I'm looking for now is Tide unders, which after he's just hit an amazing shot for 6, the bookies are like, oh, he looks really good, I'm going to put his line up, and I can see them here at 44.5. Okay, that's not that high. If you can get higher than that, we'll have to do a bit of shopping around.
One thing I'm not sure about betting on, and this comes back to Kritika's question from before, is how the young leg spinner will go. So I said, oh, this is where Sunrisers have been struggling, and I'm not wrong, but we don't know how this leg spinner will go. We also don't know how spin will go on this pitch yet. So I would like to have a look at that before I go back in, and I do kind of expect a wicket soon because I think they're going to push a little bit harder.
Yeah, I think Tide, well, Prab Simran's big thing, and of last year and this year, is the amount of times where he's looked great at the end of the power play and then he just slogs out. And he said at the start of this year, I'm going to sort that out. I'm going to get that, because he got a brilliant 100 last year. He did it again this year, had one amazing innings, and he's like, I'm going to stop getting out in the 7th over, and he hasn't. He keeps doing it. Tide is somebody that has absolutely already done his job now.
Yeah.
And there are loads of people left in this batting order that can do good stuff. But here's the leggy.
Yeah.
I would say his name in a moment when I've read it again. This one is down the leg side. There's no run. Viaskanth, I believe.
Yeah,
Yep.
Viaskanth sounds good.
Obviously, as we said before, comes from a region where Sri Lankan cricketers haven't, well, they've always had Sri Lankan cricketers there, but there was a war and other things going on, and they didn't always make it to the national team. But for the last couple of years, we've seen, well, great netballers and great cricketers come out of the Jaffna region. Shout outs to Tarjini, the 6'11" Sri Lankan netballer.
Nice. Well, it's about time you shouted the 6'11" netballer out.
There aren't a lot of 6'11" netballers, you'll be shocked to know. He hasn't got much spin here. This second ball, first one slid down the leg side, second one has gone straight. So as we sit here at the moment, the wicket is not doing a lot. But weirdly enough, Punjab's odds have come back out. They're at 234 at the moment. A wicket here shouldn't change their odds, Rob.
You always say this, Jarrod, but yes, it should.
No, it shouldn't, because you're thinking about it from an algorithmic point of view.
Shot.
Oh, lovely hit back down the ground for 4 here. Can I explain to you why it shouldn't? Because I know that a wicket in in different overs changes the amount of the overall total of a score.
Right.
And that's why the algorithm changes it. Correct?
Yeah, but I think you're underestimating the importance of set bats. A set bat is worth more than a non-set bat, even if there's a... The only time where a wicket genuinely shouldn't move it, and I don't mean right at the end when it's effectively a dot,
it should.
is Ashwin. When Ashwin's fought the fire and got his... He did it again the other day, 20 or 20, and then he goes bang, 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 and he's out. And it's like, well, that's okay, because he's almost walked off, in effect. So that shouldn't move it much, but now it definitely should.
No,
we're all thinking there's going to be
wrong?
one soon. Please tell me why I'm wrong.
And I'm making money off the back of this at the moment, right? Of this theory, which is essentially the market will say that when the wicket comes down, you have a non-set bat in, and I understand that from a cricket perspective, and also the algorithmic perspective is this is a slog sweep into the gap. Is it saved?
That is incredible.
Brilliant fielding.
That's incredible
A
fielding.
little bit of, he just tapped that from above his head and it came back into mid-wicket. And a good way to protect your young spinner. He goes for 7 off that over. A couple of big shots, but they didn't get him away. But it didn't look like a good wicket for spin, if you are interested at the moment. Because they are where they are in the game at the moment. This is a brilliant position for their other players to come out. And so that is a very different situation than losing a wicket in an earlier. There are certain times when the wicket actually should change the market more, and there are certain times when the wicket should change the market less. And I think too often it's a algorithmic thing, because all these people have in their models, if you lose a wicket at this stage, the overall total comes down, which means we're less chance of winning the game. That's where I think the algorithms are wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sometimes, for example, if SRH isn't a great example, but if you don't let Klassen bat, or if you haven't let Russell bat for,
you see what I'm saying?
Optimally, Russell faces 60 balls. It's very difficult for that to happen, isn't it? Like, he doesn't open the batting. But if you had got 60 balls out of Andre Russell, he scored 150, probably. Yeah. Klassen is the same. So I get it from that point of view.
But even right now, if we had 10 wickets and we had 10 batters, right?
Yeah.
As Shabazz comes on, this could be a wicket. No, he's got it over the top. Reverse sweep, and it's a couple of bounces for 4. Good cricket there.
Tide's full aggression now.
I think if you right now, what I really want is these two guys swinging, or Riley Rousseau at the crease.
Yeah.
So I'm not losing anything by having an unset Riley Rousseau, because after 4 balls, he's going to be at a similar level to these guys anyway.
So what you should do is back Punjab now, because you're saying if they lose a wicket, it doesn't matter, and they are.
Yeah,
swinging.
but it will change I might
boy.
back them now, as this is whacked for 6. Well, we just said we weren't sure about their spin, Kritika. They have upgraded their spin with the young leg spinner from Sri Lanka, but Shabazz is still Shabazz.
Yeah.
How do you feel as a Sunrisers? Let's put your Sunrisers hat back on. How do you feel when they bowl spin this year?
No, they've struggled, and it's these middle overs, right? And that's the thing with Sunrisers. It's also, I mean, like I was saying earlier, it's that heavy reliance, on their openers. Then it's these middle over struggles. So the same template's playing out again.
I'll just go, what you said before is what I have been doing this year. Is I've been betting when I know the market will deflate for a minute, but it will actually go into my direction even if they lose a wicket. I'm not going to bet on Punjab now because they're favourites, and I feel uncomfortable with them being favourites, even though they're playing beautiful, and I still think they can win this game.
80 for none off 7.3.
They should be favourites.
They absolutely should be favourites, and they're only kind of, they're evens. It's
And
50,
we should be
50,
thanking the market for
50,
giving us
now.
money on the way there.
Yeah, so I'm in a position now where if there was a wicket,
Emotionally?
I could, emotionally, I'm always in a good position when I'm sat in this seat, but I'm in a position where I can afford to lose a wicket, no problem, and still be onside, be in a good position. So I'm carrying on. I'm staying in because if they keep going and if number 3 comes in, they could get 225 here.
Yeah. This one is dropped on the leg side. They're going to look for 2. There was definitely 2 there, and they didn't take it. Just a couple more messages coming in on. I just realised my screen is too far away. Roll says this year we have 3 aggressive teams and 1 conservative team in the finals. Naveen says, Jarrod, I found you through TalkSport. Shout out to TalkSport as well. Also, patreon.com/Jarrod Kimber.
It's quite enough of that.
Thank you very much, Naveen. He's an engineer who works with a lot of data science. How did you get interested in the data analytics side of cricket? I'm probably like Rob. And back when I was younger, I used to scour the scoreboards when they used to be in newspapers. Naveen, might slightly be before your time. This one is short outside off stump and should have been hit away. And I used to go through all the scoreboards, even county cricket and matches around the world. And then when when Travis invented Stats Guru, R.I.P., the great man, that I started getting into the numbers side of cricket a little bit more at that stage, just so I could beat my friends in arguments. And that turned into a career. As this one is mangled out on the leg side. They're going to take 1, think about 2, but it wasn't there. So if you look at my content, a lot of my content is how to help you win better arguments with your friends at when you're getting chai, when you're at a pub, when you're at a hostel at 3 a.m. in Chicago and everyone's telling you to shut up because you're talking about Adam Gilchrist, all that sort of stuff. And then when T20 cricket came in, Naveen, I was lucky enough to be obviously at Cricinfo at that stage, and I had a big argument with my editor, Sambit Pal, and that ended up with him saying, well, go and learn about it then. And so I did, and here I am today. All right, we've got a few other people listening as well. We've got Ayush and everyone else, but big thanks to everyone on YouTube. What about you, Kritika? Because you're not as much into the data and the numbers, are you? But yeah, I see you a little research stuff there. What do you research before a game?
Just general numbers, how they performed, maybe the last 5 games.
Yep.
You get a feel of their form. If you haven't watched, now I've watched like almost every game of the IPL, so
Yeah.
it's quite. I mean, you followed the tournament, but if you've not, then definitely their last 5 games, just the form they're coming in. You just maybe what they've done pre-season, what they've done leading into the tournament even.
Checking out Instagram, how are their vibes?
Not really.
Do you ever do stuff like that? Do you ever check if a player's going well, mentally?
So I've never visited the website Instagram in my
I'm not
life.
surprised. Short ball from Viskar PR, and this is
sixes.
pulled away for 6. And there really doesn't look like there's a lot in this wicket at the moment. And they are scoring very, very easily at the moment. You've never been to Instagram, and that's the least surprising thing about you.
Yeah. So I have a friend who is a manager of darts players. He was Michael Van Gogh's manager for several years. And his information on which ones were feeling good, that is a huge thing in darts. And which ones were...
So you were betting on emotions in darts?
Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Oh.
Well, down leg
Is that
side
right,
here.
or
This
did
might
he-
run away
did he
for
nudge that?
4. He hasn't got much on it. Oh, it's slowed down.
This feels like because of the rain that we've had here recently, quite a slow outfield, and 2 is in the game a lot more than it usually is. There's been quite a lot of 2s already.
I've gone back in on Punjab as well after being out for a little while, because I was waiting for my wicket, and now, even if there is a wicket, I'm not worried at all.
Yeah, I agree with that now. The wicket now means very little.
I mean, there'll be a wicket this ball. No, there's not. That was a good ball, though, from Beers.
I think Tide is going to be out imminently, because I think if you look at him now, just talking about emotions and stuff, this is something that you can put into betting without needing any work beforehand. You can sometimes see when people, they lose their shape, that's a bit crickety, but also when they start looking angry. And
Can we just explain losing shape? What we're talking about there is their head is falling over a little bit, they're trying to hit the ball too hard, their feet are probably not going the same way, sometimes their hands go through too fast, you drag the ball across. These are all the different things we talk about as this is tossed up. Tide has refound his shape and played that beautifully. So just a straight drive back over the bowler's head. But yeah, when you start to drag the ball, when you start to hit it on its head a lot, so when you hit the ball on top of it and it goes straight down, that's a good one for it. But essentially, you're no longer looking pretty like a pitcher. That's what you're saying, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah. Tempering that slightly is the fact that this pitch is really good, and the bookies are kind of onto it with Tyler. They all think he's going to be out imminently, so you can't really make money from betting his unders, and that's where you have to keep the powder dry, because you're like, I think he's going to be out soon, fine, but they're only giving him another 15 runs, and he could get that this over or next over by slogging or playing out of shape, and he's just played a really good shot. So I'm not interested in his unders here. I just think that he's going to be out imminently, because it almost suits his team if he is out imminently. He's either got to score at strike rate 250 now from this point, or go and let Riley do it, or Shashank, or Ashutosh.
Who would you send in next, Kritika?
Jitesh.
I would, well...
I just went through all the names. You don't need to look it up.
I would stick to
I actually only asked you that question to stop him saying names.
Rishi Dharma.
I think Shashank for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been Riley a couple of overs ago, but now I kind of think, just send Shashank in and see what happens. Because you've still got, if you lose Shashank, you've still got Riley to come. So it'd be interesting to see. Do they have any, I mean, it is Punjab, do they have any rogue options? What's the roguest option they could come in with? Rishi Dhawan?
Harpreet Brar.
Oh, Harpreet Brar would be a nice one. They do? Can Rishi Dhawan bat?
Yeah,
he's listed quite high here.
He could back in the day. I don't know much about Shivam Singh, the all-rounder, who seems to have got runs playing for the Dragons against Royal Kings.
Oh, Rishi Dhawan, of course. I was confusing him with someone else, actually. Yeah, no, of course he could back. Because I was just saying, he's quite high. Because Harshal Patel's at 10. I know you don't like Harshal Patel's batting, Rob, because he's never made an actual run when you've watched.
This is it. People, I read the stats telling me that he opened in the SMAT for a whole year, but I don't believe it because I didn't see it. And
Graham Swan opened for Northants for about 4 years, didn't he?
Yeah, he was... I quite liked that.
No, but what I mean is there's opening and there's opening.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Harshal was just thrown up because presumably all the other openers were away that year or something.
Now here's an interesting change. They've gone away from their spin, so Shabazz is having a spell, and Natarajan is coming back, and it's short outside off stump, smashed to backward point, and was that Nitesh Kumar who took that catch? Absolutely whacked that. Short, outside off stump, and straight to the fielder and caught. 97 for 1 after 9.1, and Tide is gone. We said he was the most likely to go out, but we didn't actually tell him to bet on him, did we?
You couldn't, because the line factored in that he was going to get out soon, but it's just one of those that it really did look like he was just about to get out, and that's where, if you want to, you come back fall of wicket unders or wicket next over or that kind of stuff, rather than his player run line, because as we were all thinking, like, it wasn't a great shout to say he was going to be out soon. It seemed quite obvious that it was going to happen. It's moved the prices a fair bit.
Yeah, I think way more than they should. Do you see?
I do now, because that wicket for me means very little. Like I said, he either had to go at strike rate 250 from there or walk off, and they probably go Riley now, and I'm not sure that we would. I'd love to see Rishi Dhawan now and try and get 20 off 6, but they won't. They'll go Riley, won't they?
We've got a question for Kritika as well. It says, as a Sunrisers fan from Hyderabad, how excited are you for Nitish?
Oh, incredibly. I mean, you know,
That was him who took that catch, wasn't it?
Sanveer Singh.
Oh, was it Sanveer Singh? Sorry.
Not Nitish
I saw, they hit it so hard, I didn't get a good chance to look at the fielder. Sorry.
No, Nitish Reddy, like he worked really hard, you know, in the domestic tournaments, and I feel like he's really made the most of this opportunity. So very exciting, and having someone from Hyderabad actually coming up the ranks, even for I think some Hyderabad fans. Locally, they're quite thrilled about having someone, you know, local that they can actually support and get out and get behind.
I think, considering how well he's played, Riley Russo's come out to bat everyone as well. Considering how well he's played, I would say that there hasn't been that much hype for him. I've had one question on one of my shows saying, is he already better than Hardik Pandya? And on current form, he probably is. But there hasn't been as much hype where he's actually quite an exciting player. Is that different in Hyderabad? Is there a lot more hype? Are you thinking that's the next big star?
I agree with you. Like, there's not a lot of hype around him, but I feel like, you know, he's really proven himself, and the people who have to talk about him are talking about him.
Yeah.
But like you said, the hype is quite low around him, and I think for him it would be nicer if, you know, people start talking about him a little more.
I actually think the opposite. I think this is exactly what he needs, and I tell you what, young all-rounders get hyped up so much anyway.
That is true.
He's gonna. If he has one more season like this, everyone's going to be talking about him anyway. Rob, you know, you obviously watch a lot of cricketers. You and I both know there aren't a lot of legitimate all-rounders. Yeah. He does have the ability to be a legitimate all-rounder. I think he has a lower ceiling than Hardik Pandya, right? Slightly, but I think he might be a more consistent kind of player.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Hardik has lots of other stuff going on.
Always.
And has... I think he's a polarising figure, I think it would be fair to say, and he seems to have his own crowd against him at the moment. And
which is everyone.
Mumbai finished bottom, and there's a lot going on with him, and he's had awful injuries, which has stopped him from becoming he was a really good bowler before he got injured, Hardik, and he's not one of those anymore. Whereas Reddy, like his ceiling isn't Jaiswal. Not that Jaiswal's an all-rounder, although his bowling is really funny. I'd like to see him bowl more. But Reddy has got a lot of... You see the guy play, and he's really young, and you think, yeah, he's got loads, this kid. Like, his 60-odd earlier in the season was excellent. Shots all round the wicket. Yeah, he's one to watch out for. Definitely.
Reminds me of a young Baz Leader. He's also young.
He's also great, Delida.
But you know what I mean? That you look at those kind of players, and you're like, well, if he's the fifth best bowler in any side, but not a bad fifth bowler, and can bat at 5 or 6, and occasionally in other positions... You've got an incredible player. Yeah. The issue with him is really whether he becomes a Hardik Pandya transformative player, or if he becomes a Sam Curran always handy, but you're not quite sure what to do with him player. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? With Sam Curran, it's like, you know, people spend a lot of money on him, but he doesn't really transform teams. You almost have to build around Sam Curran, whereas Hardik Pandya, at his best, can fit into any team, or Andre Russell at their best can fit into any team.
I think Hardik was such a good fit for Gujarat because they were sort of an up-and-coming new franchise, and they just plugged him in at number 4, which I think is a great position for him. But it's not a great position for him in the Mumbai team, where it's just littered with 6 hitters and stars, and then he's like, well, I need to do this. And the nonsense of him walking out to bat to smash bad pace when Tim David sat there with his pads on behind him, and what did he get, 7 off 8 and burned 2 reviews or something? That's just total, like, gone at the game in your head. Like, there's no possible way you can bat before Tim David. No one's allowed to bat before Tim David when there's 18 balls of bad pace left. And Hardik goes, I'll do it. He needs a role. Clarity of role is a massive thing in all forms of cricket, but T20 particularly, because you've got 120 balls of resources and you must use them properly. And so having Hardik as one day as a 3 and the next day as a 7, you're misusing a really good cricketer. So he fit really well with Gujarat because he just went, you're the number 4, and this is what Gill does. They had Shami, which helped. They had the good Rashid Khan, which obviously really helps. But everyone had their job, and they all seemed to do it. And then occasionally, Tawatia does a good one, or you know, Miller's not had a great season, struggling with injuries, getting a bit older. Whatever.
Batting too high.
Yeah, so they've got lots of things wrong, but batting orders is such a massive thing. We can talk about that for 3 hours if it rains later on. Batting orders is so crucial because you can add 10 runs to your team score by just doing that right. And the problem with Riley at 3 here is Riley's the sort of guy that his form is improving, but he's been in bad form for a year and a half.
Yeah.
He could easily be 8 off 12 here, and that's a waste because they've got 9 wickets in hand and all of them can whack it. So
I think I was just thinking about it. I reckon they sent him in because he's a left-hander as well.
So yeah, I closed off about half of my Punjab bet when Riley came in at 3 because I don't like him as 3 here. Like, it wouldn't be the 3 that I would put, and because I think if he came out whacking or if he goes 5 or 6 balls and then goes, that's fine. But Prab now is thinking, I really want this 50 as he's nudged his way to the 50.
Good stealing of a 2 there.
Another 2 on this ground.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Riley here because I think with the leg spinner on, he will start to sweep and slog sweep him, and he'll get a couple away. But I do understand your overall principle as Prabh rank is 51 off 34, which hopefully will free him up again. The other thing that we did mention in that last over is Natarajan started bowling very short and into the wicket with slower balls. And if you remember early on, I said that it felt like the pitch was a little bit too paced when you bowled the ball into the wicket. And that last over proved that. So
10.5
this one is a half volley. I don't know how he managed to get under this. It was so full. It's almost a Yorker from Viaskamp there, and he's managed to somehow hit that back over the bowler's head and for 6. That is a phenomenal hit, Kritika.
Oh yeah. Do you think like now he's going to just stay away? Prabh Simran.
I think so. Yeah, I was annoyingly just about to say the 10.5.
Oh, they've repealed here. I don't think that hit anything, did it?
No, I don't think he did.
But that was a big slog.
Yeah, I think now he's got his 50, he probably just 5th gear and doesn't come out of it. And he's got a couple of hundreds in the IPL, and when he goes Prab, he really does go, and he can go berserko now. And they don't have a spinner in their side that can keep a lid on it, that can calm him down. So they've got to get him out now.
Yeah.
He all of a sudden becomes a massive wicket. Yeah, it's all about whether Riley can get going. It's hard to chew a guy out who's 2 off 3, but if he is 10 off 12, then they're wasting resources a bit. But Punjab are in great shape here.
Who do they bowl from the other end now? Nitesh hasn't bowled. I'd almost think that he comes on and bowls cutters into the wicket, but I'm not sure if that's a skill that he specifically has.
I think he has to bowl because you can't get 4 overs of Shabazz on here.
You can't get any more overs of Shabazz.
As much as you like him, Jarrod. So they're going to have to do. We could see Samvir. Again, he bowls right arm medium. I've not seen.
You're going to go Nitesh over him though, aren't you?
He's played twice in this tournament, not done anything.
Yeah.
He batted once, didn't bowl. But yeah, it can't.
Isn't that what you did in your over 40s game?
Didn't bat or bowl, but they had homemade pies, so good cricket match.
Isn't that what we play the game for? Now that is a wide, and it is Nitesh, and was not given a wide. Okay, I was about to question the umpire, but then I saw it's the best umpire in the world, so I'll let him go. That to me though felt very, very. Oh, Riley, he's been thinking about. He's still thinking about it. It's been given a no ball. I think Riley was just about to make a decision there and go for it at the last minute, and he looked up and the umpire had his arm out. So, wow, that's a free hit. That's come from nowhere. That's changed the odds massively, by the way. Oh my God, that's a foot over.
Goodness gracious,
what is happening there?
That's the biggest no ball in this IPL.
Wow.
That's a long way
now,
over.
Riley is 1 off 3, 2 off 3, 2 off 4 now, and he gets a free hit, and he just batters that away. Now, they're still going into the wicket with short ones. It just gets 4, but again, that was a free hit. He knew he could swing it and do whatever he wanted, Kritika, and he still didn't get much on it. I think if you bowl short with pace here, this wicket is just a little bit tricky. I'm going to do something I did pretty much yesterday, Rob. I'm going to get in and get out based on who's bowling.
Love it.
On the market.
Love it.
So I did this with Mitch Santner yesterday, and I rode Mitch Santner because Jadeja's first over, I was like, I don't care how much it's spinning. This wicket is not for him, whereas it was completely for Santner. So even though I've just got a 4 from a free hit, it's going to...
You're just chilling.
I can come back in because the market isn't going nuts for Punjab even when they hit 4s at 6s.
You don't have to bet all the time.
You say that. Oh, they hit a 6 here. I shouldn't have got out. And that is Riley Rousseau. So he has started now. So it's 120 for 1. Was it for a ticked over? 120 for 1 here, and they've come into 174.
Yeah. Now the market is starting to believe, and it would also think any sort of conspiracy theorists out there that no ball was a foot over. I mean, that's huge. Yeah. It's very hard to miss by that much. So what the market is probably saying is, we're not expecting much from Reddy here, if that's his first
Yeah.
effort. And now Riley's got one away. All of a sudden, Riley, the free hits, that's why the market moves so much for a free hit, because it allows the shackles to come off for free.
It's one thing I really agree with the market there.
And all of a sudden, Riley's going. And the danger was that he'd plod about, and now that danger's very much gone, hasn't it? And the rest of this over.
You were worried he might
low.
be 10 off 12, and he's what? 14 now off 6 or something?
Yeah, and that's how much a free hit can change the game. It's turned Riley from his I need to plod about for a bit to get my form back into I've got a free swing here. Oh, that felt good. And then the next one goes for 6, and all of a sudden he's away.
Now, I am very interested to see the lengths that Nitesh bowls to Prab Simran here. I assume he's going to go pace off and short. So basically what we're saying is ugly, bad bounces is the best way to put it. Well, who was it was it Ricky Clark who kind of started this in the blast? Do you remember this?
I remember lots about Ricky Clark.
Not that?
Not perhaps that.
Oh, he's bowled the exact ball I
lovely.
said, and Nitesh...
Lovely. Prab Simran is on one.
He has gone across the crease there. He, like me, I think he worked out what the ball was going to be, but he played it brilliantly because he walked outside off stump and just flipped around the corner for 6. And absolutely masterful batting. I would have made a fortune if I'd stayed in here. But you can't complain when you have 2 winners in a row. So
No,
I'm going to just take the winners. I will complain, but you can't.
You'll definitely complain, but you're not allowed to. I'll tell you what's looking good now is all the other pre-bets that we had. So Natarajan, top bowler at 7-2. He's very well placed to win now. He's got the only wicket and he's not gone for any runs. And he's got 2 left at the death. Prab Simran plus 10.5 against Head. That's looking pretty decent. And the over 7.5 sixes. If that doesn't win, I'll refund you all your money, everyone that's backed it. Because I think you need one more.
Nitesh has gone full and wide, so they've changed their tactics here and they've stolen a single. Thanks to Naveen Aswasi. I'll probably pronounce that wrong. I should have got Kritika to do that. Who says, hope to see more watch-alongs with you, Jarrod. Yeah, we're doing all the finals, aren't we? So we're doing both games today, and we'll be doing the finals for the rest of the week as well. So stick with us. We've done most of the double headers, a couple of key games throughout the season. Kritika's been on a couple of times. We've had Mark Machado, Daniel Norcross, Stuart Meeker, Jack Hope. Am I missing? Dealt with cricket. Munison dealt with cricket. This one is hit down to long off and fumbled. If they'd run hard, they would have got a second run there, or at least I looked at it. But big thanks to everyone. I know there's bunches of people on the comments now. So thanks to Addy. And Varun is on there as well, so thank you to everyone on there. They're into 166. Run line is 222. We haven't talked much about the run line today, Rob.
Yeah, I think the play, if anyone, when that swing went early, that was probably the only time you could have got in, and then the market woke up very quickly, and the run, it started off at 170 something, this run line, and all of a sudden it smoked up to 188, and by that time the market's onto it. It's like, oh, actually this is a really good pitch, and it's not span or spinned much at all.
I appreciate the fact that you tried with all the different words.
Yeah, and it swung and swinged for 9 balls, which is about average, and since then it's played very, very good, this pitch. And there will be an element of, now we know Punjab are going to have a good score, but we also know their bowling ain't great, and Sunrise's batting lineup is very scary.
But when this is what I've noticed about the market, when a team is making runs, people don't think as much about the bowling attack because they get sucked in the 4s and 6s. So quite often I will back a side and then switch at the change of innings anyway.
Recency bias.
Varun, Cummins has come on to bowl, so they're at 170 at the moment here. And he's bowled a full toss on leg stump that should have been hit for a 9.
Yeah, that's poor from Riley.
He tried to flip it, and somehow he managed to scoop it up nowhere, and he just got a single. Varun, who works for me and has done some really good work, we've been working on change of friction. Do you know what change of friction is, Kritika? So this is a new thing. You're going to start hearing about this a lot in cricket. It's when a pitch changes and the ball starts to come off the pitch differently during the game. So we had the one earlier this year. Again, apologies to anyone who might be involved with Lucknow here. But when Lucknow batted really badly in that first game, and then Sunrisers did really well in the second game, I've never seen a wicket change so much. Yeah. Right, and that was with my eyes. So we got the numbers on it, and we could see that it legitimately was a completely different wicket from the first innings to the second one. Wow. Does not defend Lucknow's batting, because nothing does, but it was a different wicket when the two teams played. almost. I thought there was going to be a run out then. There's a fumble. Great cricket. I'm not even going to explain all that.
Something's going to happen here now.
Well, quick.
Prab is looking...
Wicket or sixes?
Yeah, one of those two things. Prab is looking tired and angry, and... He
does,
doesn't he? He looks tired and angry, and usually those things combine to either angry boundaries or losing shape and getting out.
2 balls that could have gone for runs and have only gone for 1 run as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes you go on tilt as a batter, like they do in the betting community as well. Is this a tilt ball? Prab Sibran faces this. It is a tilt ball, but he's got it away just. He tries to flip this over the corner. That's why you come to Cricket 8. We read the future here. And he just managed to lap that away and get it past short fine leg. He didn't get much on it. He probably could have been caught, if we're being honest. That might settle him down a little bit. He's also probably frustrated he's only 68 or 40. So
Yeah.
change of friction essentially means that the way that the ball is coming off the pitch changes throughout an innings. And this happens all the time, but now we're starting to really monitor it with Hawkeye data. And Varun said that at the start of the game, it had gone from a 0.16. So not a lot. The ball was coming on quite nice onto the bat. It's now 0.28, right? Which means that the bowlers will work that out really quickly, and they will start to bowl more and more slower balls. But what we are seeing here, as Cummins comes in again, another full toss. This should be hit for 6. He's got away with 2 of these in this over, Cummins, and they've both been hit for singles. What is very clever though is the Punjab batters have realised that is going to happen. So instead of doing what sometimes Hardik gets caught doing this to these other players, they try and muscle everything down the ground. That's not what you do. If you know you're going to get a slower ball that's short, you use third man and fine leg to your advantage, and you can just almost turn around and tap it behind you like you would from a spinner. And that's what we've seen so far. So definitely the wicket has changed here. But what I would say is it is much harder to hit pace at the moment than it is spin because of this. Riley Rousseau finally gets one, and he's just got it away. Again, not the timing he would have wanted, but he found the gap completely between mid-wicket and long on. And all things considered, this is still a very good over for Punjab, considering they had 2 balls they should have hit for 6 and they didn't get away. But they've managed to find those boundaries, and this puts even more pressure. It was a mangle, Rob.
Yeah, I think Riley actually looks quite bad. Which is difficult to say for somebody that's doing absolutely fine when you look at the fact he's 19 off 10, but he's had the free hit, the pie after the free hit, 2 full tosses that he really should have got rid of, and he looks like he's trying to mow himself back into form, which is one way of doing it, isn't it? To get back into form.
Oh, he was going to lap this, and then he decided to abort the lap, and he flicked it out to deep mid-wicket for 1. It's not as much fun as I thought that ball was going to be. 140 for 1 at the end of 13. Rob Barron, the Rooster.
Hello. There's 2 ways to get back in form, and one is to stick it out, nudge around, and wait till you feel better. And the other way, which is the only thing that Riley can do in this spot with 9 wickets in hand and 7 overs left, is to try and smash your way back into form. And
it's the only thing I've ever tried.
Yeah, I mean, in Test match cricket, we know when Tendulkar put the hook shot away, or he put the cover drive away, didn't he? Put the cover drive away for 2 days. And he was clearly, and Alistair Cook did it, where he only had 3 shots, but he put 2 of them away. Yeah. And he was like, I can't play that one, and I can't play this one, but I am going to play this one. And eventually it's all going to click, and then he scores the 100. You can do that in the long format. In this format, you can't. Not in this spot. You have to whack yourself back into form. And he might get the top edge over the keeper, or he might do this, that, and the other. But yeah, that's how he has to play now, Riley.
I don't have a mic to drop for this huge clanger. But when I was talking to Roll Draft about Sachin Tendulkar, he was saying that he thought one of his major skills was, in an innings, making a decision to, I'm going to change my guard, or I'm only going to hit through the leg side here, or I'm going to play this shot which I've never played before. And he said that most batters can do it, but they prepare for it. Yeah. So it's like, I'm going to play this shot. And if you listen to Virat Kohli as Riley Rousseau is facing T. Natarajan, and that could be a wide. That was very, very short.
That's a wide.
And it is a wide. You listen to Virat Kohli talk about the slog sweep, and he said, I hadn't really been practicing it, but it felt right in that moment. And it's that ability to be able to do that stuff that changes some of those players. And so you might get a player like Ricky Ponting who'll be like, no, I can work on that shot, but I will work on it for 2 weeks beforehand. Whereas Sachin's ability is to be able to do that in the moment. And that is...
It's genius.
Yeah. That's genius. And most players don't do that. What they do is they take a bunch of... KP is the other end of that, KP Genius, as the Twitter account said. Natarajan, full, wide, outside, off stump, and oh my... Riley Rousseau has just bludgeoned this back over the bowler's head. This is bad signs from Sunrisers because I thought that with that wicket getting slower, their bowlers started bowling a little bit smarter. It isn't mattering now, and they've got a lot of overs of spin and seam left to bowl, and it looks like there's no obvious answers. But yeah, so KP would take the opposite approach. Is he would say, okay, I'm going to up the volatility here, and I'm going to play nothing but the hook shot, or I'm going to start hitting the spinner back over the head for 6, because I will change the plans that you've got against me. So it's very different than Tendulkar, who is trying to play correctly and do it. But both of those plans worked because of how talented they were in different ways, as they pick up another single there. So, we got quite heavy here for Cricket 8.
We can get heavier if you want.
We can get heavier.
That's why I'm here. The over 7.5 sixes is 1 with 7 overs to spare, so you can ring a bell. Or
Oh, has that already happened?
Yeah.
Wow. I couldn't put that bet on. I tried before. I couldn't find anyone with that market when I went in. It might have been a bit late.
So, yeah, anyone that Decimal provides prices to does inning sixes. Bet365 do it to a point.
Yeah, I've got my own issues with Bet365.
Do you want to talk about those?
Not really,
Bet365 won't let Jarrod bet because he had an account for 2 weeks or something.
because my account was winning.
And you can bet it in Asia if you're in Asia. There are Asian firms that also bet. It's a really good market inning sixes, and there's no reason why they can't offer odds on it for quite a while. Like some of them pull it after 5 overs or 6
Yeah.
overs or 10 overs. Like why? Like there's, it's easy enough to do. But yeah, the mistake that we called just before they started hitting them was they hadn't hit any for 4 and a bit overs, and so all the lines drop and drop and drop. You're like, this is the time where I really want to get in because there's 10 wickets in hand.
So are Punjab favourites now then, looking at the match odds?
Yeah, they're actually pretty short now,
Yep.
and that's a time where if you've been on them at 3.3,
And you stayed on.
1.5
You know
is,
what? I
is a
would
fair
cash
enough
out.
close.
Yeah,
Like
you would
that's fair enough. Like I don't, for the first time, I don't really disagree with the match odds here. So what I should
The
do,
only
thanks for
thing-
pointing that out, by the way,
Yeah.
Kritika.
Well, the only thing that you might do is you might think to yourself, is there a chance that they just hit nothing but sixes in the next 5 overs or 6 overs? And so you might think to yourself, I can get it even shorter. But if it was, I bet on them and then cashed out, and bet on them and cashed out twice. And I have a nice, healthy profit already from that, right? So I don't need to go back in. But if you were already in, maybe you would take a slight profit now. And then bet a little bit more if you think there's a possibility they will whack them out of the game. But I'll tell you this, our audience on Cricket 8, so this is on our YouTube channel, but remember you can follow us at Cricket 8 as well. We've got the articles there. We've got you can also follow us on Facebook, and we've got a podcast. We've got all sorts of things. But the audience on the Cricket 8 YouTube channel says that they still think Sunrisers are a 64% chance to win this game. So that's very vibes based.
Fair enough.
That's based on Punjab's bowling. That's a slightly more educated audience than you would get in a normal.
Yeah. Again,
I mean, I'm not sucking up to our audience, but they're so attractive and young and virile and smart. Every single one of them.
that's the demographic we're going
Yeah,
for, isn't it?
it's incredible. You see the messages from them, and they're just also beautiful and handsome and they look characteristic, charismatic. Can't even say that. Just everything about them is so great. Just probably the best people on the planet. As this is outside off stump, hit straight to cover, and it is.
I'll tell
no
you
run.
part of the reason why I closed, and I've not completely closed, but I've not got any red left. This is a really good pitch. This is
Yes.
one of those pitches where getting a wicket is very tough. It's the batsman throwing their wicket away is how the wicket happens from here on in, because the ball's doing nothing off the straight. They'll be hoping SRH that the air comes out the ball, or it gets soft, or something happens.
If the air comes out of the ball here, it could make a big difference because of the fact that we know that if it goes soft, it's going to be hard. It's going to grip in the pitch even more. So
Yeah.
that will help. Oh, we haven't talked about this actually. I really wanted to do this. I don't think we have a strategic timeout at the moment. No, we don't. So we'll be able to get this in this next over. If you have a look at what happened last night in the game.
Are you going to say Dhoni's 6?
Dhoni's 6
Cost them the
cost
game.
them the chance of qualifying.
Yeah.
And I might make a video on this because it's really interesting. So I was watching it live, and he hits a 6 at the end, right?
Yep.
And we all thought, that's it, they're going to
Yeah.
win. But the problem was, when he hit that 6, as Beers Counts comes on and spins the first ball of the day outside past the edge of Prab Simran, who's now just slogging like a madman. So
Yeah, it's 6 or out.
Unders on his wicket at the moment.
Great
He
ball.
hits the ball out the ground.
Yeah.
But that meant they had to replace the ball.
Yeah.
And you watch Jash Giles bowling from that point forward. It's twice as good. And before that, this could be caught. I don't think he's hit it. Well, Heinrich likes it. The umpire likes it. Prab Simran, I think, is going to review that because he looked confused to me. He's not moved. I'm not sure he knows why he's been given out.
Well, we said 6 or out, and it's out at the moment.
Well, we just said unders, didn't we? He's reviewing this. I don't think this will be out. So if you want to make a micro bet here, what do you think? I'm going to go in. I'm going to put the bet on right now.
So you think this is not out?
I think this is not out.
So you're going to back Punjab?
I am backing Punjab, and then I'm going to take it straight out. Just because he just didn't look convinced to me that he was out.
I still think he looks tired and angry. That's the two emotions I'm getting here.
Yeah, okay. So it's outside leg stump. He swings across. It hits his pad, goes straight up in the air.
I think that's hit his glove.
It has hit his glove, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's hit his glove.
Yeah, he's hitting his glove. I'm going straight back out on my position.
Yeah.
It's hard to say conclusively, but that looks to me very much like it hit his glove. But he would know that, right? There, you do know if it's hit your glove, surely.
He should have known that, yeah. I don't understand why he reviewed that.
It's because he's tired and angry.
It did hit his hands, though, didn't it?
It looked very much like it did to me.
We're going to have to see more angles of this. So they changed that ball.
Yep.
And so Yashdale starts putting more revolutions on the ball so that MS Dhoni hits it up in the air. And then Jadeja gets back on strike and he bowls perfect slower balls, which he couldn't bowl before because the ball was wet and everything else. It's the second game this year that CSK have been involved in where the condition of the ball has completely changed the game. The other one, CSK won.
If that hasn't hit his glove, it's a miracle.
Well, it's definitely hit his glove,
Absolutely.
but it hasn't made a sound on Ultra Edge.
Yeah.
It's 100% hit his
How
glove.
do you give this if you're the third umpire, though? How can you overturn? Well, you're not
He
overturning.
doesn't have to
are you?
overturn it.
I think you have to stick with the original decision, even though there is nothing on
Well,
Sticko.
it is a pad noise, though, isn't it? There is a
I think
noise
they're going to
there.
give this out. Market doesn't. I think they're going to give this out. How do you overturn there? That looks like it's hit the glove.
We're just waiting for the final decision, and it is out. Yeah, good umpiring, I think. I can understand why, because the Ultra Edge wasn't as strong, but the Ultra Edge had a bit of a wave form and it hit the glove, and generally the Ultra Edge obviously has more of a spike, but in that particular situation, I think because the ball was coming so slow that it didn't make a big impact. I've got an email from Oz. And Oz says, I watch baseball quite a lot, and one of the things I like about the MLB broadcast is how they note the type of ball pitch, slider, curveball, etc., straight away in the live scorecard. Do you think this is feasible for cricket broadcasters to do the same? So, I tried this once and got 1 million complaints on commentary. There's a couple of problems. Most cricket commentators can't tell you the ball that is bowled straight away, and it's because in baseball, it's much easier to tell from the curve of the ball what it's doing. So if it is a curved ball, you can literally see if it's a fast ball, it goes pretty much dead straight, if it's dropping, etc., etc. The other thing is that a baseball commentator is way closer to a pitcher than a cricket commentator is to a bowler. So if I'm commentating at, Lords, I'm probably 85 metres from the bowler, right? And if they're bowling from the other end, I'm probably 95 metres from them. So I'm pretty good at that stuff, and even I get it wrong quite a bit. And not everyone can pick those things up. I know, it's incredible. And so even I can't do it. As this is a leg spinner, he comes down the wicket, does Shashank, and he ends up blocking this, and it goes absolutely nowhere. So again, I think you've got that as an issue as well. And then the other issue that you have is that in baseball, generally the pitch is all that happens. So if you think about baseball, when you're calling the ball, Oz, you're literally saying up and to the right curveball there by the pitcher, because he almost never hits it. Whereas in cricket, you actually have to call the ball, the shot, then you have to call the runs, and then you have to call the fielding.
And you want to know what the pitch is doing as well.
Yeah. So when you're doing all that, so we're a watch along here, so I don't commentate, but I'll commentate just the next ball to try and illuminate. It'd be a little bit easier because it's a leg spinner here, and also I know what he's going to bowl. But I'll try and show you the difference between the two. As Riley Rousseau is going to face a short, and it's a slider. But he's hit it for 6. You actually want to know it's been hit for 6 before I tell you that's a slider. Whereas in baseball, it's easy to do that unless you hit a home run. We get a lot of home runs in cricket. And so you can see there it doesn't work the same way. And I didn't really get to call the ball correctly because I was trying to jam it in. The best way to do it would have been to say, it's a short ball from Viaskanth and it's pulled away for 6 by Rousseau. That goes massively over deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there, but it still covers him easily. As there's an appeal here on this one. It's not out. They've ended up with 2? Just one. you have to call all the action. And then
Interesting.
what I try and do is, when I think it's an important delivery, Oz, I then try and say, that was a slider, or that, that was a slow ball, that was a knuckle ball, whatever I think the delivery was. But if you listen to cricket commentary, what we generally do is we will then say occasionally, that was another cutter, or that. So when we see a pattern of outswingers, we won't call every single one as an outswinger, we would do it that way. So it's a different sport in the way that you commentate them.
Was it Sam Curran who came up with the worst possible phrase for how the scoring had changed in the IPL by comparing it to baseball? He said, this has got like baseball now. When all the pitches got better in the middle of the tournament and the runs were going, I think Sam Curran came out and said, it's getting a bit silly for the bowlers, this is like baseball. It's like, well, no, because there's like 9 home runs, if you're lucky, in a baseball
That's
match.
a high-scoring baseball game.
And we're now getting 30 sixes in some of these games, 40 something sixes in one of them. Very bad comparison. But the thing I like, to elaborate on what Oz was saying about the baseball, is the coverage. If you go to a baseball game, the fan experience is brilliant. It's the stats are all tailored toward. You can look at anything you want to, and there's people there scoring, just as there are in county cricket matches or wherever you go and watch your cricket. There's people with doing their own scoring. In baseball, there's
this is whacked up in the air. It's mistimed. Oh, we've seen a lot of fielders not come in to try and take the catches here.
This feels like run out can happen now, doesn't it?
Oh, run out. What's our run out odds?
Okay, Bet365 have decided that dismissal methods can't be done, so no price there. 11 is okay. I wouldn't be in a rush to back 11, but with 5 overs to go, double. When you've seen them run badly for a ball, that's when I'm sort of getting awake to.
Oh, this is a big swing by Riley Rousseau, and this has gone for
Nice.
6. So 8 runs off the start of this over. Miss-hit the first one, and he's got away the second one. Nitesh, now, Kritika, you and I need to do some maths here. Mm-hmm. Kumar is going to bowl one more. Cummins is going to bowl one more. Natarajan is going to bowl one more. If I'm not mistaken, that means that Nitesh has to bowl another over, because Viyaskant is finished. He finished with 1 for 37 from 4. That next Nitesh over, if we can work out what that is, Rob,
It's
is
due
worth
loads, yeah.
betting on, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is, at what stage now does wicket not play a big part in the market?
If Shashank gets out right now, because Jitesh can do it, Ashutosh can do it. You probably want Ashutosh to face 15 balls, or 10 balls here would be great, because he'll hit 3 sixes if he does.
Yeah.
So, the Riley getting out now would be big because he's set and he's scoring at 220. Like that would be a big wicket even at this stage. But at the other end, Shashank hasn't done anything yet, so it doesn't matter. If he gets out, it's just a dot. It really is just a dot. But you'd be expecting more boundaries from Reddy bowling here. 2,
6, wide, 4. He's whacked this. Actually, might come around the field. No, he's too straight. And he's got away with that, Riley Rousseau. I'm going to be honest, I love Riley Rousseau. It's not been a classic Riley Rousseau innings. We saw earlier in this tournament when he made the 60-odd and everything seemed to bounce off his bat like he had an issue with the bowler. This has more been muscular Riley Rousseau, Kritika, I would say.
Yeah, I think Rob's quite happy with Rousseau coming in and whacking it all over the place.
Very much so.
Yeah, because you wanted Shashank, to be promoted up. But are you happy with how it's going?
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, the Punjab most sixes is in very good shape now, but if they get 5 more, I'll be happy. They've already got 10, I think.
This over?
They've got 10 in this innings. Another 5 would be nice before they finish.
Is that a spread betting thing?
No, just most. So I want them to
yeah,
more
of
than-
course,
more than
because you had it
SRH.
at 3-1, didn't you?
Yeah, really big.
Short, and I'm sorry, Rob, but that was a nipple flap. He
It's
got
12-17, by the way, for first mention of nipple from Jarrod today.
the ball got stuck in the wicket, and he was going to hit it big and just muscle it over mid-wicket, and it got stuck on him, and it ended up just having to sort of slap it away as if it was coming for him at a weird angle. You can get 3s, by the way. Oh, actually, the odds have just changed, but they were 3s, Sunrisers, a minute ago.
Yeah.
For all those people who said they were going to win on our YouTube channel, the money's on your side if you want to put a bet on. 173 for 2, 15.4. We expect a strategic timeout in a moment. He's got away with this, Nitesh. This is down the leg side, and Shashank hasn't been in long enough to help this on its way. That was a 4 ball, and the odds just changed massively there as well. after that dot ball, way more than they should have. But anyway, has a whale just come in?
No.
No whales.
No whales. No, none in the pond just yet.
I was betting on the run line last night on the game, and I noticed the whale put in 500 grand very late.
Yeah.
500 grand on the run line, not the game.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, isn't it?
I mean, that's how much I spend normally. Legs ball on off stump, and Shashank turns this on the leg side. They should get 2 here for 2 reasons. One, there's 2 there. Oh my God, Shashank, run! Run!
And there's your run out.
Oh!
Didn't take long, did it? Yeah,
No,
4
is that,
balls,
what's our
so-
winner's bell? Yeah, that's our winner's bell, isn't it? No, where's
no.
our bell? Oh, the bell's over
the
here.
actual bell. Yeah, there we go.
All right, sorry everyone. So what were the odds on the run out?
11, so 10 to 1.
Whoa, that's a big one, Rob.
Yeah,
Did you get
yeah.
any on?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm
Hopefully
not allowed.
someone listening in did.
So, yeah, the occasionally frustrating thing about this particular job is I have to shout these things out, but I can't necessarily back them on myself because I'm not allowed betting accounts with all these companies. But yeah, hopefully some people made some cash there. And
Yeah, I wish I'd put that on myself. I was I took the 3s on Sunrisers just before then, so I'm also more than happy with that. They're coming to 246 after that run out. Just to explain it as well, I think we're going to have a timeout here. But I'll quickly explain the run out until it is officially called. But the ball was hit into the leg side on purpose by Shashank looking for 2. There was always 2 there. Riley ran like there was 2, and Shashank ran like there was 2. Shashank then decided after they started the second run he wasn't going to run. Riley had already gone. At any stage had Shashank actually run correctly, he would have easily made that second run. But he paused twice, I want to say. And because of the second pause, in the end, he was just run out by, what, half the pitch, Kritika?
Yeah, it was.
there was-
like,
sorry. go
No,
ahead.
no, and I was just saying, like, as you said, you knew that there was a run out coming. and
He
it
did.
just
'Cause
happened, right?
that's why we have Rob Barron here on Cricket 8. That's why we have strategic timeouts also on Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. This is Kritika Naidu. That is the Rooster, Rob Barron. And we will be back in 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Live at cricket8.com if you'd like to ask any questions. We've got one from Varun who says, conventional wisdom suggests that the best bowler bowls the 19th over, but we know that the 20th over on average is the highest scoring. Doesn't it make more sense to bowl your best bowler in the 20th over in the first innings to minimise run scoring in the second
In the
innings?
first innings. In chase, no. But in the first innings, that would always be the obvious thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it depends on what your best bowler is, because I think if your best bowler is a wicket taker, it probably makes more sense for them to bowl on the 19th, because then the person bowling the 20th over might be bowling to 2 players who are not set. But if your best bowler is a defensive bowler, then it makes more sense for them to bowl the 20th.
Are we talking first innings?
Yes, this is
You
first
bowl
innings.
your best over in the 19th, and you do it every time.
In the first inning.
Yeah, and then you think about it, and then you do it anyway.
Why?
Because the 20th over is due less runs if you get people out in the 19th.
Ah, yeah.
It's as simple
But
as
that's
that.
what I'm saying. If you have a defensive bowler, they
Yeah.
should bowl the 20th. If you have an attacking
But-
death bowler, so Dwayne Bravo should never bowl the 20th over when he was playing. He should always bowl the 19th because he's more likely to get wickets. You need his wickets to slow the runs down at the other
Totally,
end.
yeah, totally. And when Dwayne Bravo was on, he got lots of poles because he wanted Dwayne Bravo throughout his whole career to get as many wickets as possible, and nothing else mattered to him.
How do you feel as a commentator about the reviews for wides, Dan Norcross?
Well, do you know, I really enjoyed them when they first came in. And obviously, it was in the women's tournament that it first came in because everything that's pioneered is in the women's tournament. But you end up with this kind of... The definition of a wide is that the batter in his...
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. I'm with me is the Rooster, Rob Barron, who's just given you an 11 to 1 shot on the run out. I think I pressed the button at the time. I can't remember.
You got to ring the bell, Joe. That's what.
No, I rang the bell when we won. I didn't know where the bell was. I've got killer Kritika Naidu with me as well. Bhuvi Kumar is bowling at the moment, and he's bowled a full toss that Riley Russo should have smashed. Shank has just run himself out, so Jitesh Sharma has come in. Ashutosh obviously not playing today.
I mean, I want him to play Smashatosh, but Jitesh, whilst he's not had a great season,
Didn't he look good in his last game?
yeah, his six percentage is really high still.
Yeah.
And that's what they need now. They need to hit sixes and stop this
I
one.
don't have a
nonsense.
big issue with this particular
It's
one.
fine. It's fine because he's not due many balls, Jitesh, but he is very good at hitting sixes, and yeah, that's what they need now. Boovy's trying to go Yorker length to stop the sixes, but if he misses, he'll go because he's certainly not going to get any swing hit.
Rob, I have a question for you. So would you recommend people to come in now and, lay their bets on Punjab, or would you wait, until Sunrisers start batting, because then it could, like 6 overs could mean anything, right? It could go either way. So would
Yeah.
you do that now, or come
Well-
in later? It's just a matter of 4 overs, and then maybe just start and see how Sunrisers actually play.
It's all about like what price do I think it should be versus what price
Yeah.
it is, and there's no real answer to like when the time. So what often happens though is in the innings break, the market suddenly goes, well, actually, this is a really good pitch. Actually, look how many sixes
Yeah.
the Sunrisers have got, and then look at the Punjab bowling, and you're like, well, is Chahar going to be any good on this deck? Like, probably not. Is Bra going to be good on this deck? Probably not. And then all of a sudden, you can make a case for the chase
Yeah.
because you can't. You must get Klassen out to stop the
Yeah.
total nonsense. And this is a team that has scored 120 something off the power play in this
Yeah.
IPL, and they've chased 167 in 9.2 overs in this IPL.
Glad
So
you said that now. The person from Lucknow's left the field.
what I'm looking out for is that's just horrible cricket.
Full toss, missed time to cover. We have seen 5 full tosses not be capitalised on here. Sorry, continue.
What I'm looking out for is the bookies and the market not reacting enough to how nuts SRH might go in the second innings, which is when Travis Head and Abhishek, if they put together any type of partnership, they will score at ludicrous
Yeah.
runs per over
Yeah.
and sixes per ball. And quite often, what I'll predict a mistake the market will make is if either or both of those two are still in after the 6th,
Yeah.
they will be too low on the run expectancy of the 7th because they think the 7th over of T20 always means you nudge it around. It doesn't mean that anymore.
Yeah.
The bookies can't get a handle on this. I'm finding it very difficult to get it through to inexperienced traders that the 7th over, yes, it is a thing, and yes, we have loads of stats on it, but when they're 110 for naught off 6, they're not going to go into their shells now
Yeah.
and start nudging it about. They're going to go just
Yeah.
as hard, and the 6 becomes even more likely because they can't chip it over the outfield anymore or the infield anymore. They're going to try and smash it into the crowd. So that's where I think the market, if one of Head or Abhishek is in after 6, they won't be high enough on the 7th because they're going to keep going. And they will be chasing at least, if it goes badly from here, they'll be chasing 210. And if it goes well from here for Punjab, they'll be chasing 225. It's going to be somewhere in there.
We just got an email. Remember, you can contact us live at cricket8.com. We've had a few emails. We had one from Oz before, and this one is from First, who says, I got in on the run out, 0.2 units, but a win is a win. That is how we definitely look at it here. And I think that's one thing I've learned about, being involved with this community, Cricket 8 in general, and obviously more gambling people are contacting me and everything else. No one cares if you've won $1 or if you've won $1,000. It's the
Absolutely right.
win that everyone, and the consistent wins if you can manage them. I remember I was embarrassed originally to show my exchange account because I was like, I've gone from £25 to £67, and they were like, these guys were so excited. They're like, look at this.
Great, yeah.
Full toss, has he hit a 6? No, he's hit it straight down to long on. And he's being caught. Wow. Apparently the best ball on this wicket is not a ball that is on this wicket. It is a full toss, and that was whacked straight back down the ground and was caught. So that was Pat Cummins, and Riley Rousseau's gone. So he ended up with about 49 off 24. 49 off 24,
Yeah.
right.
Good.
About exactly.
Very good. If
I think that showed he's an IPL player, but continue.
had Punjab done averagely well against the full toss in this game, they would already have 200 on the board.
Yeah.
They've had about 8 full tosses, and they've plinked all 8 of them and lost a wicket. They're like,
Have they hit a
They're like-
boundary off a full
they're like
toss?
1 for 7 off full tosses or something. They've had 8 of them. Is there any possible explanation for that? That full tosses are more difficult to hit in this ground, in this air type? Is there anything in that, or are they just having a shocker?
I think they're having a shocker. Soft ball sometimes obviously can play a part in full tosses. Also, when you are, I would say sometimes on some wickets, and this is going to sound weird, but when the ball's coming on the way you want it on the wicket, and you're batting really well, and you're in a position where you're like, well, they're going to bowl this delivery, and they're going to bowl this delivery. The full toss is sometimes the outlier in that. But everywhere I've ever looked, everyone always says to me, I think the surprise full toss is a really good ball. And it's like, well, it goes at 14 runs and over. It's not. It's worse than a free hit.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a good ball ever. But within that, you understand what I'm saying, which is there are certain days, perhaps, when the ball is coming on well, when, you know, especially if you think the opposition's going to bowl you, as this is full and straight from Cummins and driven to mid-off, they take 1. Almost a run-out chance there. I think if you think they're going to bowl very specific kinds of balls because of the pitch, which on this wicket from the scene, we assumed they were going to bowl short cutters, a full toss is very different than that, right? But I don't think once you've had 7 of them, you can keep claiming that as an excuse. You've had enough by that stage to get used to them, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jarrod, in terms of that, right, like how much of a difference does, conditions make? Like weather condition is quite humid, it may rain, there was a drizzle early on. Do you think that could have played a part? Or?
That could play a part in them bowling more
Yeah.
full tosses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think generally if the ball's a little bit down, although we haven't seen them drying the
No.
ball all that much.
No.
But yeah, Lockie Ferguson bowled 2 head-high full tosses
Yeah.
the other night, 100% because of the
Yeah.
wet ball.
Yeah.
Lockie Ferguson only probably doing that. So yeah, I do think that plays a big part. It gets better than what Rob said, by the way. I've looked at this. At the moment, the strike rate on full tosses is 71,
That's abysmal.
and they've got 1 for 5. Just to point this out, when you bowl length, which is usually the best length, they're scoring at 109 with 1 wicket. So full toss is the best ball on this wicket, and unfortunately he bowls 1 into the wicket, and it's whacked away. Probably just get 2 there. I still wonder, Rob, if this pitch is just going to get a little bit soft here.
No boundary for ages. So I quite like, this is a bit dangerous, but I quite like, so it's a small bet for me, I quite like the under 12.5 this over now, because I think it has to be Natarajan who bowls the 19th, and they saved
Nitish goes 20th.
they saved the junk for the 20th because they might get one or both of these out.
We just called Nitish
This
one of the most exciting young prospects, and you've now junked him.
I didn't say it was him that was going to bowl. Could be Shabazz, couldn't it? It won't be Shabazz, but they have. If I'm captain or coach, there's no way that Natarajan doesn't bowl this over.
Yeah.
And if there is something in the fact they haven't hit a boundary for 17 or 18 balls now, maybe it's slowed down, maybe the air's come out of the ball, maybe these 2 in particular are struggling to time it. Who knows what it is? But if it's Natarajan, I really like the under 12.5 this over. And then, if both of these are still in at the end of it, I'll be whacking overs in the last over if anyone's any line like 12.5, because that over's probably due 14 and a bit.
So just having a look here at the game so far. So far, the full tosses are doing better than the Yorkers. Which you don't see all that often.
This is Punjab. That's Punjab in a nutshell. They look like they're doing really, really well, but they cannot hit the full toss.
Natarajan is bowling this over, as we suspected. And this is a wide down the leg side. Poor from Natarajan, but he has bowled well today. So just to go through this, so I don't really look at Yorkers because Yorkers basically don't exist, which is a conversation for a different time. But full balls are going at a strike rate of 169. Length balls are going at a strike rate of 136. Short of a length is going at 177. Short is going at 225, and full toss is going at 71. Based on what we've seen here, I think that this could be a wicket. It should be a wicket.
Ooh.
Great
Oh my
catch.
God, he's almost
Nice
killed
catch.
himself, Sonny, there
Great-
to take that
great
catch
catch.
as he's run back with the flight. And Ashutosh, that was Ashutosh, wasn't it? He's gone.
yeah. You know what that's good for?
Absolutely. Oh no. Sorry.
Natarajan top bowl.
Oh yeah, sneaky.
That's his second. He's going to really struggle to lose from here.
How many wickets would Nitesh need his last over? 3 to beat him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's going at.
So I went early on the
17.5
bell,
over. Yeah, it's looking quite good, the Natarajan top bowl.
Also,
that'd be a nice
Sunrisers
start.
are almost back into favourites here.
Well, they've not just... I said it would be bad if they got 210, and they will now be doing pretty well to get 210 from here. So it's gone like... The market had it priced in that they were going to get a really good score, and all of a sudden, they've not been able to do anything these last few overs. They haven't had a good over. Well, 16 was... basically, since the run out, they haven't scored a run. 6, 6, and 1 off the next... What's that? 18 balls? 14 off 18. I mean, that's... Those 18 balls will probably do 36.
So you want to go big on the last over?
It depends who's batting. Look, we've got to wait a few balls here. I think I do, but I also think the market will probably price it in, which means I can't bet, if you know what I mean. If the market thinks the last over is going to go for loads, and so do I, then I can't bet because the market's priced it in. But if it's giving the last over 10.5, then I would smash overs, but I very much doubt it will. And I don't know much about this guy.
Shivam, who's come out. He's got a back of a length ball that he's knocked out to deep mid wicket for one. Send us an email, remember, live at cricket8.com. He says, are other teams and players happy seeing this bowling from Sunrisers? Yeah, I mean, there's a few teams in this playoff who don't have particularly great death bowling all the way through. I think last few games, Sunrisers bowling has actually got better. This is a very good pitch though, so I wouldn't particularly be too worried. And they might still end up with Punjab making a sub-par score. I think the run line was, 220 at one stage?
Yeah.
It was north of that, yeah.
Yeah. And this one is whack. This is a bad ball from Natarajan. It's a length ball too wide. He's either got to be fuller with that or it's got to be straighter. And because of that, Jitesh can just swing that over the line. And we've also got... Pratik wants to know why your handle is Monsieur Le Judge. Is it Monsieur Le Judge?
No, it's Monsieur Judge, because Monsieur Le Judge was taken.
That's right.
That's why it is.
We don't know why Monsieur Le Judge was taken.
I've had many Twitter accounts that have been shut down for various reasons, but I had to close my...
Usually heckling players.
Yeah. I had to close my one because, Stuart Meeker was sat next to me and I'd been slagging off all his mates. So... so this one has not really got going yet, my current Twitter account, because whenever I want to tweet something, I'm reminded that I might be sat next to one of the people that I'm mugging off on it. So yeah, I need to learn how to behave myself.
I've actually invited in someone directly that you've had run-ins with.
Go on, who's that?
Jay Dernbach.
Oh, that would be really fun if I sat next to him.
Because I know that you've had issues with him.
Well, he got into it with me on Twitter, even though I hadn't tagged him or anything, so he must have searched for his own name. So I'm going to ask him about that for half an hour if he's sat in the hot seat.
We're just having a look at a run out here. He was safely in, but the umpires just wanted to have a look. And also, I think Jitesh might have changed his gloves because he slid along the ground. And once your gloves touch dirt, no, actually, it was Shivam. Once your gloves touch dirt, you can never use them again, even though players rub their hands on dirt all the time. Good slow ball bounce here. This is the kind of ball. I do think the air has gone out of the ball here just a little bit. Having said that, I still think this last over is worth getting back in on.
Let's see how many the market gives it first. So anyone on under 12.5 for this over is fading a 6, basically. A 6 chins it, otherwise it's fine. Natarajan is quite a hard man to hit for 6 usually, because he can nail the Yorker, but same breath, if he misses the length, it can go. Jitesh hasn't hit one yet.
It's gone the back of the length ball. It's gone up in the air. They might get a couple because it's found a hole at square leg. Was that Natarajan who ran around there?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Jeez, he's quick.
Yeah, that was rapid.
I can't think of too many bowls in the world that would have stopped a ball going to square leg where there were no fielders around from going for 2. That was brilliant fielding there. I'm really impressed with the way that he ran over. Having said that, I think the striker might have been ball watching.
Yeah, I can't bet on the innings run line, by the way, because you'd have to bet over 15.5. Is that right? It's just settling down now, the market. They're on 195 now, right? Yeah, you have to bet over 15.5 at evens, and that's very much pricing in that they're going to do really well. And they've got new bat. You know, Jitesh has got to do it by himself, really. You can't expect Shivam to go mental. So if anything, I'd want to be on the unders rather than... I do think this over will go, but they're certainly the market is certainly pricing it in.
Market is unsure. We do think the ball has gone soft, which is something worth remembering for later. Sunrisers, if they are chasing, 205, 210, whatever it ends up being, they want to be well ahead of the strike rate, which shouldn't be a problem for them, Kritika.
No, yeah.
They're not going to leave it to the end, are they?
No.
44 runs for 4 wickets after the last 30 balls, I think that's it. 195 for 5 here. Jitesh is facing, and I'm assuming it's going to be Nitesh bowling. I haven't seen yet. Yes, it is. It's short. It's whacked away. They're probably just going to get a single there. Again, they're going with the short balls.
That's a bad single. You'd want Jitesh facing as many of these as possible, wouldn't you?
It's not an ideal single, is it? It was a slow ball bouncer. And Jitesh, I wonder if they've got... Did they have a short fine leg up in the circle? Did either of you see? Oh, my God!
Oh.
Well, the bowler and the batter have clashed, and it was lucky that Jitesh didn't get hurt, because when Nitesh saw at the last minute, he put his hands up right into his throat. But it looks like everyone's fine. Could have hurt his fingers as well. Imagine that. How'd you hurt your fingers? On another man's throat. I mean, the amount of times I've said that, really. 196 for 5. Shivam is 1 off 1. And he's facing his second ball. The favourites, Sunrisers have just come into favourites for the first time in quite some time. He tries to scoop this over his head, he misses it. And good keeping by Heinrich Klaassen there, gets the ball straight back to Nitesh. There is no run.
I would like to watch that ball over and over again, please.
He's almost dill scooped this, hasn't he?
But nowhere near the ball. He's about a week late.
He went up, but he was on the Victorian line and it was on the northern.
Welcome to the Punjab side, Shivam. You'll fit right in, my friend. That's a lovely shot. Best case, he hits that straight to the wicketkeeper with the way he played.
He might have hit it straight up in the air.
No power, completely straight, dill scoop.
Another slow ball, short one. He's got a top edge here. They do have fine leg back. So how they get out of this now, and the odds have changed massively just in this over. They've gone from favourites to 218, 220. Jitesh back on strike, 2 sixes here. We'll change that very quickly again. But right at the moment, and what's the run line? Is it 204? They'd be happy with 204 at the moment, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they've made a right pig's ear of this.
Of a poor over as well. I went in on this over, so it hasn't gone well for me.
Yeah, they absolutely need at least 1/6. Or they're going to be below par on this deck. 200 isn't enough on this pitch.
Mid-off up in the circle. Where is Jitesh going to go? It's going to be short again. No, it's full. It's straight. And I think he's hit this for 6, for 4, for something. It's a something. It's a 4. One bounce. It was a full toss, everyone. He hit a full toss for 4.
Only just.
But that has changed things just a little bit. It's got them back in. I think this is when bowlers, sometimes at the death, triple think themselves a little bit there. That was probably just another ball that was worth going slow into the pitch. If you get hit for a 4 or a 6 there, at least you know it was working before, and then you have to change. Changing for the sake of change, I'm not as much of a fan. Anyway, he's got his boundary there, but still it limped over the line. So there's not a lot of power out there. He's got 2 more balls from Nitesh here. Nitesh, short, too short, and a wide. I don't know what, how much the rest of you did there, but I felt like I heard a sigh from our producers. So I don't know what bet they have on this over.
The trouble with Simon now is we've taught him too much, and this can happen. I've seen it with guys I've worked with. Is all of it? Yeah, we've made him sentient, and now he's going rogue and placing his own bets, which could be anything. And it's always very funny to see when he's getting absolutely stuck into something of his own volition. Big 2 balls, this.
This is a very big 2 balls. And this is a full toss again. Suddenly the full tosses are going. Talked about stuff before. That is, again, not gone massively into the crowd, but it's certainly gone far enough. I don't think it's going to be a no ball. It looked like to me it's comfortably under the waist. They might just have a little look at this. And suddenly the bet I placed on this over looks a lot better, if we're being honest.
You're on over which line?
No, I went on the market. I figured that this over was a 15 to 20 run overs and it would change the odds of the market.
Sure.
So I've been able to make some money off that. Another 6 here would be quite handy.
I've completely closed my match position now.
Yeah. Well, this is my third time into my match position.
I think the odds are fine. I've had quite a good innings here. We've also given you loads of winners on the
11
stream.
to 1 shot. Last ball here. He's backed away. He's hit this up in the air. They should go. Oh, I thought he mishit that. Where's that gone? That's gone for 6.
Lovely.
How has he managed to hit that for 6? That is remarkable batting. Well done to Jitesh. He's had a bad season, but he's managed to play a really, really important innings just at a time when Punjab were giving that game back. They go in as favourites at 185, but you can get Sunrisers at 216. Do we have any bets for the start of the next innings before we have our break here?
Yeah, Abhishek under 27.5.
Abhishek under 27.5 runs, yes.
We're already on head man of the match. We've had Natarajan top bowler that's 1, and we're on Prab Simran plus 10.5 against head, which is in very good shape. Let me just have a quick look, see if there's any first ball stuff. Which is
also,
really
from
fun.
a head perspective, could you not get more stuff on head now? If you can bet on any markets, a player of the match, he will be slightly more distant, won't he?
Yeah, you would think so after this
would
start.
have a favourite now.
Yeah, it's probably...
Prab Simran or Riley?
It's probably Prab, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though Riley scored it.
Oh, also,
Better strike rate.
Natarajan top bowler.
Yeah,
You got that
lovely.
in easy.
4.5. So Harshal 4.5 top bowler for Punjab. If you want a fun one, wicket first ball of the chase 33-1. There you go.
Wow.
Wicket, first ball of the chase. You heard it here first with Rob Barron. If that comes up, we may only do one ball of the second innings. We might all head to the pub. But this is Cricket 8. Remember, go over to our Facebook page. There's plenty of content there. Subscribe on YouTube. We did get a YouTube question from Mag, which we will answer after the break. But we won't answer that just yet because we'll go off and make ourselves prettier. Well, not Kritika, but Rob and I will make ourselves prettier. There's nothing you can do with Kritika. This is just how she looks. We tried our best. And unfortunately, just really disappointing. But we will all be back after the break to more cricket with you. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes here on Cricket 8.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8, your number one destination for all things Indian cricket related. As always, I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinha. Another week of IPL action has passed us by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of our weekly IPL chat here on the India on Cricket 8 podcast. I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinha, and we're finally into the closing stages of the group phase of this season's competition. It's basically been going on for what feels like about 6 to 8 months, and yet only one side is currently mathematically guaranteed a playoff spot, which is quite frankly bonkers, but this is the IPL. KKR, of course, they're top of the table. They sit on 19 points after that washout against the Gujarat Titans. Gujarat themselves are out of the competition despite making the final in the last 2 seasons, winning it, of course, a couple of years ago. They're out along with Mumbai and Punjab, Mumbai probably being the shock one out of those 3. Rajasthan, meanwhile, they sit in second on 16 points, should be confirmed in the playoffs very soon, although they seem to have been stuck on 16 points for quite some time now. Beneath them, it's all to play for, with 5 sides technically fighting out for the remaining 2 spots. I guess, Mega, this is what the fans crave, isn't it? A bit of drama towards the end of the season.
Absolutely. And at least right now, we are clear that the 3 teams that are out, one has qualified. Up until the previous week, even after 50 matches, there was not one team that was sure of making it to the playoffs and not one team that had already crashed out. So it is going down to the wire. We might not have had as many close matches as we would have wanted, but at least in terms of qualification, that race is still pretty riveting and pretty close. Royal Challengers Bangalore are still in with a chance. After that run of 6 consecutive losses, one would have ruled them out, because that also meant that in 8 matches they had won just 1. But here they are still in it, and their net run rate also pretty healthy. We're talking about the Rajasthan Royals. We were expecting them to fumble at some point, but that it has come so close to the end of the qualification stage, with them having lost 3 matches back to back, one of them by just 1 run. So back then they might not have thought much about it, but now when there's still a mathematical possibility of them not making it to the playoffs, in that scenario, of course, they would be thinking about that loss, that 1 run loss. But otherwise as well, just that consistency that's been missing, and those 3 back-to-back losses might just do something to the momentum, to the confidence, like back-to-back wins. Yeah.
No Josh Butler. Josh Butler's
No
going
doubt.
home. He's coming back here to England
Yeah.
to captain England in that T20 series against Pakistan. That has got to be a huge blow, not just Josh Butler, the player, which will be a massive miss, but the aura that he brings to a side, the fear that he instills in opposition bowlers, that's not going to be there anymore at the top of the order. So they're going to have to go with something different. Yes, they've got Jaiswal up there to hopefully continue and score some runs, particularly from an Indian point of view before that T20 World Cup, just carry on some good form. But, you know, you miss a player like Josh Butler and all of a sudden other sides start feeling that they've got an opportunity every time they come up against you. So, it's not done and dusted for Rajasthan. I mean, I joked there about them being on 16 points for quite some time, but it's been like well over a week, hasn't it? Those 3 matches that they lost in a row since then, since they chalked up 16. So, it's you know, probably they've just done enough, just judging by what other sides have to do. I mean, there's sides like Bangalore and Delhi in particular who are having to rely massively on other results. And that's their issue of sort of starting so poorly this season, and Bangalore then going on that run of 5 straight wins. Let's start with RCB then, because it seems as though there's a real push, probably just because of Virat Kohli, from the general wider public for RCB to make a run and get into those playoffs. I mean, as an RCB fan, if you're somebody who's supported RCB all these years, you must be pretty good at maths, right? You're having to get your calculator out almost every year to see how it is still possible for RCB to make the playoffs towards the end of the group stages, because they always leave it quite late. They often miss out. Yes, they have made it a couple of times recently, but it's just it's drama of the highest quality, yes, but it's being led almost single-handedly by one man, Virat Kohli, who's orange cap holder, that innings of 92 from 47, once again just underlying his credentials.
Absolutely. And all the conversations around his strike rate, at least for now, have been put to rest, because there was a lot of conversations that were happening, and maybe rightly so, because last season as well, in that post power play phase, he would slow down, particularly against the spinners. And this time around as well, for the first half, that continued happening, a strike rate of around 133. But then, since the criticisms became louder and Virat Kohli took it to heart, we've seen a different player altogether. And later, of course, there was this post-match interview where Virat was livid, and Virat obviously made it clear what he thought about people in the boxes. But post that, he's obviously mellowed down with his bites as well, and he's mentioned that he's not somebody who wouldn't make changes to his game. He would acknowledge the issues and he would make those changes to get better as a player. And it's there for everyone to see. It's been a huge part of why RCB have strung together those 5 back-to-back wins, because Dinesh Karthik, who was a crucial cog in the first half of the season, in the last 5 matches, he hasn't made as much contributions. Fab du Plessis has been obviously providing fury start up front, but Virat Kohli has been the main contributor, and Rajat Patidar as well. After that England series where he was dropped, he couldn't get a lot of runs, and then he carried that slump into the IPL. But in the last 5 games, he's been making those contributions. Green as well stepping up, because he too didn't have a great start to the season, but got some form by his side. Will Jacks has been contributing. Obviously, the services of some of these players, RCB will not have going ahead. And Mohammad Siraj dropped for a game. Since then, he's obviously managed some movement up front. Things have been going well on that front. And Swapnil Singh, probably RCB's good luck, because since the time he's begun featuring in the 11. They've not lost any game, and he's been doing well for them as well. He's been given that first over 2, and otherwise as well in the middle overs, he's been delivering the goods for the team, including that game against PBKS. So all in all, it's clicking for RCB finally.
It is, but will it be too little, too late? Of course, they've got that game against CSK, their final one
Yeah.
in the group stages. Straight shootout, it could be, depending on other results, and if they're to go in RCB's favour along the way, they could still be in with a chance. I mean, there's a lot of parallels, and I know I sometimes use the football comparisons quite a bit, but for those in India, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are following the English Premier League football, that's going down to the wire. I mean, it all depends on a match tonight between Manchester City and Tottenham as to whether or not Arsenal have got a realistic chance. But regardless of that result, they still will have a chance going to that final game. But they'll obviously be relying on Man City to lose to West Ham and themselves to beat Everton. But all getting very close, and it's all kind of lined up. The stars have lined up in the football in the English Premier League. They seem to be lining up for RCB too. And look, Kohli's never won this, has he? It's one of the few trophies that he's not won. He's not going to move franchise. He's always going to be with RCB. He's already said that. So his entire IPL career kind of hinges on RCB's success. If he's to pick up that trophy, he's done all he can. It's good to see him relaxed as well, because we see the intense Kohli, and we saw him when he was captain of India, and that extra intensity he brings. He's still got that. He's still got the fight, obviously, and he's still scoring bucket loads of runs. But it was a great interaction between himself and Ishant Sharma in that match against Delhi Capitals. Obviously, two great mates, having grown up both in Delhi, on the west side of Delhi, and then played through the ranks together for both Delhi and for India. And, a nice little bit of banter between the two. Kohli hits him for a six, gives him a little bit of stick. Ishant gets him a couple of balls later, kind of almost sort of hit barges him in a kind of friendly manner. And it was good to see a smile from Kohli, although he'd just been dismissed too. So it's great to see that side of him. And not only is the strike rate question out the window, but his kind of attitude as well. I think a lot of people who may not have been the biggest Virat Kohli fans, and yes, there's not a lot of them in India, but just generally are kind of warming to him a little bit now as well, aren't they?
Indeed. It's very rare that Virat Kohli would let out a smile after getting out, but that's what Ishant Sharma made happen. And because they've been mates for the longest time and have played a lot of cricket together. In fact, it was Ishant Sharma who broke the news of Virat Kohli's making it to the Indian team for the first time to him. So that camaraderie has lasted for a while now. And even when Virat Kohli was a captain and those overseas wins, Ishant Sharma had a huge role to play. He'd play that containing role really well, and that's why the other bowlers could flourish. He'd create pressure from one end. So that chemistry was evident in the game against the Delhi Capitals. But otherwise as well, the India supporters, you could be supporting any team as Indian fans, but as Indian fans, in fact, you would want Virat Kohli to do well. You'd remember the 2022 World Cup and how important Virat Kohli was for that campaign, particularly the game against Pakistan. That almost was a miraculous performance because most fans had given up hope, and then Virat Kohli, like a man possessed, helped India cross the line. So you'd want Virat Kohli to perform well in the West Indies and the US as well, and him striking form and also getting those runs at a quick pace, particularly in the middle overs, is very important from India's point of view as well. Although, talking about the Indian fans' perspective, now as an RCB fan, of course, you'd want RCB to make it to the playoffs, but Indian fans who are not RCB fans wouldn't really want to see that happen because unlike England, Indian players cannot leave the IPL midway. So you'd want the players to spend some time together, spend some time in the US together before US and the West Indies together before the campaign kicks off. So that dilemma as well is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, I'm not sure with players like Kohli if it makes that much difference or not, such as the experience level that he's got. But look, let's talk about Sunrisers Hyderabad, because if you were just watching the IPL as a casual, as somebody maybe in a different country outside of India, you'd see the headlines, you would have seen their record-breaking feats, and you'd probably say they've been the team of the season, but the table suggests otherwise. They're in fourth position. They do have a game in hand over a lot of the sides around them, so they've got 2 games remaining. If they win one of them, they're on 14 points. If they win one of them, they're probably through.
Welcome to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. Arshdeep Singh is going to be bowling. Remember, we have got a bet on there being a wicket on the first ball here. 33 to 1. Arshdeep Singh is bowling to Travis Head. Got his grey nickels on his shoulder. He's the impact sub, of course. The target is 215. Full crowd in. And Arshdeep, left arm, fast medium, comes in and he's bowling! He's bowling! Rob Barron is a genius! A wicket first ball, 33 to 1. Oh my!
That's me done.
That is also, Rob is gone, he's left the building, by the way. If you see Rob out on the street, give him a cuddle. 33, I don't think I hit this hard enough.
Wow.
Absolutely extraordinary. It was an outswinger that, if we're being honest, didn't swing.
Oi!
It was just between about 3 different thoughts on that shot. And because of that, he's just played and missed, and the ball's gone straight through and taken the top of off stump. It was a horrendous shot by Travis Head. He will want that one back. But what a start for Punjab. That changes the game. That changes everything. But it certainly changes Rob Barron's bank account. Another holiday to the Maldives?
It will help. It will buy us another couple of days there, probably. Lovely jubbly.
So please let us know if anyone else managed to get that bet on, because I'd be very disappointed if no one in our audience followed that one. That was the one. Pretty ordinary shot, Kritika, though, from Travis Head.
Yeah. And
Let's just put your Sunrisers head on for a moment. Not the start you were looking for.
no, absolutely not. And I feel like now there would be nerves, definitely, as to even how they'll approach the chase. And yeah, personally, I don't think Sunrisers are going to win anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
that out. Well, the market's with you. The market says 330. I'm actually considering going in on Sunrisers at the moment.
Totally understand why. It's another one for dismissal method fans. Travis Head is bowled an awful lot in all formats, but particularly white ball stuff. It is a weakness of his.
Arshdeep in. Again, this ball's just pushed on the offside.
Tripathi and his lovely intent.
Oh, he's hit a 4.
Wow.
Rahul Tripathi. So full outside off stump, just lent on that. Travis Head just, if he's seen that on the screen, just look back as if to go, why has this happened to me? Not much swing there, which is the most important thing. That's actually partly what did Head. He was expecting the ball to move away a little bit, and he just didn't, so he dangled his bat out there. And they're still at 3s. We've got a couple of good questions. Shriant said, can you explain why the softballs are harder to hit? The best way of explaining this, Shriant, is not using me. It's find your little brother's bat, find an orange and find an apple, take them outside and hit the orange and then hit the apple and see which one goes further. A soft ball, a orange, as this one, back of a length, and I think it's about a single there, Tripathi, no run. A soft ball won't go as far, and the hard ball will go away, but you don't have to do it with that. To have a look at the difference between how far you can hit a tennis ball and how far you can hit a golf ball. Harder balls are easier to hit, and when we're talking about a soft ball, what we're just talking about is, the air out of the ball, what we're really just talking about is it's got softer than normal. And sometimes balls just get softer than normal, and sometimes they don't even get that soft, but the pitch plays differently. And we had a question from Mag here, which I think this might be a good one for you, Rob. How do you rate Ashutosh after 14 matches? Last few innings haven't gone his favour. Do you think he's retainable at 4 crores, assuming he stays uncapped until auction? And 4, short, wide, slashed! Tripathi, another 4.
Yeah, you've got to retain Ashutosh. His SMAT numbers were mental, and that's for a lot of these players. That's all we had to go on as far as the T24 was how they did in the SMAT. And his numbers, I'll load them up again because I love looking at these. They're absolutely absurd, and we saw him walk into the IPL and start smoking sixes everywhere, straight away, which is such a difficult thing to do. We have loads of hyped players. Look how long it took Fraser McGurk to be any good. With all that hype, 3 years basically. And he came in and got 31 off 17, then 33 not out off 15, then 31 off 16 and 61 off 28. That's his first 4 IPL innings. That's an absolutely mental start. And yeah, he's had a couple of failures, but when you bat like he does, where he's trying to get a 220 strike rate, you're going to fail. And if you fail half the time, you're doing really well. If you're that kind of bat. So he's a mandatory keep. 14, 15, 19 sixes in 6 innings in the SMAT. And he carried, so he's a genuine 6 hitter, and this is something that all teams are going to want at that number 7. Kritika, we were talking off air about how we don't think there'll be an impact sub anymore. So you want.
Is that
That was a conversation that we had earlier.
We all think that's happening.
Rohit said it
Yeah.
publicly.
I don't care.
I know you don't care what Rohit thinks, Jarrod. 'Cause
This one does swing. It's down the leg side, and they're not getting a wicket there.
But Virat came out and said, I agree with Rohit the other day. So I'd be very surprised if we still got that next season.
I remember when Sachin Tendulkar didn't want DRS.
Wow. And he did quite well out of DRS with some of those decisions.
But you remember, he was one of
Yeah.
the main opponents to it. I'm just saying, I think this is where the future is.
You think
I would,
impact subs-
if I was running the IPL, and remember, I once had a job interview to be the general manager of the IPL, right, which
Amazing.
shockingly I didn't get.
Amazing.
When I said, you should have more associates in. Maybe an associate team. No, I didn't go that far. But I would be saying to the IPL people, you've got two old guys that aren't going to be all that relevant in the next generation. We have the ability to get more runs and more wickets with the impact sub, because people will play harder and it'll be more entertaining. We can have more sixes and more wickets, which is absolutely what we want for this game going forward. I think the impact sub is 100%. Having said all that, if they took it away for a little while, it wouldn't surprise me. But we're going to have substitutions in cricket because this has been, I would say, this is the most successful season ever of substitutions that has shown why it works from an audience, casual audience standpoint, not from a cricket standpoint.
Completely fair. So I was talking to somebody who's bets very high and does very well on cricket earlier today, and he said, I much prefer the livelier pitches. It's not the fact that he wants slow dogs, but he wants ones with high strike rate, but also high wicket percentage.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Which is Delhi and Bangalore this season, right? Whereas this sort of
Rishi
pitch-
is bowling at the other end, and short and wide, that should have been hit for four, and Tripathi disappointingly hits that to a point. So who was saying that?
a good friend of mine, Ed, who wouldn't mind me saying his name, particularly if he's only his first name, who's very big in cricket betting. He's uses a model. He's on Betfair with big numbers every day, and he's like, I don't like the 250 gets chased. None of us like real cricket fans really like that. Where it's so like there was a Sharjah pitch in one of the IPLs where it was just like, how many sixes are they going to get today? Is it 30 or is it 40?
Yeah.
And you think I am bored of that, because it just becomes range hitting against a bowling machine. But when there's something in the pitch that you can score loads of runs, but if you want to score loads of runs, you've got to risk your wicket because there's something in it for the bowler. That's the phrase that we wheel out a lot. There's something in it for the. There must be something in it for the bowlers, or it gets boring. But most fans are quite happy to watch the ball getting smoked for six all the time. And
Rishi,
here's a guy that hits lots of sixes.
And he's
Abhishek.
chipped this on the leg side for one. There. So here's my point. I think the impact sub has worked in that this is the highest scoring T20 season ever, and that's what casual fans like. What you also want to go with that is more wickets.
Yeah.
Because they are also exciting. If you say you can use 10 batters in the future, it means batters will go even harder, they will score more runs, but they will also lose more wickets. And I think the best thing the IPL did this year was the double bouncer regulation, because it brings in more runs and more wickets at the same time. And if I was running a league, which will never be allowed, that is what I would do. How can we do this in a way that we have more runs and more wickets? It's Tripathi! He almost is stumped off a seam bowler with the wicketkeeper back because he runs so far down the wicket. That just swung a little bit. Just a little bit away from the bat there. So that's the way I look at those sorts of things, which is how can you do it in both directions, right? You want it to be more exciting all the way through, but you can't just have it being runs.
No.
It needs to be more dramatic.
Totally agree. Just back to Abhishek's six hitting amazement.
Yes.
Every single game this season he's got one. That's really hard to do. He's got 6, he's got 7, he's got 4, he's got 2 a few times, but every single time he's batted in this IPL, he's got a 6. And we're now, 12 games in, 13 games in. So you would expect one from his blade at some point.
Rishi is bowling again, and this is
Shot.
played beautifully by Tripathi for 6. It was a length ball that he just put the big front elbow up and just extended his arms all the way through, and that is a 6 and an absolutely beautiful shot as much as anything. Not easy to hit a 6 off that kind of ball, Kritika. Not like that anyway.
No. Also, the prediction of a 6 every over, then that didn't happen because the first over didn't have one.
Yeah.
Couple of 4s.
You don't have
Missed out on
to.
that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he was wrong.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me I've got to press the thing. Everyone needs to know how wrong he was.
I think I've done my bit.
You don't need to do anything else. You've got to say 33-1 winner. So Tripathi is 15 off 8. Weirdly enough, he's the one with 1, 6 and a 4. Abhishek's faced a single delivery, and obviously Travis Head was out first ball. The runs have come in. The odds have come back in for Sunrisers to 272. I think we're going to have a change of ball here. I think he might have clanged that onto a spectator or someone else, and that the ball has been damaged. I can see a big chunk out of the ball. We've got it here, but the actual lacquer itself looks like it's come off, and so what the umpires are saying is there's normal damage, and this has gone well beyond normal damage, and we have to replace it. Although I did tell this story, Rob's probably heard this before, Kritika, but I played in a club game where we went out and we had to face 1 over, and we were chasing about 170, and it was a two-day game, so we had 1 over to face that night, and then the next day we had to come back for more days. And I went out to open, and my opening partner said to me, block out the over, blah, 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 blah. And I'm at the non-striker's end, and he gets a short ball, first ball, and just whacks it, like just slugs it for no reason after just telling me we had to block out this over. And it hit the fence, and the same thing happened. It hit a fence, and a big bunch of the lacquer came off it. The bowler comes up to the umpire, and he goes, look at this, look what happened to the ball. And the umpire said, yeah. And the bowler said, well, we have to replace it. And the umpire said, well, see if you can hit it further.
Fair enough.
278. Any other second innings run lines? Probably not a bet at the moment because Sunrisers are still in the game.
Yeah, The second innings run line only really becomes interesting when the price goes 1.2-ish. When I like it is when they have to chase loads and the run rate gets out of hand, because then the unders becomes value because of the all-out chance.
You say that. Should we just talk about the Pakistan women's team and how we've been betting on them successfully?
Yes, please.
Because this is a good one. If you watch the last game, what we have been doing is betting overs on their power play after trying. We did go unders for briefly on the first time on their power play, and they've been a brilliant power play batting side against England in the women's cricket, which means that they've been scoring 40, 45, 50 runs in their power play, getting you overs because no one is expecting them to do this. But then you can bet on them being bowled out for less than 120 as they replace the ball and Tripathi's hit another 4. Well, this is getting interesting now. 21 for 1 after 2 overs. Tripathi is 19 off 9. Yeah, and so then the minute Eccleston and Sarah Glenn come on, you bet on the underscore, and so you basically cash in twice on the same team. You can also do it with the odds for the game, because even though they're never favourites, England come out to like 1.4, 1.5 at times during those games. Yeah. And then they face the spinners and it's game over. It's like Pakistan has never seen spin bowling before. Very high quality bowling, but it's a good little one to have a look at. But the Pakistani top order batting really, really well. They're bowled well also. Short, wide, even not that short, not even that wide. I take all that back, but Tripathi just slashes it away for 4. It was probably just marginally back of a length outside off stump, and he's kind of just guided that for another boundary, Rob Barron.
I love Tripathi because he's so high intent, and he always was. He was doing this 5 years ago. Like, he comes in, and he was one where if you knew he was playing, what we used to basically, we'd have certain things written down that we mustn't forget. Back Travis Head to be bowled, back Cameron Green to be bowled, and it used to be that when the wicket fell for SRH back in the day, and it used to be Agarwal or Abhishek had quite a long sustained go, didn't he? When the wicket fell, always back first 6 overs straight away, because the market adjusts downwards because there's a wicket, and you smash overs because his first 10 ball strike rate was ludicrous. Yeah. Now
Abhishek's in. This is short, and to be fair, he's top edge this over the keeper's head. Well, actually, probably more over short fine leg for 4. There's runs coming absolutely everywhere at the moment, and if this goes for any much longer, the 3s that we told you to back for Sunrisers are going to look pretty good. They're already into 228. You could cash out now if you wanted to. I'm saying this partly out loud, Rob, because I do have a bet on the Sunrisers.
You say most things out loud, Jarrod.
Yeah, I don't say them very quietly. Luke's never sure if I've got my microphone in or not. Producer Luke in the other room. Zarshdeep coming in again. Abhishek facing up, and he swings at this. There's still a little bit of swing here. I might just cash out at the moment, Rob, because Just enough swing that I think a wicket could come here in a moment.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. If you've got in, basically, if you got in after you've had your 33-1 winner on wicket first ball, and now you're away at 1.8, that's a big effort for, how many balls? 13 balls?
Yeah.
And if you can go from...
I didn't get the 33-1 though. I didn't get my bet on, sadly.
Okay, I'm hoping that people in the next room did, but I'm hoping our fans and followers have all made themselves a few quid there.
If not, certainly we can cut together a couple of those big winners that we've had from the start of games this year. Arshdeep in again, swings away again.
Ooh.
These last couple of balls, Arshdeep's now staring him down. It's like, mate, if you'd bowled like this from the start, you wouldn't need to stare anyone down. You'd just be bowling well.
This is richly entertaining cricket again, isn't it? Punjab have bought the fun again because the bowling, Rishi Dhawan bowls in power play today, which is always fun. It was questionable decision 12 years ago when he used to play, and now it's like, because no one else can do it, you'd have hoped that Punjab could have put a 19-year-old on the park today. And
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I see what you're saying there. You look at his actual skill sets, and he should be an IPL player.
Yeah. And
does that make sense?
And he was for ages. He's played in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Back of a length and pulled away by Abhishek. Doesn't quite get the 6 here, which is what Rob Barron's looking for. A couple more 4s.
I'm quite happy for them to chase this, scoring only 4s, because we're on Punjab most 6s at 3s. And they need 12 to tie that, or 13 to win.
So they're almost back into favourites here. So I went out after a couple of dot balls, but a couple more boundaries here, they might go into favourite. So if you did want to stick around a little bit longer than I did, that is more than fair. But I've got my double greens. So Kritika, so double greens means it doesn't matter which side wins. I win on both sides.
Wow.
It's the magic. Wait till you get the triple green in a test match. I'm trying to change the language of the betting community because they've got some boring term for this that isn't as good as the double green. I might get a T-shirt that just says double green.
Maybe you could paint your face green for the final.
Maybe I could. Wouldn't David Gower... well, actually, I shouldn't say that in case he can't do it. Back of a length outside our star. Wouldn't whoever our major star is for that game... we're trying to get some people in. He is one that we've talked to. We've talked to a few other people that have said yes, but they're not a free, unfortunately. So we have cycled through a couple of people. But wouldn't someone like David Gower really love to... sit next to someone in green face paint? Wouldn't that be the glory time of his career?
It'd be like, it's come to this. I know the Tamal tea break has sort of questioned his resolve over the PSL when he has to say everyone's tucking into a...
No,
every
surely the best tea break is the one Simon Dewar would do in New Zealand where they had the full tea set in front of them. And, Abhishek, short! And he's pulled this away, and it is going to go for 6. Oh, beautiful shot there on the hip. Helped that. So that was 4.4.6, I think, that over. Proper Abhishek type batting, and Sunrisers have made this an even game. So if you did stick in a little bit longer than me, you would have cashed in even further there. And I was glad I went out because he bowled 3 or 4 good balls in that over, but he got 1 wicket off an edge, but the other 2, Abhishek now looks in full form.
Yeah, just carrying on from where he leaves off, like really in the previous games, and like Rob was saying, like he's been really, really consistent this IPL, and I feel like he's pretty much carried Sunrisers.
Yeah.
They're batting quite a bit.
How do you feel? So you said that you were out on Sunrisers about 2 minutes ago. Yeah. You feel back in on them already?
No.
No, really?
No.
You're still nervous?
Wow.
Yeah.
So what makes you nervous? Because you've got Heinrich Klaassen.
He's been misfiring really, like the last few games, right? Like it's one of those things, like it's hit or miss, right?
Yeah.
But I'm just not confident, really.
Okay, interesting. The market is. So you're thinking like a fan, not like a market. The 6 over line is 71.1, which to be fair feels like a decent unders, Rob.
I don't think I'm ever backing unders in the first 6 with this
Sunrisers?
team. Yeah, they're just too scary. They've got 120 in this tournament.
I'm 100% correct with you here. Is Rishi comes in, is that it?
Oh.
No, I think it
was a fumble, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The only reason I did that is because 2 things happened. The ball went in one direction and a piece of mud went behind him. Did you see that? He kicked up the dirt, but he tried to slash that away. Very much even money game at the moment. So a wicket here or a couple of sixes will really change things. And what did I say? It was 71 runs on the 6-over run line. That's come into 70 by the look of it.
And here we go.
Oh, that's poor bowling.
Absolute
It's
filth.
5 wides down the leg side from Rishi. Really, a bowler of his pace and his experience should not be bowling 132 kilometre an hour balls down the leg side. But also, not great keeping by Jitesh. I think you should be able to stop that. It was wide. Let's have a look. It wasn't that far away.
No,
and he's missed that by a distance, Rob.
He should stop that, yeah. One thing that finally teams have worked out, and I've been screaming for it since I watched T20 cricket when it first was born in England all those years ago when they were doing all sorts of crazy stuff and everyone was bowling a spinner in the first over and all this.
Oh, sorry. I thought,
Yes.
are they checking this as a no ball?
I'm not sure what's happened here.
They're checking something. So,
Are they
Nope.
now giving
No.
it buys? I'm not sure. Anyway, the thing that the teams have finally worked out, intent is everything in T20 cricket. You have to smack the power play. Like,
Yeah.
the teams that don't smack the power play don't win matches. I've been calling for this for 10 years or 15 years or so, and finally teams have worked out that the best thing to do is go hard and keep going hard. Jarrod, you want to say something?
no, just something has happened here, and I'm just waiting to see. So it was given as 5 wides originally, but there's certainly the third umpire is talking to someone. I don't think they reviewed it because they couldn't have because it was definitely wides. Unless they are saying they were reviewing it because it might have flicked the pads on the way through.
Or maybe no ball check?
Well, I thought it was no ball, but then I've taken that back. Surely if it was a no ball, we would know by now.
Yeah, true.
But also, yeah, it's third umpire. They are reviewing it. And there's lots of conversations out there amongst the two umpires. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think they're reviewing for leg buys. Does it flick the pads on the way? I was very close to the pads.
Oh yeah, maybe it does.
That's
Off
what
the
my,
strap.
my original thought was. It might have he might have got bat or pad on it,
We'll
but
soon find out, won't we? Snicker will tell us. Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
flicked his pad on the way through. That was quite interesting because that 5 wides changed it from from evens to 180, Rob.
Yeah.
So they'll go back out to probably 190 now. It's not a wide, right?
And again, if you've got your own Snicker at home or you've got really good ears and you've got the volume up, one thing that does help when you're trading games is if you do have audio of something, whether it's your stream or you're watching it on the telly or whatever. Obviously, when Kevin Peterson and Graham Swan are talking about stuff that isn't cricket, maybe
And there are 2 guests.
the
No.
maybe the mute button happens with some people, allegedly. But yeah, it is an important thing because you need to hear the
Didn't
game
Graham Swan,
as well as watching
wasn't he
the
one
game.
of the people that said he muted KP, or was that just Brody? There was a
I'm
player
not
who
sure
said,
they're now working together in the IPL, aren't they, Swan and Peterson?
yeah.
Yeah.
But there was a thing about English players muting for certain commentators, wasn't there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just going to get myself into trouble if I talk. And
Yeah.
I'm trying not
Was
to
that
get
Chris
myself into
Morris in the
trouble.
commentary?
Yeah,
booth,
yeah,
by the way?
yeah. Who
Oh, this has gone up in the air. This could be a wicket, or it could be a 6. And it is, oh my God, it's gone nowhere. It has
Wow.
dropped about 2 metres in, and Harshal Patel had so much backspin on it, he almost ran past it. It was like a golfer on a green.
Okay, when that shot was played, the chances of it being a single were about 1,000,000,000 to 1.
It was a single.
Wow.
So that had to be Tripathi ball watching here, because that went, short fine leg had to chase
They've
that
got
back.
time
He's
to-
actually hit that off the middle, not the edge.
They've got time to run 3 before it's hit the floor, and they've only managed to get a single.
Like, but you don't see backspin like that off a cricket ball very often.
No, that was golf, wasn't it?
Yeah. Incredible. But he didn't, it wasn't an edge either,
No.
Kritika. It's kind of like he hit
Yeah.
it straight up.
Yeah.
And there was about 4 guys around it by the time it landed. Incredible cricket. A single. Well, if you're on overs on this over and you got a single off that ball, Rob, I think you probably that's it for you for the day.
It
You've
just
got your
can't-
33 to 1 shot.
It just can't be a single, that ball. Play it back 1,000,000 times and it's never a single ever again. You must be able to run at least 2. That was a 3 there. Like me and you would have got 3 there, Jarrod.
Oh, definitely. Although my hamstrings are a little bit tight after playing that game the other day. So, before that game, definitely. He backs away and he tries to swing at this, does Abhishek, and he misses. 15 of 8 he is.
Speaking of
Good over from Rishi considering the poor first ball.
hamstrings, can we talk about
Oh.
Ian Tendulkar's cramp the other day? That
Oh.
might be my favourite moment of the whole of the IPL.
I was out. Can you take me through the story?
So what happened was, Ian, is it Ian or Arjun?
Arjun.
Arjun Tendulkar played.
Yep.
which is funny to start with. In a dead rubber for Mumbai, and that's why you have the
That's the argument.
So he played, which is very funny to start with, and you're thinking, well, last time we saw him, let's just watch this ball get absolutely hoofed for 6 over the leg side by Abhishek, who continues his ludicrous run of 6 hitting in this tournament. What they did is they sort of hid him as a bowler and let him bowl the first over. And again, conspiracy theorists would think, well, you know, Sachin's in the ground, like, give the lad a chance. Let's not play with maximum intent. And he got the swingy first over, and it went for 6, like everybody.
He is a good swing bowler.
Absolutely, he is.
He's just a bit slow.
But when the swing's gone,
Yep.
he's
Not a good
he's a
bowler.
bowling machine.
Yep.
And he managed to get through his first couple of overs with no harm done at all. I think he was none for 11. And then 13 overs gone, he was up against a marauding Nicholas Pooran, which is something that no bowler wants to be up against. Pooran was going nuts, and they threw the ball to Arjun, and he went down. He went down with cramp for 5 or 6 minutes, which basically was, I really, really don't want to bowl with no swing against Nicky P, who's just smashing everybody everywhere. Can I have cramp for as long as possible? And everybody just waited. Everyone just went, Arjun, you're going to have to bowl it in, mate, because it's your turn to bowl, and this is why you play in the IPL. You're a bowler, so that's what bowlers have to do, even if they don't want to. So the cramp went on for 5 minutes, and eventually he was like, okay, then I'll bowl. And he bowled in the slot, and it went for 6, and he bowled another one, and it went for 6. And everybody was saying, this is the over that goes for 36. And then he lay down with cramp again, and he disappeared from the ground, potentially never to be seen again in the IPL. And somebody else finished it over, swap nil maybe, and he went for 6 the next ball. It was really funny cricket. But yeah, he was like, I'm not bowling, that's it.
So I'll tell you a story about when he was first signed up by Mumbai. We were obviously all shocked, and I said at the time, look, I've seen this kid bowl a lot, because he's always at Lord's nets. So I've seen him bowl more than most people have.
Yeah.
He's not this quality of bowler. I'm not saying he won't develop into it, but I think he's a bit slow. He can swing it a little bit, but everything else. And I was chatting to a lot of people in cricket at this time. You know, not about him specifically. Harshal Patel is in, and this is launched down the ground. He didn't get. Oh, it's not launched down the ground at all.
How
the
is that
top
6?
edge
How
of
is
the
that
third
6?
man for 6.
How is that 6?
Wow.
Cricket's broke.
Well, that was wide outside off stump, and he's missed. He's just got an edge on that and sliced it over. Unlucky for Harshal there. And yeah, I'm having lots of conversations, and everyone's like, you know, either they hadn't seen him or they were thinking what everyone else was thinking, you know, nepotismo, all those sorts of things, to use a Jack Black phrase. And then one person said to me, no, Jarrod, he can really play. And this is a international player, and you know, and I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. And he was really talking him up. And eventually I said, you're saying he'll be good in the IPL? He goes, oh no, he'll get smashed in the IPL. As he comes down the wicket, Abhishek here, and he's got a 4, has he, over covers? He has, got it away. Well, they're massive favourites now into 162. And so I'm saying, what you say? They go, no, he gets smashed in the IPL. He said, but he's like a really good club level cricketer who could be a handy first class cricketer if you need a left arm swing bowler. And it was really interesting. This guy played with him a lot in like charity games and stuff, and he was taking me through the biomechanics. But he just said he's not tall, he's not fast, and he doesn't. Once the ball stops swinging, he doesn't have any other weapons. And he was like, he could maybe train himself into becoming a bowler who bowls. This is a single from a slash by Abhishek out to deep point. He could be the sort of bowler who trains himself to be that first 3 overs on good days. He said, but that is the absolute top end of his bowling. And he also said that when he faces the top guys, they're going to work that out pretty quickly. And the minute the ball isn't swinging, he's going to get absolutely hammered. So, and he was talking about him being that kind of bowler when he was 26, 27. Not when he was, 20, 21 when he got the contract?
Yep.
And that was the other thing they were saying is, you know, no one else was going to hire him.
Yeah.
So do it that way. But the reason I bring all this story up is, I don't know if you guys, well, I know Rob's not a basketball fan. Are you a basketball fan?
Not really.
I was a basketball fan in 1992 to 1999.
Tripathi here has hit well, they're giving this as a no ball for 6.
That's huge for the game. Huge for a match winner.
Did he flick that away? Was that a full toss?
I think so, yeah.
Because he played a weird shot to it. I thought it bounced originally. Oh, no. He got down. Because he got down so low. They're going to look at that. I don't think that'll be a no ball.
No, so, I'm laying the 1.44.
Yeah, if you're betting on that, I think it's worth it might be worth getting on the 335 for that at the moment, because I don't think that will be a no ball. I think they'll bring that back. 325. So yeah, I'm just having a look. It's bouncing around a little bit. So LeBron James' son is made himself available for the draft. It is a free hit.
Wow. Okay,
Wow.
had to back it straight back. Same price.
Wow, I can't believe that. And it's a wide. Oh, Harsh is
dearie
having a
me.
shocker here now. Wow, this is not good. This game has changed drastically. Remember, the run line was 70.1 for the end of the 6th over. They're at 70 already.
Yeah.
That's why you never go unders against Sunrisers.
You
So
can't- you
LeBron
can't do it.
James' son has made himself available for the draft. He's just been going through training camp. Everywhere he's been listed as 6'4". He's been tested and he's 6'1.5". So 2.5 inches have been added to his height at one stage. And he's obviously a very good athlete, but he's about a foot shorter than his old man, and he's not as wide or as strong as his old man. Oh, this could be I know, it's not a wicket because it's a free hit. I take that back. They'll get a couple here as this goes out on the offside, as
Same-
Harpreet comes around.
Same measuring tape that you use, Jared?
You still haven't given me money for my 6 foot bet that you've now admitted is correct. And so LeBron James, so his son is a good athlete, but a short good athlete, which means to be successful in the NBA, he either needs to be a great defender or a great offensive player. We know he's not a great offensive player, right? So no one's sure whether he'll be a defensive player. Usually that kind of player would be drafted in the 2nd round. But LeBron James is a free agent, and having LeBron James at your games could sell tickets in a smaller market,
Yeah.
right? So there are now teams thinking whether it is worth them taking a punt on Lonnie James to be able to do that. Now think about this from a franchise point of view, Kritika. This has gone straight up in the air. This will be out. Should be caught. It's mid-off is coming around, and that is it. Well, just when they got into, 140, 135, Tripathi has gone out, but he's done his job. That is another wicket that shouldn't change the market all that much, because 33 off 18 is a huge bonus for Tripathi. 72 off 2.
Yeah, the market has jumped out to 174, and that is a big reaction to that wicket. The only way you stop Sunrisers from scoring runs fast is by getting all the hitters out.
Yeah.
And they've got loads of them. So I don't agree that it doesn't matter, that wicket, but to move it all the way from 140 something to 174 is a huge reaction to that wicket, and that's an overreaction. So I back that. And as you can see now, the market's going, actually, we might have,
166 already, isn't
yeah,
it?
we might have overreacted to that there, and that's what you're looking for. If you know that and you're quick, you can go, well, 1.74 is too big, and then you have to very quickly. I'm trying to break down what my thought process was for 3 seconds there.
Yeah.
You go 1.74 is too big. The market will know it's too big in a second. I'm going to try and get 1.7 hit because I think 1.7 is too big. So I put my bet in at 1.7 and get it on.
Yep.
And if I get 1.74, 1.73, 1.72, great, so be it. But if I get hit at 170, I'm happy. And then if it reassesses to 164 or something, which I think is about right, I can then lay it straight back and make myself a bit of money for doing nothing, for no cricket happening, 7 or 8 ticks or whatever it is. And now it's settled down at about 1.68 probably.
And it's just gone back out to 1.72 again. So
And
I just put a bet on at
there's
1.71.
somebody thinks that 1.7 is a good bet here because the what's that, $500,000's just gone up, so now it's crashing into 1.67. So if
just a $500,000.
so that's Jarrod having his interest bet.
I just did put my bet on, so it could have been me, everyone.
So
I
what
apologise.
might be happening is somebody's got a direct link to your Betfair, or has somehow cracked into the system. What hacked in, as the geeks say. And as soon as you put your money on, somebody piggybacks you for £500,000. He's like, "What's Kimber on?"
God, could you imagine that? Nitesh Kumar has come out to bat, and he's got a wide first ball, and he also... that was Abhishek who charged down, because it's Rishi
this
at the
is,
other end. They're going to attack this over. That's one thing we know. They're into 163 at the moment. So just to finish the story, so imagine you're another franchise, and Arjun gets let go this year. You can bring Arjun in and actually get Sachin to some of your grounds and take some social media photos and make a thing of Arjun, knowing that... How old do we think he is at the moment? 22?
24. Arjun.
So
yeah.
if he's going to be at his best as a bowler, it's going to be in the next 3 to 4 years, is my guess.
Yeah.
Right? So you pick him up now for very little. You train the hell out of him. And to be fair, he's maybe the most trained cricketer in the world. The amount of stuff.
Zach Crawley.
Didn't he work with... Zach Crawley's up there. But didn't he work with Zahir Khan and was it Makram, Arjun?
Probably, yeah.
He's worked with everyone, right? But you train him up and you do all that, and then you get 2 or 3 games out of him when you think it's going to swing. You get Sachin to your ground. If you're Lucknow, if you're Punjab, is it worth one spot on your roster to do that, Kritika? From a social media point of view, and you're a social media expert in cricket, is it worth it?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
To be fair, like, following up on the story that you actually mentioned, there was somebody I know that plays club cricket in Ealing, I think, and he said that he played against Arjun Tendulkar a few times, and he said he was quite average.
Yeah, he is quite average.
And he was, he was talking about the fact that he plays every week and all of that, and I think he played a few games actually. Does he play club cricket here?
He did play club cricket here, Arjun, yeah.
So
I will say one thing about that is there's a legendary old story of this guy who at his club cricket team was famous for making 100 against, I think it was against Wes Hall. And people talked about it for generations. And so a journalist went back and interviewed everyone that was there. And this guy scored all of his runs between first slip and gully. There's a lot of stories in club cricket of, I smacked that guy. And then when you actually ask the questions, it's like, there was a lot of top edges over the keeper's head and everything else. So you do get stories like that in club cricket. But you're right, he's not a huge above. But is it worth one spot on your list, is my question. Just from a social, to get Sachin to your ground 3 or 4 times a year?
I still say no.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
Arjun Tendulkar is not Lonnie James. You heard it here first.
he can bat a bit. He's got a first class 100, Arjun.
Yeah.
So first class, I can see a place for him. I can't see him as IP. So with subs and stuff, you do have the Booth, Bolt, David Willey option of only bowling someone for 2 or 3 at the start.
Yeah.
And Arjun can do that if it's swinging. He's a good swing bowler, and unfortunately, he's a terrible non-swing bowler.
Yes.
He's fodder. And now you have room for guys that can only bowl 1 or 2 overs. But what the thing that Willie's got is the fact that he can bat. So Arjun needs to work on that a lot more, because we've never seen him bat in the IPL, I don't think.
No.
And I was told originally when he was being brought up as a batsman for obvious reasons, and then he turned into a bowler, which is funny. But yeah, if he can work on his batting and suddenly
to the
learn how to
production team, we might have lost our data feed here, so I'm not sure what's happened, if it's on our end or someone else's end or anything else. So in first class cricket, he's got 21 wickets at 45, which I think is probably fair. 21 wickets in one-day cricket at 30. I kind of think list A cricket is probably his best. Fortunately for him, during his career, list A cricket may no longer ever exist anymore. Sorry, we've just missed. We know we missed a 6. So if you're watching us as your second or third stream, we apologise, but we've obviously lost our feed. But good news for those of us who went in on Sunrisers again, Rob, at 170.
Very nice. I think 7.5 for the next over is the wrong line.
Okay.
I think it should be at least 8.5. So I'm would back over 7.5.
Over 7.5.
Because I don't see how Abhishek suddenly decides to stop. It's not what he does. So yeah, I don't see that Abhishek suddenly goes. The guy's 40 or 15 with 4 sixes. I don't see how he suddenly starts nudging it about and looking for 5 singles off the next over. Like, they want to chase these. They want to finish in the top 2. And the best way for SRH to play is how they've been playing all season. You keep gunning. You don't stop gunning because it's the power play stopped. And a 7.5 line is basically 1-6 and you're done. You're in.
England are 53 for 1 after 8 overs in the other game that we talked about. Remember, we did give you some betting tips on the England-Pakistan game, which is when Pakistan bat, they are very good at batting in the power play.
So they gave them, the other day they gave, the market gave Pakistan ladies 35 in the first 6, so they're basically saying these guys can't go at a runner ball in the power play, which... I mean, I'm no judge on women's cricket. I want to preface everything I'm about to say with that. But I thought that seems low for a team that got 50-odd
or something in the
game
previous
before,
game.
And we all know that their strength is hitting the power play. So I thought that was too low. If they're giving them anything like that again, I would be on overs. And then you do the Jarrod special of continually smashing their unders, because the spin they're just getting a mess against spin, don't they? The intent, what should we do? The decision making is poor at the moment against the very high level of spin that England have got.
Definitely. So that's worth looking at, and we'll flag that up later. I'll probably be betting on it, let's be honest. We've got a strategic timeout here on Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. That is the Rooster, Rob Barron. This is the killer, Kritika Naidu. And I'm just Jarrod. And we'll see you in a couple of minutes here on Cricket 8.
Possibly the greatest bet of all time. Over to you, Joe.
I was really annoyed, Dan, because I remember sending him a message at one stage going, they're 14s. We should be putting money on Delhi at this stage because there's no way they're going to stay 14. In the end, they came into about 5s, and by that stage, it was too late for me to put my money on. And so I missed my big advantage. And because of that, you know what I'm like. I get very angry.
Yes.
So I waited for a really good bet. And the really good bet was the run line in the second innings was about 205 is what Delhi was expected to make. And I was like, there's no way Delhi is making 205. But realistically, they're going to try and whack it everywhere. They're going to combust and they're not going to make 200.
Yeah.
As you remember, Fraser McGurk did exactly what I thought he would do. He just managed to make about 7. So I was like, well, those bets are gone. I'm not going to get those bets. Then later, they moved the run rate to 230. And I thought, well, they're not getting 230. So I went back in again.
Yep.
Stubbs went out, and then Rishabh Pant couldn't hit the ball away. 199 was my first line. All my bets kicked in at that point. They got to 199 with 10 balls to go and 4 wickets in hand.
2 overs to go.
Was it 2 overs?
They're 199 for 6 with Rishabh Pant still there.
That's like they lost 4 wickets for none.
And they lost 4 wickets for
Oh,
none.
you one. Nice.
I got the jammiest bet of my life. I mean, to be fair, I would have cashed in afterwards anyway, but I had given up. Dan.
Of course you had.
I was sending him messages saying, I'm done, this is stupid, I shouldn't bet on cricket anymore, and I ended up having my greatest day. There's 10 teams in the IPL. The top 4 teams make the playoff, but the playoffs are very clever. It's confusing, especially if you're not from Australia, because we have this style in Australia. It was taken from Australian rules football and rugby league. And essentially what happens is the first team plays the second team and they get a second chance. What happens is by coming first in the league, you get a chance, and you also get a chance to go straight into the final and have a week off and rest your fast bowlers and all those sorts of good things. So 1 versus 2, and they go straight into the final. 3 versus 4 play an eliminator. So whoever loses out of them, they can go home and go to the Maldives and have a holiday with Danny Morrison.
Probably for the last time before it gets completely some kind of water.
And so let's say 3 beats 4 and 1 beats 2, because that makes the most sense. 1 goes into the final, and then 2 plays 3 in a secondary eliminator. And whoever wins out of that goes into the final. So if 2 beats 3, 1 versus 2 play in the final. So in finishing in the top 2, you give yourself every chance of making the playoffs, even if you don't do it on the first game.
Back after the strategic timeout. I'm Kritika Naidu. I'm here with Rob Barron. Jarrod's going to join us in a bit. But Sunrisers have scored 84 after the power play. They've done pretty well after Travis Head's wicket off the first ball. Rob, what do you make of that power play? Are you happy with that, or is it just that, or you used to Sunrisers scoring that 100?
Yeah, we've seen it a lot, haven't we? That
Yeah.
they're intent monsters early, and if it's there to be hit, they hit it. And it's such an important thing in T20 cricket to whack the power play, because it's usually the best time to score runs. Ball's hard, fielders are in, you've got gaps. I'm not expecting Abhishek to slow down here, but interestingly there, bit of turn for Chahar, and he needs a bit of turn or he can really go the journey. I'll be interested to see what Abhishek does, because he gets out at this stage so often because he smoked the power play when the field is in, and he continues to smoke it after when there's people there in catching position. So it'd be interesting to see if he has a mo at Chahar here.
Speaking of which, Chahar has dismissed him twice in 10 deliveries, and he's only scored 7 runs against him.
Very interesting. He nearly got in there because he's faced 2 balls this over, Abhishek, and he's had massive swings at both. So that tells me that he's going to continue to go. So I'm looking at 6 in next over, wicket in next over, because he's so highly volatile now, Abhishek. Just to look around at what one bet we haven't spoken about today is you can bet on the next player out. And everybody that I can see has Reddy as the favourite. I don't
You're
agree.
saying Abhishek.
I don't agree with that. Because Abhishek's intent is still,
Yeah.
even though he got 2 singles off 2 balls out over, he
Yeah.
had a massive mow at both of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm happy being on Abhishek at evens or bigger to be the next fella out. They need to get something out of this pitch, Punjab, or they're doomed, because Klassen hasn't batted yet and they're ahead of the rate. And how are you feeling as a Hyderabad
Yeah.
fan?
The same. Unchanged.
But at least they're definitely in the playoffs, whatever happens. So
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
relaxed about this one anyway.
Yeah.
Who would you least like to play in the next game if it was a eliminator?
Like Sunrisers, you mean?
Yeah, who would you?
I feel like RCB.
You wouldn't want to play
No,
RCB
because I feel like they have momentum.
They
and
sure
they're
do.
yeah, I mean 6 in a row isn't a joke, right? And I was just reading this tweet that said the last time that Punjab won a game, RCB was last on the
No
table.
way.
Yeah, exactly, right?
No
and
way.
it's just turned around for them, and I mean full credit where they've played like really good cricket.
So I'm just going to look at what odds RCB have been to win this IPL, and they're now basically
changed.
5 to 1.
Yeah.
They win 1 in 6 according to the market, which feels quite short considering they've got to win 3. But people have bet on and got matched 850 to 1. People have got on RCB. It's a bit like Pakistan have done it a few times in tournaments for the Champions Trophy, where they came from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
The thing with Pakistan is not only are they able to do it where they need to do loads of mad stuff, they also somehow have control over the universe when they get to 1,000 to 1. It's like that you need that game to be rained off, you need that team to beat that team, and you need that team to absolutely smash that team, and they just sit there quietly winning all the games and somehow come from nowhere. But there may be something in the pitch here. I think Harshal is the standout best bowler in this team now. Like, he's had a really good IPL. He's probably going to win the purple cap. He's
That's
got,
what they
he's
call
got
him,
the most
right?
wickets
Purple
now.
Patel.
Purple cap, yeah. Is there any significance of the colours, orange and purple? Anything mean anything in India?
No, I don't think so.
No. Just chosen them because they're fun. But yeah, for those of you that have bet on the top tournament run scorer and wicket taker, I'm going to get the latest standings when my Cricinfo plays.
I think Kohli is way ahead.
Kohli's way ahead now, and it was
Yeah.
a massive day for anyone that's on Kohli
Yeah.
because Gaikwad got none, Kohli got some, and
Head.
they've
Yeah.
got through. So
Yeah.
it's huge for that. You would think, and with Head getting a
Yeah.
duck today,
Yeah.
you would think that Kohli's now got it sewn up pretty much.
Yeah.
So Kohli is 708 and Travis Head 533. That's a lot
the
to
gap.
make up
Yeah.
in 3 games.
Yeah.
And with Kohli definitely playing in one of them. Harshal is now 3 wickets ahead of Bumrah and 5 wickets ahead of anyone that can catch him. So that's quite a lot. Arshdeep is up there ridiculously. Hello, Jarrod. Jarrod's back from wherever the hell he's been. Probably, you never know what Jarrod's been up to when he's not here. I mean, can you imagine what he's like in normal life when he's like this, when he's got a camera on him? Or several cameras.
I've got a camera on me 24 hours. I'm the Truman Show. 4 outside off stump. It's
Abhishek,
almost
what a great shot.
launched over the top here by Abhishek, but it was a chip shot, really.
Great shot.
A couple of bounces for 4. 99 for 2 at the end of the 8th over. They're into 143.
And that's his 52.
And that was his
21.
50?
Yep.
99 for 2. Abhishek, 52 off 21. Well, if you've been following today, we're giving you 33 to 1. We've given you a lot of winners, but we've also suggested, of course, that you should have bet Sunrisers at the start of this innings when they were 320. If you bet them at 320 and stayed in on them till 140.
Yeah, and now you can get away. We've just seen a little bit in the pitch there,
Starting to hold up?
which is Punjab's only chance is if the pitch helps them, because they're not going to stop this team from getting this run rate.
I think the issue for them is if you were playing Chennai here and the ball gets soft at the end and you can't hit as many boundaries, Chennai might bat themselves into a problem. The problem with going up against Sunrisers is, like we saw, they lost a wicket, and the next ball Nitesh ran down the wicket. Sorry, not Nitesh. Abhishek ran down the wicket, and Chahar has come on, and this one is being flashed away through the covers. They should get 2 here. Oh, that might be 4. I think Harshal's butt was on the Toblerone. The amount of times I've said that in my life, Rob. Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a moment. But yeah, that's the problem with going up against the Sunrisers, is they're probably never going to be behind the rate. And also, even if the ball goes soft, they'll probably still hit 6s. So unless you get 6 or 7 late wickets, I missed that, Kritika. Was that a 4?
No.
He saved it.
Yes.
Oh, well done, Harshal. Nitesh, 8 off 10. And defended on the offside, and I'll just take a 1.
So we were speaking about,
do you want me to go? You guys can keep going.
No. Well, we were speaking
Cricket's taken
about
over.
matchups, and how important do you think matchups are when you're planning to bet, or you're looking for opportunities to just enter a bet?
Yeah, so I probably I will look at a situation very from an analyst perspective to start with, right? So I'm usually thinking what I would do, then I think what the team will actually do, which are almost never the same, as Rob will tell you. And so when I'm betting, so one thing I've been very good at betting on has been things like when I think a particular batting lineup will struggle against a particular kind of bowling lineup at a certain point. So I'm not looking for an individual matchup. I'm thinking to myself, okay, so they've got these 2 guys at the crease, and they've been smashing it in a power play, but I think they will both go in. This could be a 6. Chip this again. It might be out. Oh, it's caught. Oh, he's thrown it the wrong way.
What are you doing?
He's actually thrown that over the line for a 6. Who was that?
What are you doing?
Is that Jitesh? No,
Shashank.
Shashank. Of course it's Shashank. Oh, he's caught that comfortably, thrown it up in the air, but as he's thrown it up in the air, he's accidentally thrown it back with him. It's gone back over the rope, and he's thrown a 6. Wow, that is lucky, because that should have been a wicket. And also, if you're betting on 6s, what you don't want is the opposition throwing 6s for you, Rob. But I'll let you mourn that one in a moment. So what I'm looking at is, okay, so there's 2 batters batting at the moment. So Shubman Gill and Sai Sudarshan.
Yeah.
I know that they are probably not going to go particularly quick in the power play. So even if I don't lose a wicket, I can bet on that, knowing they'll be in a certain situation. Yeah. You might have a situation where you have 2 players who you think after the power play finishes are going to go even slower. So that's another good position where those. And if they're going up against Noor Ahmed, Rashid Khan, or Krunal Pandya and Ravi Bishnoi, these sorts of lineups, I'm like, well, I think they can strangle them a little bit here. So we can go there. Whereas I might have another player who I think, well, they're not going to be worried about the spin. Patadar's in. So if RCB lose a wicket and Patadar comes out in the 5th over, I'm actually going to probably more likely bet on RCB, because I think he's going to put a dent in it. Because I know that I'm not as worried about individual matchups, because I know they matter, but I would need them to be in a situation where it's like Tim David versus, was it Hardik Pandya versus Rashid Khan, where he averages 2 or something, right? If it's a situation like that, then I will very much go into it, but then I'm reading the game. So today, I was betting on the fact that when they had spin on, I had money. I didn't think they were going to get a wicket off spin in the first innings. So I bet on the batting team. When the seamers came back on and the ball was gripping, I went back in on the seam. And then when the ball stopped gripping and that wasn't going, I went, I'm out here. A little bit of rain just dropping as well in this game. Not enough to stop the play at the moment. Harpreet Brar is coming on. So I'm thinking about micro matchups and larger matchups at all times. But what I'm not looking at all that much is a player versus one bowler. Unless Rob makes a big play of it, this is almost out. Or if there's a team that can't play leg spin at all. So I was with St Lucia, and we had David Warner opening the batting, which meant that if David Warner batted long, you couldn't really bowl your leg spinner. But if David Warner went out, you could bowl as much leg spin as you wanted to us, right? So if I was betting, I would know that sort of thing.
Yeah. And you have access to a lot of good stats and a lot of people as well, which is massive. And when I first started betting, I had 2 mates that were playing county cricket, and one of them, Chris Benham, he's a raving lunatic, but he played with Warne, and Warne used to talk him up Warne used to talk him up all the time, saying he was a future England captain and all this absolute nonsense that, you know, Benham would have been one of, you know, I'm happy to say this on camera, Benham would have been an appalling captain for
Is this
England
going to be
because he's a
5
nutcase.
wides, by the way? I don't know if you got
That looked like 5 wides to me.
Yep.
We've not seen great wicket keeping today, have we? We've not been blessed with much of that. I
it's
think
5 wides, yeah.
I think Jitesh has had a bad IPL behind the stumps. He's had a bad IPL in general, but I think he's had a bad IPL behind the stumps.
So your mate shouldn't have been captain, but he was giving you information.
But he
Not information. That sounds bad. That made it sound like it was a match
that sounds very bad. But it
Insights.
was great to have somebody who
To
played at
bounce
that
off.
level, who
Yep.
played with Shane Warne, and he would say like, this is what that looks pretty close.
Is that outside leg stump? Yeah, that's what Jitesh is
But
saying.
he would say
I'd
things
review
like, Warney used to say this when we were in a tight game.
Yeah.
And like, imagine hearing that sort of stuff. Like, you know, arguably the greatest person to hear about cricket from ever is playing with one of your mates. And like he went for, you know, he sacked me off one morning when we were on the way to cricket. He said, sorry, I'm going for breakfast with Shane Warne and Liz Hurley. I'm like, well, fair enough. You
This
know, I'll
could
probably have a
be
bacon sandwich on my own.
6. He's hit this down the ground. And that's exactly what Chris Benham... But Benham or Blenheim? Benham did to you when he got the better option from Liz Hurley and Shane Warne.
Who are you going to have breakfast with out of them?
I probably still have breakfast with you, but that's only because I've hung around with Shane Warne and Liz Hurley. But another 6 there to Abhishek. Now, that is a reclaim, isn't it? To be fair, it's not like me and Liz Hurley had long conversations. It was mostly Warne talking to me about leg spin stuff. Another 6! Well, this could be absolutely over here. Remember, Kritika said there was no way the Sunrisers could win. She completely sold out her origin, her team, her friends, her family. And since then, it has been huge. And 2 big 6s there. We might hear Simon in the other room. He may have a bet on 6s. Start to cry in a moment. And you might also apologize if you heard him swearing off camera before. Very unprofessional from him. And this one is hit down the ground. But yeah, I mean, it's getting that sort of information. So, you know, I was lucky that I grew up in a situation where the club captain of my team, the coach of my team, was a really, really good cricketer who played second 11s for Victoria. Mm-hmm. And me and him, he had a business. He was a gardener, and I was his gardening assistant. So I would mow the lawns for him, and we had the drive between houses. And I had the ability to have someone who thought like a first-class cricketer and he would have played county cricket in England and been a really good player, but not quite got to that level in Australia. I had the ability to pick his brain, right, over and over again. Yeah. And then his best mate was a fast bowler who bowled properly, terrifyingly fast. He bowled a bit like Sean Tate. Wow. But he was 6'6", and it looked like a praying mantis was about to attack you. But he done his back and he couldn't bowl anymore. So he played as a captain in our side, and so we had ability. Someone who played top level grade cricket when I was young, and I realised 2 things. One, I was thinking on a level that at least interested them, but I could bounce wacky ideas off them. And so you have that. That's the sort of people that you need to meet, and it could be friends. Some of my, I became a very good sports writer on the back of 2 of my friends who are not sports writers, because if I came up with an opinion in a bar, it would be picked to death by these absolute maniacs. This could be a wicket out at deep cover, and Abhishek is gone. So Shashank.
Oh my!
No, that wasn't Shashank. Was that Shashank bowling?
I do believe it was. There's your next man out. Kritika and I were talking about that one.
Did you get that one?
Everyone made Reddy favourite, forgetting that Abhishek was trying to hit every single ball for 6.
So he was always going to knock it about Nitesh. That's what he's very good at that.
Yeah. So that's where. Again, you don't need masses of stats. There's no stats that where these two are batted together. That might have been 4 times or something. But crazy price.
So just to come back to close that whole thing, and you would have these stories as well. It doesn't matter if you're betting, if you're writing, if you're an athlete, whatever. What you really want is to surround yourself with really, really smart people who question everything and are thinking and can add to conversations. And I realised that Test Match Sofa, I think being at Test Match Sofa was a really important thing for me. That was obviously Daniel Norcross, and some great broadcasters came out of that. Zoltzman was there and George Dobell. But it was an environment where there was a lot of smart people, and we were all building each other up accidentally as much as on purpose. And if you said something on air, Nige the Bear, who now runs Guerrilla Cricket, would be like, "Nah, that's nonsense." Like, not a great Nige impression, but I think he'd be very upset with that voice. But he would come out with that, and you would have to justify it and everything else. Those sorts of environments is what builds you up and gets you to a point. And if you want to bet with hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? If you want to be in a change room with David Warner and Kyron Pollard, you have to be used to your friends questioning your opinions because you do not want the first person to be a Trinidadian 6'6" guy towering over you.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
For sure.
You have to put yourself in situations that constantly test you, and also put yourself. You want to test your skills, your temperament, and all those things all the way up. And I think some of us are just lucky to be in that situation. And Rob has, two people he grew up with. We haven't even talked about the second one, was Chris Nash, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he was a very, a fine player as well. So, you're so lucky to be in a position like that. And not everyone on our YouTube channel who said 71% of them said that Sunrisers should win this game. I don't know what the other 28% were doing back 5 minutes ago when they saw that. But, being in those sorts of situations is so lucky. But you also have to make them happy. You've got a friendship. There could be an LBW appeal here. I can't believe Shashank is bowling. You're lucky to have a relationship with Jake, who obviously is occasionally on Cricket 8.
Yeah.
He thinks in a different way to you.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Because Jake is cleverer than me. Like Jake,
and better looking, and a nicer
Jake's
person.
probably watching. He's definitely a nicer person. He's not better looking.
He's 12% better looking than you.
I think that's probably fair. Maybe more than that, if we're being honest. All right, Simon. And
did he say overs?
Yeah, he said overs, over 12%. I think maybe we could put that poll up.
We put a photo of both of you up on YouTube.
I don't think I'd fare well. There was some sort of game show back in the day where they did that, and it was horrible. Like they had, a guy would go on with his girlfriend or whatever, and then they would rank her against members of the audience. But the two, I think Jimmy Carr presented it. What was it called? Luke, you'll know. I think Jimmy Carr presented
Luke
it.
was the producer, you
just awful. Just like sort of. It was only like 10 years ago. It couldn't happen now. Anyway.
Couldn't and shouldn't.
Should never have happened. But yeah, Jake sees the game through different eyes than I do, and it's important when you get to a certain level of betting. Like I don't know it all. There are certain things I can never think through the eyes of a cricketer because I'm rubbish at cricket. Like I'm really bad at it. So I try and surround myself with people who know the game. And at Decimal, we've got a guy who monitors the traders for me. So he'll sit in on calls and for some of the. He's an ex-player and he played. I think he played a couple of first-class games over here, but he was very, very good at cricket.
Yeah.
And he can sit there and go, well, what I would be thinking now is
exactly
this, and this, because the conditions have just changed. Like yesterday, the reason why you were able to make cash, Jarrod, when that rain delay happened and they came back and it's suddenly like they were due 12 and over off those last three if the rain didn't come, and then the rain came in the middle of the power play when they were 31 for none off three, and it ragged. It didn't just turn a bit, it ragged, and Cody was like, oh my goodness me, what's happening here? And that's like one of the best players ever, and he's got, I don't know what to do because it's pitching here and it's ending up over here.
And my bet wasn't on that. My bet was on the fact that they had to start again, and those are proper batters. And I thought they would come out and they would give me an over where they didn't go. And I stayed in for the spin just to see what was going to happen. And I could have been done. It could have been a 6, right? But once that happened, I was like, oh, great. Well, now I don't need to get out. And then eventually I started betting on Santner rather than the cricket, right? At that point. And that's, it got me well ahead at that stage. And they were all micro wins. It wasn't like I was winning thousands every time.
But that's why, but what you've done since you started betting is you're increasing your bankroll as you build it up, right? As you build your bankroll up, which is exactly the right thing to do. And Simon's the best person qualified to talk about that because he's been in poker for 200 years or something.
He is 200 years old.
He knows how to do whack.
Oh, short ball to Nitesh. And this is pulled away for 6 into the second row.
That got exactly what it deserved.
Yes. Chahar just
that's kind of the game, that, I think.
I mean, the game was already gone, wasn't it? Klaassen's at the other end. This is an important knock for Klaassen because I think if I'm Klaassen here, I'm thinking to myself, and these are the sorts of things we bet on. If I was Klaassen, I'd be thinking, if I get to 10 off 10 here, Punjab are going to completely give up, and I can get myself in, get a little bit of form back, as you said before, and then, because I'm Heinrich Klaassen, I'll just hit 5 6s, and I'll end up with 40 off 20, and I'll be fine. Right? And that's a perfect way to do this. Me and Rob would be furious if he did this in a normal innings, but the win doesn't matter that much. They're already massively ahead. That might change if there's wickets at the other end or anything else. But you must have stories. I mean, you worked with Barrett Sundaresan at Cricket Bars.
Yes.
No, you did, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if you overlapped. Oh, reverse sweep from Nitesh for 4. As an edge, he got away with that one, but he still got it away. You would have worked with people like Barrett. Barrett is exactly what you see of him on screen. Obviously, he's a very good friend of mine. He's He can't talk about something for more than 2 minutes without coming up with a new topic. Trying to keep up to Bharat from a professional standpoint would be really, really hard. And he was the star of Crick Buzz, right?
Is he the guy with the long hair?
Yeah.
But to be fair, like I learned a lot from Bharat before, he actually came on board at Crick Buzz.
Yep.
It was when I was covering the IPL back in Bombay. He was working at Indian
newspaper?
Express.
Yeah, Express,
Yes.
yeah.
So he was working there, and I was covering, a couple of games in Bombay, and then we would go to training sessions, and like just how he covers the game is just so different. How he thinks is different. And like you said, we'd have like these conversations about stories, what we can cover, what we can write. So that was actually a massive learning, more than when he actually came on board, because then by then he moved to Australia.
Exactly.
So it was just very online. Like we would just have a chat online most of the time.
But even you're seeing the processes and you're understanding where it comes from, and at different level, especially when you're editorial. I was lucky enough to work for Crick Info when Wright Thompson was writing pieces, and Wright Thompson's probably the best and highest paid sports writer in the world, and I think we covered maybe 2 series together.
Right.
Watching him work, I realised there was another level beyond cricket writing.
Yeah.
And I don't write particularly like Wright Thompson. And there's Heinrich Klaassen. So I said he was going to wait and knock it around. To be fair, he got a half tracker, and it's muscle memory at a certain point. He just has to hit them for 6.
Yeah.
As you just heard a big bang, that was our toilet door, I think, slamming somewhere around. Watching Wright Thompson and the hustle, and Wright Thompson spent a whole day in the lobby of the, you've been to Sri Lanka, what's the hotel that got bombed? The Cinnamon Grand.
Yes.
He spent a whole day in the lobby of the Cinnamon Grand, right?
Wow.
Waiting for Chris Gale to walk past. And I was like, I've never seen a cricket writer that diligent before. It completely changed my work ethic. And I was working really hard, but I wasn't putting it into my articles, if that makes sense. I was working hard from hours of the day and how much work I was doing. And suddenly I was like, oh no, you can actually use your work ethic to make your quality of your pieces so much higher without writing an extra 20 pieces.
Yeah.
And watching Wright Thompson do that, and it was, and I've been lucky enough to be friends with him and chat to him about writing and everything else. But the point being is that he started with 2 people in his university.
Yeah.
You would, your stuff, we're talking about Bharat. Bharat's at the other end of this. You would have started with people who questioned you earlier on. It's about putting yourself in groups early on that are helping you develop the skills that you want to go on to be able to get, right?
I have to credit like Lawrence Booth massively.
Lawrence? No, we'll have no.
Yes.
There'll be nothing positive said about Lawrence, but everyone's angry with him, isn't it? Because he wrote the piece about the BCCI. So you're out on Lawrence Booth. But yeah.
No, absolutely. Like initially, it was when I was working in engineering. And we used to follow each other on Twitter because obviously,
because you
like
never stopped tweeting.
Yes, that's right.
Until you became a professional, now you barely
That's
tweet.
right. That is right. And I asked him, and he, I think, edited one of my first pieces that was ever published.
Wow.
And he gave me like a lot of feedback as to how I can approach stories, how I can approach like feature writing and stuff like that. And that really, really helped me. And I didn't even have a cricket career then.
Yep.
So I learned like a lot from Lawrence.
Lawrence was in the press box the second and third time I ever got in a press box. I will one day tell the story about the first one. This game is fizzling out, everyone, as again, he's bowled a little bit too short here, the spinner, and Heinrich Klaassen has just whacked this back. Heinrich Klaassen's like, I'm willing to knock them around, but they won't bowl good balls to me, so I'm just going to hit everything for 6 instead, which is exactly what Simon in the other room doesn't want. But the first time, I was so naive, I didn't know the UK very well. I think I might have had a smartphone, but I knew my way from the station to, what's Kent's ground called? Rob?
Don't know nowadays.
The Kent ground anyway. Canterbury. Canterbury,
yeah. It's not called like the Allianz or some sponsor. Yeah, it's just Canterbury. Yeah.
So I was walking from the station to get there, and it started raining. And instead of being a smart professional and going inside and like calling a taxi, I decided to continue to walk. So the first time I walked into it, an opposition one, because I've been to the Oval a couple of times, but an opposition, an away game. A very small old press box, and I was soaked through all the way. And Lawrence just looked at me as if to go, "Why is this guy half an hour late and wet to this game?" This could be another 6 here. Nitesh has joined in as well. It's not far from being caught. It's almost hit a poor woman who was walking just behind the boundary rope. I'm not sure what she was doing, but she was not keeping her eyes on the ball. And this game is very quickly going away.
You can back over 10.5 next over. They've pushed the button here. That's not the right line.
Over 10.5. So what over?
It should be at least 12.5 here. This is for the 14th. And this is where bookies get trapped in the thinking that it's It's not the death overs, so we only need to be 10.5. I'm sorry, that isn't the right line because they're both hitting sixes, and basically Punjab are out and they've given up because they've lost this game.
That's what I was saying before the class.
So they're going to go nuts. Do you want to know a boring fact about Lawrence Booth?
Yes.
Went to my school.
Really?
Ooh.
True story. I was reasonably decent mates. Played a lot of sport with his brother, his little brother. But I didn't. Lawrence was a few years ahead of me. But he was at my school.
I've met his brother as well. So Lawrence then, I think, got to know me because he thought, why is this sociopath walking in the rain and late and all that? Because, I did everything wrong, and then probably gave lots of loud opinions about how the cricketers were doing things wrong as well.
Sounds about right.
It's the first time I'd ever done it. This ball was turned on the leg side. And then the next press box I went to for an away game was, it was Hampshire-Nottingham, and there were 2 games being played in county cricket at the same time, and there was a huge chance that the winner of one of those games was going to win the county championship. So they were really big games. And I went in and no one had been at any games, and suddenly everyone was there. Pringle, Angus Fraser when he's the right.
Wow.
Athers was in there and everything. And the second day, I think it was the second. No, actually it was the first day. Imran Tahir was bowling, and he got a wicket. And Athers sort of said to himself, that was a flipper. And I didn't really realise the protocol, of course. Short, wide, punched away for 4 again. This is going to go very, very quickly from here on in.
Yeah.
I didn't really know the protocol, and I was like, no, that was a slider. And there was this huge argument between me and Athers where neither of us was backing down, where he was like, who is this random person telling me that this is not this thing? And I was just like, but he's wrong. I can see he's picked this delivery wrong. And then there was another big one where Michael Carberry had been credited with taking a catch, which I knew it was Dimi Mascarenas.
Mm-hmm.
And I could tell from where they were fielding, and also the fact that they are massively different body shapes.
Yeah.
And there was a big, quite a famous cricket journalist in the media anyway, quite famous, who and I ended up in a big fight with him, and I could see Lawrence looking at me at a certain point going, this guy is chaos, and I want a part of this. And Lawrence was certainly a big part of that, and a very good friend of mine over the years as well. But I haven't read the piece about the BCCI that he angered everyone. Did you read that one?
I haven't, but I read the one that Sharda wrote for Wisden.
She's written like 3 pieces on the. Is it about the Hindi nationalism?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I read the first one. I meant to get her on a podcast to talk about it, but I haven't got there yet. But Sharda was another person that I learned a lot about. We are fading this game a little bit, everyone. I think our food's arrived as well.
So thanks for joining us all on Cricket 8.
Yeah, so we'll see. It's 40 off 38.
One thing we could talk about, just to wrap that up, like from a betting point of view, but also like I'd imagine from most jobs, if you have weaknesses, which I have lots of, particularly if you talk to me about anything that isn't cricket betting, you surround yourselves with people that have strengths that complement your weaknesses or offset them.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm rubbish at doing stats, and the minute I learned that I could get someone else to do them for me rather than spending loads and loads of hours. Like, my work ethic was always great. I did loads and loads of hours, but I wasted loads of them manually getting stats off Cricinfo back in the day. Before,
when kids could scrape it off you
before
in 2 seconds.
and then some guy I saw that was like, he was like, what the hell are you doing? You're basically doing data entry for 6 hours a day. He's like, I could do that for you in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I was like, shall I pay you 50 quid? He was like, yeah, if you want, but it's going to take me 2 minutes. I'll do it for you now for nothing, but if you want me to keep doing it, and I paid that guy, a few quid, and it saved me so many hours.
This could be a wicket. It's slashed up in the air.
Get in.
And it is a wicket. Nitesh is
do you know
out,
why that's good?
24.
Harshal top bowler.
Oh yeah, we had that. Oh well, I went too early on that. Is he top bowler?
He is now, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah. So we do have a bet on that from the start of the day, which we mentioned earlier. We will get to the bets from the next game. I mean, we told you some fun stories there, but let's. Me being wet is always fun. Moist.
Jarrod.
How is your wife wet, Amy?
Jarrod.
Second game, Rajasthan versus KKR. First over, you've got over 7.5 as the run range.
No, under 7.5.
Oh, so you've got under. You're right.
For under 7.5 for evens for KKR. I'll just give you some numbers when
it's because. Can I tell you what the numbers are going to be?
Yeah.
You're going to say that it's because no one has scored a single run off Trent Bolt all year, and Phil Salt's not playing.
Okay. Well, there's no need for me to look all that up.
Basically, we wouldn't usually tell you to go unders on KKR, in the first over, but we are specifically because of this situation. Rajasthan highest first over runs is linked to that other bet.
Very much so.
Yep. So those are two good ones. Rajasthan highest 6 first overs is
Highest
because
first
there's
6
no
over
Phil
score.
Salt.
And also it's 11-8, and I think Narayan is regressing to the mean. We can talk about his false shot thing in a minute.
Yeah.
But it's not Phil Salt. And Phil Salt is the one that's been slaying these power plays. The amount of times that Narayan is 8 off 10, having played 10 wild swings with his eyes shut, and they're still 40 for none off 3, it's because Salt's been going berserk. Salt
Correct.
isn't here. They're pricing it up as if he is, so we have to take advantage of that. It's 11-8 for the highest first 6 for Rajasthan. But Rajasthan also have Trent Bolt, which the market doesn't factor in. They keep winning highest first over, Rajasthan. And I
Yeah.
know Josh Butler's not playing, but Jaiswal faces the first ball. And Trent Bolt bowls for them, and nobody can get him away. Nobody. It's like 14 games is a big sample size, and 13 games for them, sorry.
We have under 24.5 for KKR first wicket. So you're thinking new opening partner, and you're thinking Sunil Narayan will regress. It's hard for me to go through the details, but basically, generally, Sunil Narayan goes out when he plays false shots, and he's not. He's getting away with almost every single one of them, and it's the most. We'll have probably an article already up on Cricket 8 on Sunil Narayan. You can find it on cricket8.com. We might make a video of it as well during the finals run. It is fascinating. The other one is both teams to score 180 plus.
At 7-4, yeah. So last time this pitch was bad, and everyone's pricing it up as if it's going to be bad again. It might not be. It could be the one that they played on, that we have numbers for, a few months ago.
Shabazz was almost out then, handled the ball, which is no longer a dismissal, but interfering with the fielders. But the ball hit his pad, went up in the air, and he almost went to catch it automatically. I was writing about Graham Gooch this week, of course, he did that famously when he made 100 against Australia. And then you've got man of the match, Andre Muscle.
Andre Muscle, yeah.
Why do we call him that?
Why not?
That's much better than Dre Ross. How have I just come up with that, by the way? And you've got Abhishek.
That's from this one.
Oh yeah, well you put that in the wrong one. Maybe put
just as well.
in the right area. Oh yeah, that would have been a loser if we'd told you about it.
Andre.
I was like, Abhishek Parel? Which Abhishek is he talking about?
Andre at 12-1 to be man of the match, and if you can get 10-1, it's
This is
fine.
up in the air. This could be another wicket.
That's not good.
Shabazz.
Hey, well done, Harshal.
Oh
Well done,
dear.
Harshal. He's on himself, top bowler. What a hero.
Well, that was poor from Harshal. It was a mistimed ball. It was off a length. Shabazz tried to swing that across the line. Didn't get much off it. Kritika was hit straight down his throat. And Priti Zinta is it. Well, I mean, I'd say she's in tears. She's probably already given up on this game.
She's unimpressed by that.
Not ideal cricket there. So those are all our bets. We got some emails through. Oren says, not related to this game, but since the game is dead, what are your bowling attacks for both teams for the second test of England versus the West Indies? It's a really interesting one. I've done a video with Bumble, where Bumble is like all in on Gus Atkinson.
I saw that.
Which do you think that was a bit punchy?
Yeah, for test matches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was insane. Yeah.
I'm not going to question the great man, but that's left field.
I thought he went all in, but I think Bumble's thinking 10 years ahead. This might hit Klaasen on the head.
How has that gone there?
It's hit the peak of the helmet, I reckon.
Lovely fielding from Rishi Dhawan there.
Should be leg buys. No, he's saying it's off the bat. Okay. Now I'm more confused about how it got down there. Who would your England bowling attack be?
Is that me?
Yes.
I think you go Robinson. You kind of have to.
Agreed.
How's Leach at the moment?
I'm assuming Leach is fit.
He played for Somerset the other day, I think.
Oh, then yeah.
You don't go two spinners, do you? It's obviously Wood if he's fit.
Yep.
Running out of Wokes
Potts
left.
took a bunch of wickets recently, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Tong's injured.
Tong is definitely injured.
Wokes left for family reasons the IPL recently, so I don't know what Wokes' status is, but obviously hope everything's all right. He's a complete hero.
I was just about to say, I love Chris Wokes, and I have no interest, information on this, but he has kids, and people with kids usually disappear for more personal reasons than anyone else, because you have more things that can go wrong in your house. It doesn't mean it's tragedy or anything like that, but just as someone who's had to leave tours before, like these things happen.
Yes, yeah, as someone that's got a kid.
If you've got too many kids,
you have to do
you've
stuff.
got one, you can
Yeah.
almost balance that out. You get to 2 and 3, and it's absolute chaos when you're touring. Yeah, so my point being is it may not be that it's a major deal at the moment.
But yeah, Wood is definitely in.
There was some tail then, by the way.
A spinner. So if there's tail, you back bowled. You can get 5+. So this is the bit where sometimes the bookies switch off a bit, and bookies like here, Bet365 have basically given up and not offering any markets, and that's fine. Betfred literally not offering any markets. They're just like, well, let's think about the next game now. We've given up with this one. But the ones that keep going, which is what you should do because that's your job, will have markets out now. And this is the time where I'm like, well, I could maybe pick them off here because they've finished. Everyone knows the result of this game. But when you're betting, match winners are, for me, it's not a big thing for me. I'll go in and out on Betfair a few times, like you do, Jarrod. But it's the other stuff where you can really get the high value.
Just having a look at Chris Wokes. He hasn't played a game since 11th of February, so something would have to change quite dramatically. Shamar Joseph, Kemar Roach. Who's the third seamer for the West Indies?
They could go Seals.
Oh, I like Jaden Seals, yeah.
He's great, isn't he?
Kemar's been over here bowling county cricket, has he? Seals has been bowling county cricket too.
Yeah, Seals. I watched a spell of his the other day. He looks lethal. But he is a man to watch out for in that series if he's on one.
Mate, I think I probably, the first time I saw him, I was just like, this is a legitimate top-level bowler. And it hasn't quite happened for him yet, but he's still, I think people have forgotten how young he is.
Yeah.
They've
22.
also got Chima Holder, who I really, really like as a cricketer. I don't know if he's in the squad, actually. Oh, they probably wouldn't have announced the squad yet.
I don't have the squads, but Seals and Joseph is extremely exciting. That's box office.
Yep.
I'm going to the Lord's Test because it's Jimmy's last game and I can't miss that. But yeah, Seals and Joseph are going to cause problems if they're on.
And they'll use Gudakesh Moti, who I think is maybe the best young spinner in the world at the moment.
That's big.
Have you seen him bowl?
A lot in T20s, not a lot in other stuff, to be honest. I watch, I really love the CPL, so I've seen a lot of him in that. We're on a timeout, by the way.
Yeah, but I figured that we're going to be going off in a minute anyway.
Yeah, fair enough.
So thank you, Oren. Remember, you can email us live@cricket8.com and send through your information there as well. What about you? What are you thinking? For the either of them? I just said that, and then you were like, I'm not thinking anything. Don't say that to me on camera.
That is true.
West Indies bowling, England bowling. Anything to add? Anything to subtract? What did Rob get wrong?
No, nothing. Rob's never wrong.
Rob has never been wrong.
But Jarrod, you worked in the CPL, you worked in the IPL. What difference, do you see?
Money?
Of course. But in terms of just, approach or in terms of perception even of these tournaments, like locally?
Yeah, so CPL is very much, it's aimed at two different markets. It's aimed at local fans, and it's aimed at broadly American English fans coming over for 2 weeks and partying, right? That's no other tournament is set up in that way.
Yeah.
It's superbly fun though when you do go.
You've been as a CPL as a punter,
as a pure fan.
Yeah,
cool.
And I had a lovely time.
So it's set up that way, so it is in like that. It's very much an events-driven thing.
Yeah.
And you kind of feel that, so the teams have 2 weeks at home, and that's their 2 weeks to, take out people, tourism, all these sorts of different, get players on boats and get players jumping off of cliffs and all the different stuff that you can do in the Caribbean. Here's Darren Sammy on a giant turtle, all that sort of stuff. I'm not sure if they ever did that, but they do have massive turtles in St. Lucia, the big leatherbacks.
Yeah.
And they come up on the beach.
Wow.
I've never been there for it, and I don't want to get too David Warner about this because everyone knows he's the king of turtles, but yes.
How good are turtles?
How good are turtles? Just a quick aside, David Warner wandered over on the team bus when I was at St. Lucia, and we're going through the bay in Barbados, and he leaned over to me and goes, I once saw a really good turtle there. And I just burst into laughter. And I don't think he realised that we all are still talking about the time he tweeted, how good are turtles?
It's a Hall of Fame tweet.
One of the great tweets. So it's very much a pop-up tournament from that point of view. So you almost feel like once the tournament is finished, that's it. Whereas I wasn't involved as deeply with the IPL, but I have covered it a lot and worked very briefly with it and certainly talked to owners and coaches and everything else. there's a lot more stuff that goes on around the IPL from the rest of the year. You know, the auction is such a big thing, so the months before the auction are quite big. The months between the auction and the start of the tournament. It's not a 12-month tournament. It's probably like a 6-month tournament, but some of these other tournaments are barely the month that they exist. Right? You turn up like a day before if you're an overseas player. You maybe do a training session and you're out playing in your first game. Like it's wild, some of these tournaments. So that level that you go up is very, very different. And it really is, it is money, but it's infrastructure. And it's little things like, you know, and I say this as someone who's never had it for me, but I've seen my friends have it, of never having to worry about clothes or laundry or per diems, or do you know what I mean? Someone's taking you out for dinner every night. The team owner's quite often taking you out. You know, just little things like that. You almost have a team concierge, right? Who deals with all this. Which nightclubs do you guys want to go to after and everything else? CPL's a lot more. Darren Sammy's got a friend here, or so and so's got a friend here, or this is the local guy, and he'll set you up. So if you go to the UAE with an IPL team. And this isn't the case as much anymore, because these things have changed. But in the old days, you needed a different sim for every country. They would have like a ward of sims.
Wow.
And they would mark down what it was, so that instantly they know who you're on. And the CPL would be like, can one of the players go to the shops and get us some sims? Or as a player got a friend who can get us some sims? And if they didn't, you might not have a sim card because you don't have time to go down to the local. All that sort of stuff is not covered for you. In the IPL, you have, you know, I mean, Virender Sehwag hires a man to text for him. You know, MS Dhoni used to hire a guy to play on World of Warcraft for him when he was out playing because people worked out that he was playing and that they could attack his worlds. You don't get that in the CPL. You have to defend your own world.
That's a job. Luke, the producer, has just almost ran into the room saying, how do I get that
He
job?
is so upset that he's never had the opportunity to be Virender Sehwag's texter or MS Dhoni's gamer. So that's the difference where and then of course you've got the celebrity difference.
No, of course.
The hotel difference, all that sort of stuff. And CPL is that a little bit more open and free.
So on that, I saw, for absolutely no reason, in our hotel, Rishi Dhawan and Tom Moody chatting away one lunchtime. Rishi Dhawan had nothing to do with the CPL, nowhere near it, but he was around Tom Moody for some reason. And when I was going to the laundry with my clothes, Karan Pollard, Darren Bravo and Sunil Narayan were going to the same laundrette. So that absolutely backs up what you're saying. They had to do their own laundry. And that was like one of the best days of my life at the time. I had no idea what to say. I was like, there's Karan Pollard. I was like, there's Karan Pollard. Like, he is a big man. It's like,
Huge piece of
what are you doing in this laundrette where I'm like, you know, paying
with
my
he would have had a
$15?
$20,000 watch on his wrist as well and go to the lawyer. But he's right to do it because some of those hotels charge a lot. And
it's outrageous.
So
isn't it?
in the CPL, I can't remember the exact amount, but you get a specific number of clothing items that can be washed, and you can go over it a couple of times in some hotels, but other hotels will charge you for it, and you get charged a fortune per item. And so it sounds silly, although as a woman you probably understand. He probably won't understand because he wears the same clothes like 4 days in a row. But you get 9 pieces a day, right? And instantly you're like, well, how could you possibly go over 9 pieces a day? But if you go down to the ground, you've got your socks, you've got your underwear, you've got your shorts, your shirt. And if you wear a jumper or whatever, you sweat through everything while you're there. And then you've got your normal clothes. And on match days, you might have 3 different things. And you have to go to some grounds, you have to wear travel clothes. So some teams have for this game, we're going in this uniform. But then when we get there, we're warming up in this uniform. Then you're playing in this uniform. And I spent for the first 3 weeks sitting there counting my items, right? And then if you go to the gym,
game over.
So I think the ICC was 12 items, and so it was slightly different. And so what you end up doing in those lower leagues is you have, these days, it's all on apps, and you don't have to go to the laundrette like we used to. Neil Manthorpe knows the cheapest laundrette in every cricket city in the world. That is Neil Manthorpe's superpower.
Quite right too.
And I was going to say he's very tight, but he won't be watching. Hello, Manners. He's very careful with because he's, and
careful's fine, tight is not.
When he makes money, it goes a long way in South Africa. So when he gets paid pounds or US dollars, he's very careful with how he spends it, and so he knows all those sorts of things. Now you can get it on the apps and you can do it. But like if I actually got a message from a player recently who thought I was at the same hotel as him, going, "Which app are you using for laundry?" So some of those leagues are still at that level. So that's the difference, right? Of all that sort of stuff, and then just the quality of stuff.
Yep.
Remember the Mumbai team had their own. I don't know if it was Levi or Diesels or whatever. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Klaassen. You'll get a couple here. They're just pushing towards this now. No one thought they were going to slow down like this, Rob. Anyway, certainly not people who had their lunch ready. They had their own jean sponsor. Do you remember when Mumbai?
Yeah, at one point.
Yeah. When we were at the CPL, we had our kit was so bad that by the end of the tournament, I don't know why this is all about Karan Pollard, but he was wearing the travel trousers that looked like 3/4 length.
Okay.
Because they had shrunk so badly.
And
you're
just
not getting that. No one would allow that to happen in the IPL.
Yeah.
Like someone would go and fix the trousers or get you another pair of
yeah.
trousers straight
Yeah.
away. It's just all that sort of stuff.
Have you ever been looked after, either of you two, like that? To the extent where people are picking up your clothes for you and ferrying you places, or is the life of a journalist, you've got to sort yourself out?
I'm assuming you haven't had that.
No,
Did you work for the ICC?
no. That's
IMG?
no.
Okay, yeah. That would have been how you would have got it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you'd done like a random moment. Is this one is punch backed? Oh, that's gone through him for 4.
Oh dear, that's the end. I really, really don't want to wicket this over. I've got quite a sweat here.
Because of Harshal.
Because of Harshal.
Well,
Harshal's winning, but he had a bad economy.
I will
And
yeah.
so I backed the hundreds a couple of balls ago, 100 to 1, thinking that if they do get the wicket, then at least I can trade out of it. But now they're 200s because of that disgraceful misfield. So yeah, a wicket would be a horrible finish to this lovely game of madness.
So I've never had the full big treatment, but some of the places in Sri Lanka like really look after you, and you get a car to the ground and everything, and a driver and that sort of stuff.
Wow.
But when I was general manager of St. Lucia, I'm sure I've told you the story before. So when I was analyst, I got just a normal room, but it was on my own, right? So a lot of the players have to share. So I'm not complaining about having a single room in a nice hotel in the West Indies, right?
Yeah.
It was fine, but they were normal rooms. This is, Klaassen is just on a net session. He's going, how many cover drives can I hit through? I did say he'd get the 40 off 20 though. I nailed that part of his inning. And then I became the general manager, right? And I didn't realise that there was levels. And I went, the next place we went to, I think was St. Kitts, and I went into my room and I had a suite.
Ooh.
And it was like a
Fancy.
really good resort in St. Kitts. And I was suddenly like, and I remember, I think I sent Brad Hodge a message. You won't believe my room. Something's gone wrong here. He's like, you're a general manager. You've got that room. And that was the place where I had my own personal driver in that place. There was a fixer. Fixer in terms of tickets and meals and all that sort of stuff. That was the only time I had a little bit of that, but it still wasn't at the level. TV guys obviously get it.
Sorry, did you take advantage of that in any way? Did you say, right, this is what I want today? You must have done that for at least one day. I really want this for breakfast, or I really want my shirt ironed in this way, or something.
Not really that kind of guy, am I?
You're not, though, to be fair. You're a lots of kinds of guy.
But not that.
But you're not that kind of
particularly.
guy, to be fair, yeah.
No, I am. Do you know what I did? It's way worse than this. I just because I became general manager, I read the entire terms and conditions of everything in the CPL, from players' contracts to ownership agreements to everything.
Wow.
To which point, I think that everyone thought I'd just gone missing. And I went through every line by line to see what I could exploit for coming up, which sadly I never got to do. But yeah, so that's actually what I did in my lovely room. And I also did the other thing that you do, which is I showed my family back home how good my room was.
You have to do that, yeah.
Which I think is an important one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never done that. I've been around a lot of friends in TV and stuff when they get the special treatment, they get the cars to and from and all that sort of stuff. And I've been around them when they work in radio and they don't get that treatment.
Yeah.
I don't know. For some reason, I thought that you worked with RCB, so I thought maybe.
No,
you
I
did.
did, but I was remote when I worked with them, and it was whatever it was, a week before. Oh, this could be out.
Oh dear.
That is not what
Shabazz,
Rob
now
Barron
he
wanted.
catches one. Shashank.
That was smashed too,
Shashank
by, and they're
has
going to
just-
have a look at this, but I think it's caught.
No, it's caught. That has spoilt the end of this game for me.
While he's is that a no?
It becomes, with the firm I backed it with, it becomes a dead heat if he only gets 2.
Yeah.
But
You're going to lose on the runs.
no,
No,
but
it's just a dead heat.
It would be much better if it
You
was
get
a
your
full
money
winner.
back, or you get half.
So you get half your stake at the odds, so it turns into just over an even money winner, whereas it was going to be a 7-2 winner.
Yeah.
And he's still got a chance of getting another wicket, so that's annoying, but we've had a very good day, and I'll let you carry on.
Exactly. So we've got a couple more minutes. So when I was with RCB, so I was still working with Cricinfo. So they asked me to work for them for the auction, and I said, I'm happy to do it, but I can't quit Cricinfo for a week.
Yeah.
And you guys have to work out when you want to hire me and how you want to hire me. I said, but because I wanted to learn and be around Trent Woodhill and Dan Vittori and all those guys.
Yeah.
Joe Harris was their analyst, who I really respect as well. I was like, I'll spend a week learning all this sort of stuff so I can do it, and I'll give you as much help as I can as someone who is still working for Cricinfo. So I did that, and then I was offered the position of the scout, the opposition scout. So I was going to travel with RCB not with them, ahead of them, and go from hotel to hotel and watch their opposition play, which is my dream job. I'd much rather do that. I don't want to hang around with the team or sit in the dugout and all that sort of stuff. I wanted to be doing that sort of stuff. It was really cool. I would have been meeting people in cricket, and I still would have been with the team when I had to be. And that was the season at which they had Corey Anderson as a death bowler, and everyone who had offered me the job and assured me I was going to get the job was fired. So I only did about a week and a half with RCB, realistically, although during that season I was kind of an unofficial occasionally. Like, don't bowl Corey Anderson was one of my things. Sam has come in. So that's the only job I did in the IPL,
Right.
but I have done consultancy for IPL teams before. And I have been interviewed for IPL positions with the league and with the team, but it's never quite worked at the right time. It's same with the PSL, and the BPL. It's never quite worked out the way that I've wanted. And also the job that I want, I don't know if I'd be offered anymore, but I want to really run the analytics department, but in a way that will work with cricket teams. And that's not how they want a nerdish kid from IIT or an Indian analyst to sit in the corner. And obviously, Kritika, we both know that is probably not going to be how I would do the job. And I want it to have where I can hire my own staff and do it correctly from a sports science point of view. And the Rajasthan job could have been one, but they went in a different direction and didn't think that I was an ideal fit for them, which is fine because they've hired some really good people. I have no problems with who they've hired there. Some of the other teams, maybe not as much. But after COVID, I wasn't really willing to go on the road over and over again in low-paid analyst jobs, and it meant that I've fallen a little bit out of favour. But their YouTube pages got so big that I know that a lot of teams still watch all that stuff. So it might be that I get called back in one day, but it doesn't matter to me. And I've travelled so much in my life. Yeah. If I don't have to. But my dream was, if I would love to have got in with a very good franchise, I don't care what level, got a job where I was either the general manager or the head of analytics, run a whole department on my own, and then I did 4 to 6 months of work of that, and then the other 6 months I would work for myself, was what I really wanted to do, because I loved being a general manager more than I did an analyst, because I loved the conversation. I was talking to the people who made the t-shirts stuff about, we could do this, why don't you just put some Lucia stars on the thing, we could do this, we could sell this, we could talk to the players and get players t-shirts, and I tried to set up a TV deal, which I actually had set up, but it fell apart when the new ownership came in, and I wasn't going to give them the deal for free, where we were going to have one spot on our roster was going to be given away to a competition winner, and the local St. Lucia thing was going to make a big 10-part TV series on it.
Oh, cool.
Little things like that was so much fun to be able to do. I like sitting in the dugout and talking to the coach as well, but also like growing the game and finding talent in other ways. And also I probably work better when I'm left to do my own thing, but under a good structure. Right? That's what Cricinfo was a perfect example of. They got the best out of me because they were like, Jarrod's a bit crazy, we're going to let him do stuff, but there's still a structure here that he has to come back to, and that is what I would like to do. What's your dream job in cricket?
Wow. Honestly, I felt like what I was doing was my dream job. Like
that was a
reporting.
6, but sorry, continue.
Yeah, I feel like reporting is my dream job. I had that I was doing it for the longest time, but then I decided I need a new challenge.
Yep.
I feel like, I can't do like the same thing, and I need slight routine changes. I need something different, and I feel like, there is just so much to do within sport.
Yep.
And even within cricket, like you said, you don't want to be, just stuck to one thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
So your answer is you haven't given me an answer?
I felt like, I felt
You
like I
wouldn't-
had my dream job, but then I feel
Yeah.
like probably not.
I think that's fair. I think if
know-
you would have told a 12-year-old me that I would have been a writer for ESPN for 10
Yeah.
years traveling the world, I don't think it would have been obvious that I would then have quit that job. But you change as a person.
Yeah.
What about you, Rob? Because through Cricket 8, you now have a cult classic. On the way to being
They
a
call me
micro
something very
celebrity.
similar.
What's your kind of dream? Your passion?
Dream cricket job
Yeah.
is batting order coach. For
Batting order coach. Are you coaching the captain on how to use them?
yeah, so I sit there in the dugout,
Yeah.
and they say who bats next, and I tell them, and they do it, and then they're all worth 10 runs more. And I say
Whoa.
this is what you have to do, and you go Harshal, you're allowed to put the pads on, or Trent, you're batting number 3 today. I want you to see if you can score 20 off 5, and if you do it, we're miles ahead. And if you don't do it, it doesn't matter because you're not going to bat anyway.
Yeah.
And there's so much of that, and I'm not having. You can bat 3, but you can't be 10 off 10. If you're 10 off 10, I'm going to call you in. And ruthless batting coach is what I want to be. That would be my dream job, because I think I've studied the top batsman live. We don't talk about it now because no one really bets on it. But who's going to get the most runs live? I've studied that for years and years, every single day, because it had huge inefficiency. It was a really difficult one to model because batting orders can change, and England used to bring Josh Buttler up the order in ODIs a lot, and you just see it going out and out and out. The Josh Buttler prize, like, he's going to bat, like they're not going to not bat him, and the Andre Russell in T20 stuff. The models say he's a number 8, so he's not going to bat. So he's 50 to 1. I'm like, well, he ain't, because he's only got to get 30, and he can do that in 9 balls. That sort of stuff, and from that. Inherently, you soak in a lot of information about what is an optimum batting order, and that's now in my head. And it's like, well, obviously you can't put this guy in, and obviously you can't. And we see it time and time again where they go, "Why is Kane Williamson on my screen in the power play? Why am I watching this?"
Oh, there could be a wicket here. Tyrone Clarkson has moved across the line and
Ridiculous.
is being bowled. And he's so angry with himself because he could have just stood in line and hit that, and he was being funny for no reason other than the fact that I think he's just trying to mix his game up. He could have just stood in the crease and gone out. You've got them at hundreds or 200s?
100 I backed, which is probably about what they are now, isn't it?
They shouldn't lose this game, but that at least they're about 100s again here. Joel says, we've got a couple of comments on YouTube. Remember, you can email us live@cricket8.com. Joel says, what a player Dre Russ is. Wish he played at Test level. And he also says, I think they'll use Sinclair, Holder, Shamar, Roach, and Alzari Joseph. Yeah, we forgot Sinclair and Alzari Joseph there, but we threw in Seals. And Sean says, do you think Ruckin Cornwall should be considered in the IPL with the impact sub? I think he should be in the IPL anyway.
I think he should be in everything.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He also he's a brilliant slips fielder.
Yeah,
Right.
If you can afford to have a slip, you have Raheem there all day long.
So obviously you're not going to get that all the way through, but you can bowl his overs early on because you don't need to bowl him out. If he becomes a liability in the field, you can just impact sub him out of the game. But you may not want to because of the batting and the bowling as well. So I think you get a couple of different bites at the cherry with him.
Speaking of West Indians that can do a lot of stuff in T20, why, and we should have asked this question earlier today, where's Kyle Mayers? Why haven't I seen Kyle Mayers playing this season?
There's a person to ask
I know.
that of today.
I know. I really want to know the answer to that, because he was excellent last year, and he played because de Kock was away at the start of the IPL, and he did brilliantly well. He's multifaceted, he's got magic in him, and he did really well in the IPL last year. And that they lost a wicket in their first over in half their games, Lucknow this season, and they were opening with KL and Quentin de Kock for most of those. They lost a wicket in the first over in half of their games. Why haven't I seen Kyle Mayers?
I'm completely with you. I think it was worth it. Also, you know, the bowling, the fielding, like he gives you lots of options.
Gives you a first over that swings.
Just to say that I'm in on at 120s on Punjab at the moment, just because they need 6 off 9 and weird things happen in cricket.
Interesting.
They're 6 wickets down. They now need 5 off 8. But do you understand my theory?
Do you agree that women's cricket
Is
can
better.
well, they do a lot of things better in women's cricket, but we haven't got enough time to talk about that now. But the crazy finishes in women's cricket seem to happen a lot more often when the blow ups at this sort of chase seem to happen more in women's cricket, where the dots join up and all of a sudden
You know what that is?
I want you to tell me.
It's happening less now because of professionalism. But before, if you were a woman who was an international quality bowler, you didn't probably spend all that much time on your batting at all.
Okay.
And so you once you got in past position 7, there was nothing there.
Full blown panic.
Yeah. And that is very, very different now, especially at the franchise level. So when that franchise thing first happens, you've got a lot of... It's a bit like when rugby exploded with amateur and professional at the same time. You've got a lot of women who are suddenly professional, but they've never worked on their batting before, and they have come in. And then there is a little bit of pressure, right, in some of those situations. They need 4 of 6 off this last over. I'm pretty happy with my bet, actually. At hundreds for that. So yeah, I think that is a big part. Remember that there is the England-Pakistan game. We'll go through everything here as well.
If you want an update for the next game, the toss has been delayed due to rain.
I didn't want that. Well, maybe we could have a look at a little bit of the other game that's being played, the Pakistan-England women's game.
Why not? We've got an angle, haven't we? Or 2 angles.
It says here there was 2 wickets. There was a run out of the last ball because they ran into the last ball, the England women. They made 176. The Pakistan women cannot make 176 against this lineup, but they have been starting brilliantly. So I'm just going to tell you all what the run line is for 6 overs. Can you find it, Rob?
I've backed over 38.5 at evens.
That seems very fair to me.
And it's still there now. As Shashank is bowling the last over to up the volatility, which I completely agree with. Could be over in 1 ball, but if he gets a wicket now, all of a sudden, that's kind of what you're betting on here, Jarrod, is a wicket first ball.
No, I'm betting on overs. Yeah, no, I am. I am betting on a wicket first ball here.
I'll give you another angle for, as Kritika, you've just said.
This is mangled down the ground, and it is
the end of that.
4, and that is the end of this game. Let's just quickly go through the bets. If you're not ready enough to bet on the Pakistan women, which is fair. In this second game, which we do think is going to be delayed slightly, of course, but under Kolkata's first over on 7.5 line, Rajasthan to be the highest first over scorer. In the first innings, Rajasthan highest first 6 overs runs. Under 24.5 on fall of first wicket for KKR. Both teams to score 280, and man of the match on Andre Russell. I'm Jarrod Kimber. This is the Rooster, Rob Barron. This is the killer, Kritika Naidu. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Or actually, we'll probably come back when we know when the toss has been flipped. I don't know if you run a toss.
You don't run a toss.
You don't run a toss. We'll be back. So we won't come back straight away, but we won't stay out. If it rains for a little while, we will come back. But we've got some other content to show you as well. Either way, this is Cricket 8. This is the Watch Along. We will be here. These are our people. Love us.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of our weekly IPL chat here on the India on Cricket 8 podcast. I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinner, and we're finally into the closing stages of the group phase of this season's competition. It's basically been going on for what feels like about 6 to 8 months, and yet only one side is currently mathematically guaranteed a playoff spot, which is quite frankly bonkers, but this is the IPL. KKR, of course, they're top of the table. They sit on 19 points after that washout against the Gujarat Titans. Gujarat themselves are out of the competition despite making the final in the last 2 seasons, winning it, of course, a couple of years ago. They're out along with Mumbai and Punjab, Mumbai probably being the shock one out of those 3. Rajasthan, meanwhile, they sit in second on 16 points, should be confirmed in the playoffs very soon, although they seem to have been stuck on 16 points for quite some time now. Beneath them, it's all to play for, with 5 sides technically fighting out for the remaining 2 spots. I guess, Mega, this is what the fans crave, isn't it? A bit of drama towards the end of the season.
Absolutely. And at least right now, we are clear that the 3 teams that are out, one has qualified. Up until the previous week, even after 50 matches, there was not one team that was sure of making it to the playoffs and not one team that had already crashed out. So it is going down to the wire. We might not have had as many close matches as we would have wanted, but at least in terms of qualification, that race is still pretty riveting and pretty close. Royal Challengers Bangalore are still in with a chance. After that run of 6 consecutive losses, one would have ruled them out, because that also meant that in 8 matches they had won just 1. But here they are still in it, and their net run rate also pretty healthy. But talking about the Rajasthan Royals, we were expecting them to fumble at some point, but that it has come so close to the end of the qualification stage, with them having lost 3 matches back to back, one of them by just 1 run. So back then they might not have thought much about it, but now when there's still a mathematical possibility of them not making it to the playoffs, in that scenario, of course, they would be thinking about that loss, that 1 run loss. But otherwise as well, just that consistency that's been missing, and those 3 back-to-back losses might just do something to the momentum, to the confidence, like back-to-back wins. Yeah.
No Josh Butler. Josh Butler's
No
going
Josh
home. He's coming back here to England to captain England in that T20 series against Pakistan. That has got to be a huge blow, not just Josh Butler, the player, which will be a massive miss, but the aura that he brings to a side, the fear that he instills in opposition bowlers, that's not going to be there anymore at the top of the order. So they're going to have to go with something different. Yes, they've got Jaiswal up there to hopefully continue and score some runs, particularly from an Indian point of view before that T20 World Cup, just carry on some good form. But, you know, you miss a player like Josh Butler, and all of a sudden other sides start feeling that they've got an opportunity every time they come up against you. So, it's not done and dusted for Rajasthan. I mean, I joked there about them being on 16 points for quite some time, but it's been like well over a week, hasn't it? Those 3 matches that they lost in a row since then, since they chalked up 16. So, it's you know, probably they've just done enough, just judging by what other sides have to do. I mean, there's sides like Bangalore and Delhi in particular who are having to rely massively on other results. And that's their issue of sort of starting so poorly this season, and Bangalore then going on that run of 5 straight wins. Let's start with RCB then, because it seems as though there's a real push, probably just because of Virat Kohli, from the general wider public for RCB to make a run and get into those playoffs. I mean, as an RCB fan, if you're somebody who's supported RCB all these years, you must be pretty good at maths, right? You're having to get your calculator out almost every year to see how it is still possible for RCB to make the playoffs towards the end of the group stages, because they always leave it quite late. They often miss out. Yes, they have made it a couple of times recently, but it's just it's drama of the highest quality, yes, but it's being led almost single-handedly by one man, Virat Kohli, who's orange cap holder, that innings of 92 from 47, once again just underlying his credentials.
Absolutely. And all the conversations around his strike rate, at least for now, have been put to rest, because there was a lot of conversations that were happening, and maybe rightly so, because last season as well, in that post power play phase, he would slow down, particularly against the spinners. And this time around as well, for the first half, that continued happening, a strike rate of around 133. But then, since the criticisms became louder and Virat Kohli took it to heart, we've seen a different player altogether. And later, of course, there was this post-match interview where Virat was livid, and Virat obviously made it clear what he thought about people in the boxes. But post that, he's obviously mellowed down with his bites as well, and he's mentioned that he's not somebody who wouldn't make changes to his game. He would acknowledge the issues and he would make those changes to get better as a player. And it's there for everyone to see. It's been a huge part of why RCB have strung together those 5 back-to-back wins, because Dinesh Karthik, who was a crucial cog in the first half of the season, in the last 5 matches, he hasn't made as much contributions. Faf du Plessis has been obviously providing fury start up front. but Virat Kohli has been the main contributor, and Rajat Patidar as well. After that England series where he was dropped, he couldn't get a lot of runs, and then he carried that slump into the IPL. But in the last 5 games, he's been making those contributions. Green as well stepping up because he too didn't have a great start to the season, but got some form by his side. Will Jacks has been contributing. Obviously, the services of some of these players, RCB will not have going ahead. And Mohammad Siraj dropped for a game. Since then, he's obviously managed some movement up front. Things have been going well on that front. And Swapnil Singh, probably RCB's good luck, because since the time he's begun featuring in the 11. They've not lost any game, and he's been doing well for them as well. He's been given that first over 2, and otherwise as well in the middle overs. He's been delivering the goods for the team, including that game against PBKS. So all in all, it's clicking for RCB finally.
It is, but will it be too little, too late? Of course, they've got that game against CSK, their final one in the group stages. Straight shootout, it could be, depending on other results, and if they're to go in RCB's favour along the way, they could still be in with a chance. I mean, there's a lot of parallels, and I know I sometimes use the football comparisons quite a bit, but for those in India, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are following the English Premier League football, that's going down to the wire. I mean, it all depends on a match tonight between Manchester City and Tottenham as to whether or not Arsenal have got a realistic chance. But regardless of that result, they still will have a chance going to that final game. But they'll obviously be relying on Man City to lose to West Ham and themselves to beat Everton. But all getting very close, and it's all kind of lined up. The stars have lined up in the football in the English Premier League. They seem to be lining up for RCB too. And look, Kohli's never won this, has he? It's one of the few trophies that he's not won. He's not going to move franchise. He's always going to be with RCB. He's already said that. So his entire IPL career kind of hinges on RCB's success. If he's to pick up that trophy, he's done all he can. It's good to see him relaxed as well, because we see the intense Kohli, and we saw him when he was captain of India, and that extra intensity he brings. He's still got that. He's still got the fight, obviously, and he's still scoring bucket loads of runs. But it was a great interaction between himself and Ishant Sharma in that match against Delhi Capitals. Obviously, two great mates, having grown up both in Delhi, on the west side of Delhi, and then played through the ranks together for both Delhi and for India. And, nice little bit of banter between the two. Kohli hits him for a 6, gives him a little bit of stick. Ishant gets him a couple of balls later, kind of almost sort of hit barges him in a kind of friendly manner. And it was good to see a smile from Kohli, although he'd just been dismissed too. So it's great to see that side of him. And not only is the strike rate question out the window, but his kind of attitude as well. I think a lot of people who may not have been the biggest Virat Kohli fans, and yes, there's not a lot of them in India, but just generally are kind of warming to him a little bit now as well, aren't they?
Indeed. It's very rare that Virat Kohli would let out a smile after getting out, but that's what Ishant Sharma made happen. And because they've been mates for the longest time and have played a lot of cricket together. In fact, it was Ishant Sharma who broke the news of Virat Kohli's making it to the Indian team for the first time to him. So that camaraderie has lasted for a while now. And even when Virat Kohli was a captain and those overseas wins, Ishant Sharma had a huge role to play. He'd play that containing role really well, and that's why the other bowlers could flourish. He'd create pressure from one end. So that chemistry was evident in the game against the Delhi Capitals. But otherwise as well, the India supporters, you could be supporting any team as Indian fans, but as Indian fans, in fact, you would want Virat Kohli to do well. You'd remember the 2022 World Cup and how important Virat Kohli was for that campaign, particularly the game against Pakistan. That almost was a miraculous performance because most fans had given up hope, and then Virat Kohli, like a man possessed, helped India cross the line. So you'd want Virat Kohli to perform well in the West Indies and the US as well, and him striking form and also getting those runs at a quick pace, particularly in the middle overs, is very important from India's point of view as well. Although, talking about the Indian fans' perspective, now as an RCB fan, of course, you'd want RCB to make it to the playoffs, but Indian fans who are not RCB fans wouldn't really want to see that happen, because unlike England, Indian players cannot leave the IPL midway. So You'd want the players to spend some time together, spend some time in the US together before US and the West Indies together before the campaign kicks off. So that dilemma as well is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. I mean, I'm not sure with players like Kohli if it makes that much difference or not, such as the experience level that he's got. But look, let's talk about Sunrisers Hyderabad, because if you were just watching the IPL as a casual, as somebody maybe in a different country outside of India, you'd see the headlines, you would have seen their record-breaking feats, and you'd probably say they've been the team of the season, but the table suggests otherwise. They're in fourth position. They do have a game in hand over a lot of the sides around them, so they've got 2 games remaining. If they win one of them, they're on 14 points. If they win one of them, they're probably through to the playoffs, which is fine, but it hasn't been an easy road for them to get there. They either win really, really big, or they, sort of bat second, and most of the time when they batted second, apart from that blitz in 9.4 overs, they've struggled a little bit. Even against the Mumbai Indians, actually batting first, they were putting a little bit of pressure. There have been certain games where they've just not been able to quite flourish in that same way, particularly at the top of the order through Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, and then setting that platform, etc. It's been a weird one, hasn't it? Because as I say, a lot of people will just see the headlines and say, yeah, surely team of the season, but they haven't quite been like that, have they? Throughout the whole campaign, they've not been consistent enough.
Absolutely, they've managed some wins that have created headlines. The game against Royal Challengers Bangalore, the game against LSG most recently. But otherwise, there have also been some massive losses. And like you mentioned, those losses have come when they've gone for the chase. So the key in this case is, if the opponent is able to send back their top order early, the middle order, when the platform is not given to them, they've somehow not managed to step up. But when the platform gets provided, then they come to their own. And we have to talk about that LSG game and all that followed afterwards, because KL Rahul as well got to hear a lot from his owner, Mr. Goenka. And then after that, there was a lot that happened on the social media. There was a lot of criticism, a lot of flag that the owner faced because of that. But seems like all's well for now, because he was invited for a dinner and the two hugged and it's all hunky-dory now. But what a game did we get to witness with that KL Rahul scoring 27 from 33. And then there were these openers for SRH that completed the game in 9.4 overs. Almost every second ball was hammered for a boundary. Crazy spectacle. They've managed to create headlines. Yeah, it
was Krunal Pandya as well, wasn't it? That partnership between himself and KL Rahul. At that point, I mean, Krunal was going at just over a run on ball, so he was like the sort of more attacking partner. But it was strange because it looked like a difficult wicket, didn't it? The way they were playing, they made it look like it was really difficult conditions to bat in, and they're sort of grinding out a total here. And then all of a sudden, 9.4 overs, they chased down 167 or whatever it was, 164, I think. And so one or the other. I mean, whatever it is. I mean, look, they're scoring 100 odd in the power play. They've done that a couple of times. 125 was the record that they got a few games ago. It's just mad. It's crazy. And let's talk about the owner of the LSG. So Mr. Goenka goes out on the outfield, for those of you who may not have seen the video, and is sort of waving his arms quite furiously at KL Rahul, and KL's just sort of taking it, really. He's taking that flack from this guy who obviously is technically his boss. But then KL Rahul is a current Indian cricketer. He's the captain of the franchise. He deserves a bit more respect than to be flogged in public like that, because even the great coaches of all time, even when there's been a catastrophic performance by their team, they, doing it publicly, it makes no sense. There's no class in that. And he's not even a coach. He's not even a cricket guy. He's not a former player or anything like that. Even if he was, it would still be inexcusable. The fact he's a businessman, he's an owner, it just shows you, A, how much power these owners have in the IPL over decision making, and how they feel that this is their toy. They can do with it as they please. They don't necessarily run it as a cricket team. They want that instant success because they want the money, they want the glory, they want this, they want that, they want it now. And in a corporate world, yes, you can pull people into a meeting, and there are CEOs who deal with things in that way. They're not necessarily people kind of managers as such, but they get shit done, and they want to get shit done quickly. And if it's not getting done, they fire people. You can't do that in the IPL, especially to somebody like KL Rahul. So look, I'm the first one to give KL Rahul stick when he plays innings like that, 27 from 33, and he's done that quite often. But this guy, Goenka, he's got form, hasn't he? Because he was part of the ownership of the rising Pune Super Giants.
Yeah.
And he removed MS Dhoni as captain after the first season. I mean, he's got no sense anyway, as it is, cricket-wise, if he's going to do something like that and put Steve Smith in. Yes, they made the playoffs and all that in that second season, but
Finals.
yeah, the
Lost by
final. They
one
made,
run.
yeah. But it wasn't simply because of that decision. I mean, they still had Dhoni in there as one of the senior decision makers of that side. But it's just that ego thing, sacking somebody like an MS Dhoni back then, when he was even more, he was still a current India player, and it's just mad. It's absolutely crazy. So they just treat it as their toy, and I just thought it was just reeked of absolutely no class whatsoever. So it doesn't do any favors to LSG as a brand and as a franchise as well, because it's very unfashionable as it is. They came into the IPL the first season, they had the worst kit ever. They just had nothing really kind of snazzy and headline grabbing about them. KL Rahul might not be the most inspiring captain, and he's a very quietly spoken guy, and class player of course, but they just didn't have that, and they haven't managed to grab the general public's kind of affection. If you're not from Lucknow, you're not really going to care what happens to Lucknow Super Giants. I mean, it's one of those where if you've got nothing invested in Lucknow, and sorry if this sounds harsh, but your worst nightmare would be like the Lucknow Super Giants against, the Punjab Kings or the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the final three of the, just three unfashionable teams, but Lucknow being probably the most unfashionable out of all those teams in the IPL, even more so than somebody like Punjab, because at least with Punjab, they've had these stars over the years. They've got Priti Zinta, and all that kind of stuff going for them. Whereas with Lucknow, it's this, and now the owners, basically come out and made himself look like a bit of a twat. So that's all I got to say on that. I mean, I don't know if you've got any different points of view, but you shouldn't be flogging your captain in public like that.
I guess publicly, that's the most important point, because if you remember the first season as well, and I've seen fans actually talk about RCB, how RCB owners have been very cooperative. But that's not always been the case, because the very first season, when Vijay Mallya, of course, owned the RCB and Rahul Dravid was the captain, there were remarks being made in public as to how he wanted things differently, how even at the auctions, there were things that happened because he insisted on it, and how he wanted changes, and how IPL at the end of the day was about results. And it wasn't just about giving chance to youngsters and stuff like that, all the good things that were earlier being talked about. So the owners do get involved. In case of Mr. Sanjeev Goenka, before this and before the RPS, the team and of course, you do not like RPS, I'm aware of that. No part of the franchise appeal to you. But coming back to Mr. Sanjeev Goenka, so in his case, he wouldn't get involved. He wouldn't be seen in the stands at all times or very animated. But this time around, probably it got way too much for him. Having said that, the sort of conversation that happened, and that happened in public, that would always be incorrect. That would always draw flag, like it rightly did. Because at the end of the day, KL Rahul is a senior Indian cricketer, and you cannot treat anybody like that, more so publicly. Whatever conversations, whatever pointers you have, maybe you can convey that to him in person, not in front of hundreds of cameras, including the phone cameras that were capturing that moment. And very dignified of KL Rahul to actually absorb all of that. But having made some very varied arguments on the subject, now, if you remember 2022 season as well, they'd made it to the playoffs like they did in the last season as well. And the game against RCB, KL Rahul was obviously a part of the chase on that occasion. And his innings at the end of the day seemed too little for the team to win. And even when he tried to step on the accelerator, by then it was too late, around the 16th over. And in doing so, he got out, and eventually LSG fell short and were eliminated of the playoffs. And you could see Gautam Gambhir's expressions, and he was absolutely livid with that performance. So that has been a refrain with KL Rahul, and assessing the wicket, maybe he would have assisted differently. But then from the very same team, you had Ayush Badoni and Marcus Stoinis stitching a 99-run stand for some 50 deliveries. So the wicket apparently didn't change that much during the mid-innings break. It probably changed after the first 10 overs, because clearly two players from his own team could go big in the last 10 overs.
Let's talk Delhi. Let's move on from LSG. And look, their owner, we've seen him, Bud Jindal, waving around his arms and things in that match against Rajasthan Royals. Another one we kind of see a little bit more of as the years have gone on, don't we, in the stands and getting a bit more involved, enjoying the limelight a little bit more. I mean, his side, again, they've left it late. They're almost out of it. Similar to RCB, they need to win and hope all of the results go perfectly for them. They're just behind RCB in the current table. So one game remaining, 12 points. Their net run rate slightly worse than RCB's. So they need to win big in their final match against LSG, which takes place today, actually, in a couple of hours' time from when we're talking, and hope that a whole sequence of other results go in their favour too. It looks highly unlikely.
Yeah.
I suppose the most heartwarming thing from Delhi's point of view is Rishabh Pant and him coming back and captaining the side and being able to play a full season after that horrific crash. We've talked about it before, but that seems to have sort of got a lot more neutrals rooting for Delhi, hasn't it?
Yeah. Something that Delhi needed dearly over the seasons, because they wouldn't get a lot of support. But yeah, Rishabh Pant coming back, scoring runs, being handed one match ban, and his absence clearly making a difference, at least as a batter, because he could give you those runs in the middle order. Akshar Patel, the skipper, stepping up with the bat. But otherwise, they've lacked that consistency. David Warner got injured in between, but on either side of that injury, he couldn't score a lot of runs. Prithvi Shaw was tried, again inconsistent. And now, of course, Tristan Stubbs, he did score quick fire runs in the middle order for the team, and so did Rishabh Pant, but otherwise not as many. We didn't see other batters stepping up as much. And of course, at the top, Jake Fraser McGurk making a huge contribution, and that's the reason we are still talking about Delhi being in some sort of contention for the playoffs. On the bowling front, Andrik Nortje struggling so much with his consistency, and Kuldeep Yadav, not really the same player that he was in the last two seasons, because this time around teams have taken him on. He has been pretty expensive, although he's managed to get those wickets. So all in all, probably lacking the consistency, and somehow I think they wouldn't make it to the playoffs, because there are other contenders with stronger contention. So Delhi Capitals, it must be it for them.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, but look, they're playing at home, and a chance for them to at least end of the season on a high and give themselves an outside chance, I suppose, of making that final four. Big question then, moving on from Rishabh Pant and kind of continuing on that theme, has Sanju Samson done enough, do you think, to warrant a place as India's keeper in that starting 11 come the T20 World Cup, or do you think Rishabh Pant will don the gloves?
It's left me wondering, because we look at the combination beyond the contributions made by the player in the IPL, because they've both done well, scored over 400 runs. But beyond that, Rishabh Pant fits in as a finisher or in the middle order. Sanju Samson, bulk of the scoring that he's done in the top order, and that's where he flourishes. India has tried him as a finisher, but that has not really worked out. And in the format, in fact, in T20Is, it's neither Rishabh nor Sanju who boast of great past records. In fact, even Sanju Samson, up until the previous year's World Cup, he did string together some consistent performances, but in the ODI format, not in the T20I. So in a way, they're both as good as each other, but in terms of the combination, Rishabh Pant brings that left-handed option, and he fits in the lower middle order or the middle order. Where do we have space for Sanju Samson if we are to fit him in the top order where he actually thrives? Because even for the Rajasthan Royals, when he's been introduced very late, he's not had the same impact. So introduced very late in terms of partnerships at the top of the order, strong opening partnership, and Sanju being introduced late. What about you?
Yeah,
Where do you see the two?
it's an interesting question. I think Sanju Samson has probably done enough, hasn't he? Because he's had one of those seasons which is quite out of the ordinary for him, because he usually starts well, just like Rajasthan Royals, and then fizzles away. And it usually coincides with his form, their sort of dip as a team as well, doesn't it? So it shows how crucial he is to the team. I guess the other questions that India have got are, and this was interesting actually, Matthew Hayden, who's working out there on the IPL on the commentary team, was talking about the combinations at the top of the order and suggesting that Kohli should open because, obviously he's orange cap holder. That's where he's batting for RCB. He's best used in those power play overs because he can play proper shots and find the gaps. And somebody like Jaiswal for the left hand, right hand, Suryakumar Yadav at 3, he was suggesting, and Rohit Sharma at 4, which, he's done it before. He's won a T20 World Cup batting in the middle order at 5 and 6. Different player now, of course, having opened for India in all formats for such a long time. It's an option though, isn't it?
Isn't Rohit Sharma best during the power plays because of the fielding restrictions? He tries to make.
He's a 6-hitter though. He's a 6-hitter, isn't he? Yeah. Kohli, I know Kohli's got 33 sixes or whatever it is this season. Yeah. On those kind of pitches in the Caribbean, it's not necessarily his game. Whereas Rohit Sharma has got more sixes than anyone across international cricket for India. I think he's got more than Sehwag now across all formats. Yeah. So he can offer you something a little bit different, whereas Kohli's more of a correct player, isn't he? He plays along the floor, he plays through the gaps, he drives, he flicks. It's all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but it's another option, isn't it? Because I think Kohli batting at 3 wastes Kohli in your side. I know, look, there could be like 0 for 1 or something, and he could just come in the power play anyway. So then that problem is kind of solved, but you don't want to be a wicket down just so you can get Kohli in during the power play. And then Suryakumar Yadav, I know he's been batting a little bit lower now in the last couple of years, down at number 4, even for India and Mumbai Indians. I still think his best position is number 3 in T20 cricket. Just give him as many balls as you can. And then you've got Rohit Sharma to come in and, if he doesn't feel like the situation is right for him to come in, he can be a floating player, only 4-5, still a great captain. It's just another option, and it could solve that issue of who do you open with when Kohli's batting so well at the top of the order. So I've always said, if Kohli plays T20 international cricket, he needs to be opening the batting.
Yeah, you maintain that.
Is who should bat with him, and you can't you can't put Jaiswal down the order now. So if Jaiswal plays, he opens, and then maybe Rohit has to give way. That could be it. Worst case scenario, Surya could still continue at 4, and Rohit could just come in at 3. That could be another way around it. India have done it previously, haven't they? Sourav Ganguly and Sachin Tendulkar was the most successful partnership in the history of ODI cricket. Sehwag comes in and Ganguly drops to 3. There's no other choice. I know there was a period where Tendulkar dropped to 4 and it was Sehwag and Ganguly. But you look at the 2003 World Cup where India was so successful. It was such an opening with Sehwag, Ganguly at 3. All 3 of them had a great tournament. So it can work. I know it's a slightly different format, but it can work. So watch this space. I don't think it's done and dusted as far as the batting order is concerned for India going into that. And talking of Rohit and some of these other guys, Mumbai Indians out of the competition. That was confirmed. They were never going to make it anyway, but it's been officially confirmed in the last week. Indian cricket fans, though, would be hoping that they at least finish with a bit of a flourish, because they've got 4 key players in that side, in Rohit, in Hardik Pandya, in Suryakumar Yadav, and Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah, I don't think we need to worry about. Yeah. He's just been fabulous this season, as always. Sky is in some form now. The other 2, though, that's a concern.
Yeah, absolutely. More so with Rohit Sharma. He had a great start to the season. Up until that century, he was looking in control. But somehow since then, one is getting that deja vu and one is being reminded of that 2022 edition of the T20 World Cup, wherein Rohit would try things, but they just not work out for him. It's not like he's not trying to attack the balls. He is, because one, the scoring rate has been so high in this IPL. Second, he's an opener. He's got that fielding restriction to make the most out of. But somehow those runs have not come, and they've been some very ugly looking dismissals as well. So that's a serious cause of concern. Having said that, Rohit, for the past 5 years, had been struggling in the IPL, but somehow would manage to do well for India, beat 50 overs format or T20Is. But again, considering that recent slump, Indian fans are concerned because runs are just not coming out of Rohit's bat. So he'd need that confidence going ahead. And Suryakumar Yadav, with that century, of course, he issued a reminder as to how he can still, on his day, turn games in their entirety. But again, after that century as well, there have been some issues. But again, and now we talk about Hardik Pandya. So there have been games in which Hardik Pandya has done well with the ball, has picked up 3 wickets. In fact, there was a period of 3 games during which he picked up 7 wickets, including a 3-wicket haul in one of the games. But on either side of it, he's neither been consistent on bowling front nor with the bat. Now, for Gujarat Titans, he'd be seen playing that responsible role at number 4. But with Mumbai Indians, he's always been a part of their engine room. So average might not really be high when featuring for Mumbai Indians, but strike rate would be really high. This season, there have been some cameos, but not really sublime Hardik. We've not got to see that sublime Hardik or Hardik at his best. So that really presents a lot of questions for the Indian team. And Mumbai Indian struggles cannot be seen in isolation. From Indian fans' point of view as well, it's been a cause of concern. Those 3 players in particular, maybe Sky, because of how important he was for India's fortunes last time around, the Indian fans would want more out of him because he was the one doing bulk of the scoring last time.
He was indeed, yeah. But his side, as we mentioned, near the bottom of the table, only off the bottom thanks to the Punjab Kings, who, what's it been, 11 years consistently, they've not made the playoffs. They only made 2 playoffs ever.
Yeah.
And one of them was in the first season ever, wasn't it?
2014.
So, yeah, and then 14.
And they made it to the finals, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a decade since they made the playoffs. And yeah, apart from that 2014, you've got to go way back to 2008. So
Yeah.
Something's clearly not working there. Doesn't matter if they're called the Kings 11 or the Punjab Kings, still, or, making the foot of the table their own, really, over the last few years or so. Right, that's what we've got time for on this episode of India on Cricket 8. Remember, do like and subscribe to these pages that you're watching us on at the moment on Facebook or YouTube. Whether you're listening to us on a podcast feed as well, remember to hit that like and subscribe button. A shout out to Shera, who says Rohit likes punt. I guess that matters. That may well matter in selection ahead of that T20 World Cup. And shout out to Sandeep Tandon as well, who says CSK will win the IPL. Well, we've certainly got a good chance, and might be a good chance for Dhoni to call it a day, having won another trophy with his side. Long way to go, though, still. Remember, the next time we talk to you, we will have figured out who's going to be making those top 4 positions and who's going to be heading into the playoffs. Massive week coming up for the rest of this week and into next week when the playoffs begin. We'll be with you with all the latest next week on our episode. But for now, thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and goodbye.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. Something a little bit different for us. We're doing a watch-along of the England-Pakistan women's team as Charlie Dean really did not want that single scored off her bowling as she runs and dives out into the outfield. We have a delay, obviously, as you probably all be aware, on the other game. Have we got an update of when the toss might be?
No, it's gotten heavier, the rain. So
we might have some delays here. What we'll do is we'll come on a little bit, but we will do this game because we've already given you a winner on this game.
Yes, we have. The over, what were we on? Over 38.5 for the first 6, and they got how many?
No, 46. Yeah, you might be right. So we've given you one winner to begin with on this particular game.
I mean, that is pretty. It's a pretty good effort from you and us to be throwing out winners on the Pakistan women game when we're here to do the IPL. I mean, that's an effort, isn't it?
I just think it was such a pattern. Also, I haven't got my phone in front of me. I'll just have a look at what the run line is in this game as well.
Where are you looking for that on Betfair?
Yes, is that wrong?
No, it's absolutely fine.
So the run line at the moment is 133. I would be absolutely shocked if the Pakistan women score 133, Kritika. I don't know how much of this series you've seen. Any?
No.
Okay, great. Rob's
we have.
Rob just bet on the stuff that I told him to bet on.
You just see it all disappear then?
What?
The money that you could get on under 132.5 because I took it all, that's why.
So I'm on under 120 and Rob's on 132.5.
Yeah. That's a lot from here, that.
Oh, your bet is safe as anything. I'm still pretty confident in mine.
I mean, you're getting hit now under 132.5. Yeah, but so...
The only way it doesn't win is if they try and just make as many runs as they can rather than actually chase the game.
Yeah, if they're trying to chase, then they fall in a heap, don't they?
Yeah, so just to tell you through why we had this, we think that they're a very good power playing side, the Pakistan women. And so I've made money on their... sorry, actually I lost money on the first game, but I ended up making it back later. On basically betting on them to be a good side. This is outside off stump, almost edge behind. There's Sadaf, who's new to the crease. In fact, both of them, we just had a couple of wickets here, so the run rate has slowed down as Gibson is bowling. Watching them, they just play really good in the power play. And unfortunately, once the fielders go out, they just seem to have no idea how to strike rotate. So they can hit boundaries, but with the fielders out, they find it hard to hit boundaries. And so they've been bowled out for, I want to say, it was 105 in the first game and 79 or something in the second game?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. It was total collapso, wasn't it?
What were you going to say, Kritika?
You had something about the runouts. You had something for the viewers.
Yes, yeah. So the other thing is that the Pakistan women are dreadful at running between wickets, and I think it's trifold. I think they're not very good at strike rotating, so they're not picking good gaps to find. It's Gibson comes in for another top ball here. Just if you're on the underline at on Rob's one, you're doing very, very well. Yeah, so I think they're not very good at hitting the gaps. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're batted together all that much because it's quite a new lineup. Mm-hmm. And when they lose wickets, they panic a little bit. Mm. And so it's a combat. And once they get behind the runs, they don't have the ability to clear the boundaries later on. So they have to hit fours or take singles. It's a beautiful ball by Gibson there. And defended for no run. And so they just get themselves a little bit lost. Now, very good traders like yourself and Decimal are aware of the fact that women's cricket has a higher run-out ratio.
Very much so it does, yeah.
And the reason is the circle is smaller. And so, if you try and steal a single to someone in the circle, you're a very big chance of being run out in a way that with the men's cricket, there's still quite a long throw for them to do. The ball has to travel further. And the other reason there's more run-outs in women's cricket is because of the last over. Do you want to take us through that one, Rob?
Yeah.
Is this out?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what a catch!
Lovely stuff. That's Danny Wyatt, I think.
It was a backward point. Danny Wyatt was there. It was sort of, she tried to get under it. Unfortunately, Maniba should have probably just tried to slash it along the ground. She still would have got a couple there. But unfortunately, she's got under it, and Danny Wyatt has taken a good diving catch at backward point there. So wasn't that also handy? It went to one of the few women cricketers you knew.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Take me through the run-outs at the end.
So the reason why women are way ahead of the men when it comes to running is because at the end they have the philosophy that we must keep running no matter what, and there's regularly multiple run-outs in the last over of the first innings, because why not? Why, we do it in the terrible level of cricket that I play and always have done. You don't stop running until they take the bails off and they tell you that the innings is over. Who cares about averages and who cares about stats and stuff? You're trying to get as many runs as you can. And I've never seen a women's game where they're not doing that. And so
it happened to me the other day on a run line. So, thank you.
Okay, so Jarrod has. But yeah, run out. The other thing that happens a lot more in women's cricket than men's is the stumping. Yeah. Stumping is a much higher. It's more than double the amount of stumpings in women's cricket than there are in men's.
Men's just don't come down the wicket as much anymore. The spinners have got quicker.
Stumping has really gone out of the game. Like you need almost leggy at the death to get your stumping now. Like that, Rashid Khan doesn't get any anymore in the middle overs. That stopped. They've stopped, coming out of home sort of thing. This game is basically going exactly to plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really good power play, then bad. And we told you this before it started.
So hopefully you all got in. Oh, good
Shot.
Was that? Oh, that was Sadaf. Sorry, I thought that was Dar first ball, but it was Sadaf got a full ball. She kind of spooned it in the way that Ashutosh does, that all bottom hand, but she played another ball. So you can see they can hit fours. That's not the problem with the Pakistani women. It's kind of everything else, which is why they're so good in the power play. She almost took down the star players just before the World Cup. Watch this. She almost hits her in the head here. It is not far away from Dar there. Anyway. Yeah, so with women's cricket, that's certainly an angle, is to look for those two things. But I would say that most firms who are trading on it should have some basic knowledge of it at least.
They've got to that now. Like stumped is way shorter than in the men's, and now actually in men's cricket they're way too short on stumping. The only time stumping is ever a bet now is at the end, if a spinner comes back on, if Chahal's been safe for the death or whatever. But yeah, they're onto it with the women's cricket because you have so many more keepers standing up. Standard of wicket keeping in women's cricket is really high.
Yeah.
Sarah Taylor's responsible for a lot of that.
Just if you said that, there's a fumble from England's keeper who tried to take one. To be fair, it was a back of a length ball that I think she expected would a filer would come through to her, and it didn't. It just died, and she fumbled it, but slip came around, and there was no run there. Yeah, standard wicket keeping in women's is really high, and has been through the history of the game.
Yeah.
So if you go back through the history of the game, almost all the reports of women's cricket, sometimes they'll say they can bowl okay, sometimes they'll say they can bat okay. Short, and this might be caught behind. This was good wicket keeping. Back to back there. Lauren Filer is just very, very quick, and she tries to pull that away, and unfortunately, Sadaf, wasn't it? Absolutely nowhere near that, and she's got a little edge through to the keeper, but it flew. That almost went over the keeper's head. Good catch. But yeah, you go back and you read the old reports, and so there's a famous... there was a club cricket team in regional Australia that was known around the world because it would beat men's teams regularly, right? And this is in, I want to say 1880s, 1890s. Wow. And, you know, sometimes you hear they had a couple of good bats and they had a couple of good bowlers, but there was some rougher players there as well. Jack Blackham was the Australian wicketkeeper at that time, and he was known as the Prince of Gloveman. Right?
That's a great thing to
That
be
is,
called.
imagine being that, I mean, if they don't put that on the tomb, right? I don't know what's going on. But he was called that, and he said that she was as good as him. She really was a huge fan, and if there's another few wicketkeepers through the history where that has been a constant thing. Now, one of the reasons that women wicketkeepers are better is because women bowlers are slower, but technically they are just really, really pleasing to watch, despite the fumble and then the catch just there.
Sarah Taylor's the best I've seen.
Technically,
yeah. For a while. And she did play a bit of men's second 11 cricket.
Yep.
Watching her was a complete joy. Like, her technique was outstanding. Like, she was right up to the stumps, really quick hands, always doing the right things, you know, taking the ball where she should do. Showed a lot of the men up, I think. She was a bit like Foster.
Yeah.
That kind of keeper.
And that kind of keeping's gone out of men's cricket completely. Technically correct keeping.
Yeah, it really has. That's a good catch, that.
That was a really good catch.
Can I show a picture of two people on camera, and I want someone to email in and tell me who they are, and loyal fans of Cricket 8 will know who these two are.
I've just seen who they are.
Name these two legends that used to bat together a lot. First one to email in wins our very best wishes.
Live at cricket8.com if you want to email in that. I think hardcore fans, I can think of a couple of hardcore fans of Cricket 8 who know exactly who we're talking about there. 74 for 4 after 12. We'll do a couple more overs here, then we'll have a break, and we might come back. I mean, it's looking, Kritika, less likely I'm going to win money on this game this afternoon. Not this game. This game I've already won money. But on the IPL game this afternoon.
Yep.
So what we will do is, I'm just having a look now. So latest Crick Info says there's a drill all. That's at 8 o'clock. Have you got anything on Crick?
So the market says...
It just continues to pour.
Okay. What's the market saying?
The market for completed match. I'm not going to give people betting advice on completed match because I'm pretty sad, but I'm not that sad. I don't spend my time cracking away on will there be a
You
game
literally
market.
bet on this the other day.
Yeah, but I was bored. The market suggests that there's 68% chance of us getting some sort of game today.
Okay.
Is what the market is telling us there. And
Oh, bad feeling. 4 runs.
there's been £600,000 matched on that market. Will there be a game, yes or no? And
600,000 in
Wow.
England has been bet on whether there'll be a game in India.
and that's any game. So 20 overs and then 6 in the chase, or
5 and 5.
5 over thrash, or whatever. Any sort of game, we reckon there's a 67% chance. So there you go.
You can currently get unders of 114 on Pakistan's total. If you're watching the Pakistan game and you think the pitch looks pretty good and everything else, I'm 100% with you. But I've seen them collapse 2 games in a row, and I'm very confident with my 120 line from here, especially 4 wickets down. And once they get to 5, 6, 7 wickets, I expect the last few to fall. You can actually go a double under because the bookies can't go low enough for Pakistan's tail. Once it starts going. Sarah Glenn also hasn't got a wicket yet. She's bowling some good leg spin here. A friend of mine was the England women's bowling coach for a while. And I said that if Sarah Glenn could fix her front arm, I think she could be almost unplayable in women's cricket. And he said to me, how do you know that? Because we've never done biomechanical testing on women before.
Wow.
And that got me into a whole different thing about how women bowl in-swing more than out-swing, and whether that is because they bowl slower or whether it's because of the hips and the actions are slightly different. But the one thing that we know is that there hasn't been enough biomechanical testing, but Glenn is very good. I think that's fair to say. Eccleston and Glenn, I gave you another one, but you said that they might not do top wicket taker at the Women's World Cup as a bet.
I don't know. Like, I might try and get us to do it at Decimal, and then other companies will have to follow.
But I don't want that, because you already know what I want to bet on. I want to bet on who's the Indian left-arm finger spinner?
Don't tell them live on air. mate.
Radha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to bet on her and Sophie Eccleston because it's Bangladesh.
Yeah, Eccleston would be everybody's favourite for sure. Like, there's no question about that. But it's one thing that people struggle with, and it's not a very well priced thing. We call it anti-post because you don't get many goes at it. There's only a few tournaments that they do, tend to be ICC events, and everybody knows that Kohli's quite likely to win the orange cap. And when you boil it down, you go, well, these 30 can win it because there's 10 teams and you've got 2 openers each and maybe a number 3 or a Klassen or somebody who can win it. And then you go, so what price is Kohli to win it? And I thought we got 11 to 1, 10 to 1 Kohli. I also backed the same kind of price for Gill. You're like, what kind of percent is Kohli? And I think 10 it's been proven now, but he had time off. He was, for the first time, he'd had a break, family stuff, new kid or whatever. And you go, what price is he? And what price is Butler? Because Butler's definitely going to go home. Or you can kind of draw a line through the English guys, and then you go, well, these guys are going to go. Kohli's not going anywhere. Gill's not going anywhere. They're amazing batsmen who are going to probably play 14 games, and one of them is likely to qualify out of those 2, kind of thing. They're difficult markets to price up them, but I think if you're good, you can pick them off. And I made a couple of mistakes. I had a load of money on Patharana to win, and he never played another game after I backed him. That's the one thing this IPL has not been good at, is we've not been able to get information, Jarrod, have we? Because you think there's no beat reporters at any of these teams. And that's difficult. And Jarrod is betting because he's quiet. No,
I just got a message. Did you mean this one over here? That's fine. Rob, can you fix that?
No.
Okay.
I've tried.
82 for 4 here.
It's on the website though.
Hey?
It's not loading on the website.
Oh, is our whole website not loading?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other room. They can deal with that. That's not us, Kritika. When you said the stream, I thought you meant this, and I was like, but I feel like I'm watching this.
No.
Well, we'll still be on YouTube anyways. This is defended back up down the wicket. We might do one more over after this and then call it a day. We're still very happy on the unders. So what can you get on the unders at the moment? Or have you taken all the money and there's nothing in the pot for anyone else?
I haven't played on that for at least 5 minutes, so if anybody wants to bet, we catch up there.
Yeah. There's not a lot of money. There's £2,700 in that market, and me and Rob are literally 2,600 between us. As this one is hit up to mid-on. Oh, almost an overthrow here. It's a better pitch than we've seen so far in this tournament. Just having a look. Is that the physio out with Sarah Glenn? She hasn't taken a wicket, so maybe the physio just went out because there's never been a spell where she hasn't taken a wicket before. just check if she's okay. Especially in this series, I feel like she's been taking one all the time. Half volley outside off stump, punch through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot there by Aliyah, who's moved to 10 off 6, so she started quite well.
We do have an update though. The covers are coming off on either side of the square.
Okay, well let's go off at the end of this over then, because then we can come back. And if there is more rain, or it's delayed by a little period, I thought what we could do, and we can talk about this off air, but we'll let everyone know, is we could look at some awards on the IPL this year. So, you know, best newcomer, most improved. I've got some other things, because I'm making a video of it, and I really want to use the two very smart people beside me, as Lauren Filer comes in and bowls down the leg side. She's quite fast, Lauren Filer, but a little bit all over the place. That half volley last ball was terrible. And she gets minimised in my screen. I'm sure there's a reason why that's happening. All right, what have we got here? 2 balls to go in this over. Target is 177. That is nominal. You can get 220s of Pakistan here. Another half volley though, and this is a beautiful shot down the ground, and that's going to go for 4. Beautiful batting. Again, you've got to just bowl length to her. Don't stop over pitching here. But I like this. This is one reason I like the unders on Pakistan. They just keep going. They don't give up.
Yeah, good on them.
Young team. I'm more than happy to lose my money here, partly because I've already got I've already won, so it'll just be evens. But that was in the slot.
Yeah,
we're just seeing that come
got
back.
Exactly what it deserved, that ball, didn't it?
She's bowled 2 slot balls here. A length ball could be really interesting, because if she goes again, and it's short of a length, and it's turned around in the corner for 1. I think we will have a break here. And so we can get a bit of an idea of what is happening in the Rajasthan KKR game, if there is going to be a Rajasthan KKR game. But we're, no hurry from that point of view. So we'll have a bit of a break. If this game gets exciting, or it looks like me or Rob is going to lose our unders, we might come back on. And if it's raining again, as I said, we'll talk about some other things on Cricket 8. That is the Rooster, Rob Barron. This is the killer, Kritika Naidu. I am the only, and well, actually there's one other, Jarrod Kimber, but he doesn't really like it when I bring him up. We'll see you again in a little while here on Cricket 8, but why not have some podcasts?
Bishnoi's played 58 times in the IPL and he's never got one.
Really?
and you'd think for his kind of bowling, one day he's going to rip through a tail and get 5. But it's just never. We were talking about how many times has he got a 3 for. He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't get loads of poles, Bishnoi. I don't know what it is.
Is it because he bowls? This might sound mad, but too many googlies. He bowls from beyond the perpendicular, so he doesn't have much of a leg spinner. So he's not bowling to take the ball away from right-handers that much. I don't know.
Essentially, yes. I think the bigger problem for him is he slides the ball on, so he's bowling like a defensive leg spinner rather than an attacking leg spinner. So, so what I mean by that is, a leg spinner is putting a lot of revolutions on the ball, and you basically you're trying to beat a batter 3 different ways. The first one is the fact
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of our weekly IPL chat here on the India on Cricket 8 podcast. I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinha, and we're finally into the closing stages of the group phase of this season's competition. It's basically been going on for what feels like about 6 to 8 months, and yet only one side is currently mathematically guaranteed a playoff spot, which is quite frankly bonkers, but this is the IPL. KKR, of course, they're top of the table. They sit on 19 points after that washout against the Gujarat Titans. Gujarat themselves are out of the competition despite making the final in the last 2 seasons, winning it, of course, a couple of years ago. They're out along with Mumbai and Punjab, Mumbai probably being the shock one out of those 3. Rajasthan, meanwhile, they sit in second on 16 points, should be confirmed in the playoffs very soon, although they seem to have been stuck on 16 points for quite some time now. Beneath them, it's all to play for, with 5 sides technically fighting out for the remaining 2 spots. I guess, Mega, this is what the fans crave, isn't it? A bit of drama towards the end of the season.
Absolutely. And at least right now, we are clear that the three teams that are out, one has qualified. Up until the previous week, even after 50 matches, there was not one team that was sure of making it to the playoffs and not one team that had already crashed out. So it is going down to the wire. We might not have had as many close matches as we would have wanted, but at least in terms of qualification, that race is still pretty riveting and pretty close. Royal Challengers Bangalore are still in with a chance. After that run of 6 consecutive losses, one would have ruled them out, because that also meant that in 8 matches they had won just one. But here they are. They are still in it, and their net run rate also pretty healthy. But talking about the Rajasthan Royals, we were expecting them to fumble at some point, but that it has come so close to the end of the qualification stage, with them having lost 3 matches back to back, one of them by just one run. So back then they might not have thought much about it, but now when there's still a mathematical possibility of them not making it to the playoffs, in that scenario, of course, they would be thinking about that loss, that one run loss. But otherwise as well, just that consistency that's been missing, and those 3 back-to-back losses might just do something to the momentum, to the confidence, like
And
back-to-back wins. Yeah,
no Josh Butler. Josh Butler's
no
going
doubt.
home. He's coming back here to England
Yeah,
to captain England in that T20 series against Pakistan. That has got to be a huge blow, not just Josh Butler, the player, which will be a massive miss,
yeah,
but the aura that he brings to a side, the fear that he instills in opposition bowlers, that's not going to be there anymore at the top of the order. So they're going to have to go with something different. Yes, they've got Jaiswal up there to hopefully continue and score some runs, particularly from an Indian point of view before that
yeah.
T20 World Cup, just carry on some good form. But, you know, you miss a player like Josh Butler, and all of a sudden other sides start feeling that they've got an opportunity every time they come up against you. So, yeah, it's not done and dusted for Rajasthan. I mean, I joked there about them being on 16 points for quite some time, but it's been like well over a week, hasn't it? Those 3 matches
Yeah.
that they lost in a row since then, since they chalked up 16. So, yeah, it's you know, probably they've just done enough, just judging by what other sides have to do. I mean, there's sides like Bangalore and Delhi in particular
Yeah.
who are having to rely massively on other results, and that's their issue of sort of starting so poorly this season, and Bangalore then going on that run of 5 straight wins. Let's start with RCB then, because it seems as though there's a real push, probably just because of Virat Kohli, from the general wider public for RCB to make a run and get into those playoffs. I mean, as an RCB fan, if you're somebody who's supported RCB all these years, you must be pretty good at maths, right? You're having to get your calculator out almost every year to see how it is still possible for RCB to make the playoffs towards the end of the group stages, because they always leave it quite late. They often miss out. Yes, they have made it a couple of times recently, but it's just it's drama of the highest quality, yes, but it's being led almost single-handedly by one man, Virat Kohli, who's orange cap holder. That innings of 92 from 47, once again, just underlying his credentials.
Absolutely. And all the conversations around his strike rate, at least for now, have been put to rest, because there was a lot of conversations that were happening. And maybe rightly so, because last year as well, last season as well, in that post power play phase, he would slow down, particularly against the spinners. And this time around as well, for the first half, that continued happening, a strike rate of around 133. But then, since the criticisms became louder, and Virat Kohli took it to heart, we've seen a different player altogether. And later, of course, there was this post-match interview where Virat was livid, and Virat obviously made it clear what he thought about people in the boxes. But post that, he's obviously mellowed down with his bites as well, and he's mentioned that he's not somebody who wouldn't make changes to his game. He would acknowledge the issues and he would make those changes to get better as a player. And it's there for everyone to see. It's been a huge part of why RCB have strung together those 5 back-to-back wins, because Dinesh Karthik, who was a crucial cog in the first half of the season, in the last 5 matches, he hasn't made as much contributions. Fab du Plessis has been obviously providing fury start up front, but Virat Kohli has been the main contributor, and Rajat Patidar as well. After that England series where he was dropped, he couldn't get a lot of runs, and then he carried that slump into the IPL. But in the last 5 games, he's been making those contributions. Green as well stepping up because he too didn't have a great start to the season, but got some form by his side. Will Jacks has been contributing. Obviously, the services of some of these players, RCB will not have going ahead. And Mohammad Siraj dropped for a game. Since then, he's obviously managed some movement up front. Things have been going well on that front. And Swapnil Singh, probably RCB's good luck, because since the time he's begun featuring in the 11. They've not lost any game, and he's been doing well for them as well. He's been given that first over 2, and otherwise as well in the middle overs. He's been delivering the goods for the team, including that game against PBKS. So all in all, it's clicking for RCB finally.
It is, but will it be too little, too late? Of course, they've got that game against CSK, their final one in the group stages. Straight shootout, it could be, depending on other results, and if they're to go in RCB's favour along the way, they could still be in with a chance. I mean, there's a lot of parallels, and I know I sometimes use the football comparisons quite a bit, but for those in India, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are following the English Premier League football, that's going down to the wire. I mean, it all depends on a match tonight between Manchester City and Tottenham as to whether or not Arsenal have got a realistic chance. But regardless of that result, they still will have a chance going to that final game. But they'll obviously be relying on Man City to lose to West Ham and themselves to beat Everton. But all getting very close, and it's all kind of lined up. The stars have lined up in the football in the English Premier League. They seem to be lining up for RCB too. And look, Kohli's never won this, has he? It's one of the few trophies that he's not won. He's not going to move franchise. He's always going to be with RCB. He's already said that. So his entire IPL career kind of hinges on RCB's success. If he's to pick up that trophy, he's done all he can. It's good to see him relaxed as well, because we see the intense Kohli, and we saw him when he was captain of India, and that extra intensity he brings. He's still got that. He's still got the fight, obviously, and he's still scoring bucket loads of runs. But it was a great interaction between himself and Ishant Sharma in that match against Delhi Capitals. Obviously, two great mates, having grown up both in Delhi, on the west side of Delhi, and then played through the ranks together for both Delhi and for India. And, a nice little bit of banter between the two. Kohli hits him for a 6, gives him a little bit of stick. Ishant gets him a couple of balls later, kind of almost sort of hit barges him in a kind of friendly manner. And it was good to see a smile from Kohli, although he'd just been dismissed too. So it's great to see that side of him. And not only is the strike rate question out the window, but his kind of attitude as well. I think a lot of people who may not have been the biggest Virat Kohli fans, and yes, there's not a lot of them in India, but just generally are kind of warming to him a little bit now as well, aren't they?
Indeed. It's very rare that Virat Kohli would let out a smile after getting out, but that's what Ishant Sharma made happen. And because they've been mates for the longest time and have played a lot of cricket together. In fact, it was Ishant Sharma who broke the news of Virat Kohli's making it to the Indian team for the first time to him. So that camaraderie has lasted for a while now. And even when Virat Kohli was a captain and those overseas wins, Ishant Sharma had a huge role to play. He'd play that containing role really well, and that's why the other bowlers could flourish. He'd create pressure from one end. So that chemistry was evident in the game against the Delhi Capitals. But otherwise as well, the India supporters, you could be supporting any team as Indian fans, but as Indian fans, in fact, you would want Virat Kohli to do well. You'd remember the 2022 World Cup and how important Virat Kohli was for that campaign, particularly the game against Pakistan. That almost was a miraculous performance because most fans had given up hope, and then Virat Kohli, like a man possessed, helped India cross the line. So you'd want Virat Kohli to perform well in the West Indies and the US as well, and him striking form and also getting those runs at a quick pace, particularly in the middle overs, is very important from India's point of view as well. Although, talking about the Indian fans' perspective, now as an RCB fan, of course, you'd want RCB to make it to the playoffs, but Indian fans who are not RCB fans wouldn't really want to see that happen, because unlike England, Indian players cannot leave the IPL midway. So you'd want the players to spend some time together, spend some time in the US together before US and the West Indies together before the campaign kicks off. So that dilemma as well is pretty important.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. I mean, I'm not sure with players like Kohli if it makes that much difference or not, such as the experience level that he's got. But look, let's talk about Sunrisers Hyderabad, because if you were just watching the IPL as a casual, as somebody maybe in a different country outside of India, you'd see the headlines, you would have seen their record-breaking feats, and you'd probably say they've been the team of the season, but the table suggests otherwise. They're in fourth position. They do have a game in hand over a lot of the sides around them, so they've got 2 games remaining. If they win one of them, they're on 14 points. If they win one of them, they're probably through to the playoffs, which is fine, but it hasn't been an easy road for them to get there. They either win really, really big, or they, sort of bat second, and most of the time when they batted second, apart from that blitz in 9.4 overs, they've struggled a little bit. Even against the Mumbai Indians, actually batting first, they were putting a little bit of pressure. There have been certain games where they've just not been able to quite flourish in that same way, particularly at the top of the order through Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma, and then setting that platform, etc. It's been a weird one, hasn't it? Because as I say, a lot of people will just see the headlines and say, yeah, surely team of the season, but they haven't quite been like that, have they? Throughout the whole campaign, they've not been consistent enough.
Absolutely. They've managed some wins that have created headlines. The game against Royal Challengers Bangalore, the game against LSG most recently. But otherwise, there have also been some massive losses. And like you mentioned, those losses have come when they've gone for the chase. So the key in this case is if the opponent is able to send back their top order early, the middle order, when the platform is not given to them, they've somehow not managed to step up. But when the platform gets provided, then they come to their own. And we have to talk about that LSG game and all that followed afterwards, because KL Rahul as well got to hear a lot from his owner, Mr. Goenka. And then after that, there was a lot that happened on the social media. There was a lot of criticism, a lot of flag that the owner faced because of that. But seems like all's well for now, because he was invited for a dinner and the two hugged and it's all hunky-dory now. But what a game did we get to witness with that KL Rahul scoring 27 from 33. And then there were these openers for SRH that completed the game in 9.4 overs. Almost every second ball was hammered for a boundary. Crazy spectacle. They've managed to create headlines. Yeah, it
was Krunal Pandya as well, wasn't it? That partnership between himself and KL Rahul. At that point, I mean, Krunal was going at just over a run of ball, so he was like the sort of more attacking partner. But it was strange because it looked like a difficult wicket, didn't it? The way they were playing, they made it look like it was really difficult conditions to bat in, and they're sort of grinding out a total here. And then all of a sudden, 9.4 overs, they chased down 167 or whatever it was, 164, I think. And so one or the other. I mean, whatever it is. I mean, look, they're scoring 100 odd in the power play. They've done that a couple of times. 125 was the record that they got a few games ago. It's just mad. It's crazy. And let's talk about the owner of the LSG. So Mr. Goenka goes out on the outfield, for those of you who may not have seen the video, and is sort of waving his arms quite furiously at KL Rahul, and KL's just sort of taking it, really. He's taking that flack from this guy who obviously is technically his boss. But then KL Rahul is a current Indian cricketer. He's the captain of the franchise. He deserves a bit more respect than to be flogged in public like that, because even the great coaches of all time, even when there's been a catastrophic performance by their team, they, doing it publicly, it makes no sense. There's no class in that. And he's not even a coach. He's not even a cricket guy. He's not a former player or anything like that. Even if he was, it would still be inexcusable. The fact he's a businessman, he's an owner, it just shows you, A, how much power these owners have in the IPL over decision making, and how they feel that this is their toy. They can do with it as they please. They don't necessarily run it as a cricket team. They want that instant success because they want the money, they want the glory, they want this, they want that, they want it now. And in a corporate world, yes, you can pull people into a meeting, and there are CEOs who deal with things in that way. They're not necessarily people kind of managers as such, but they get shit done, and they want to get shit done quickly. And if it's not getting done, they fire people. You can't do that in the IPL, especially to somebody like KL Rahul. So look, I'm the first one to give KL Rahul stick when he plays innings like that, 27 from 33, and he's done that quite often. But this guy, Goenka, he's got form, hasn't he? Because he was part of the ownership of the rising Pune Supergiants.
Yeah.
And he removed MS Dhoni as captain after the first season. I mean, he's got no sense anyway, as it is, cricket-wise, if he's going to do something like that and put Steve Smith in. Yes, they made the playoffs and all that in that second season, but
Finals.
yeah, the
Lost by
final.
one
They
run.
made, yeah. But it wasn't simply because of that decision. I mean, they still had Dhoni in there as one of the senior decision makers of that side. But it's just that ego thing. Sacking somebody like an MS Dhoni back then, when he was even more, he was still a current India player, and it's just mad. It's absolutely crazy. So they just treat it as their toy, and I just thought it just reeked of absolutely no class whatsoever. So it doesn't do any favors to LSG as a brand and as a franchise as well, because it's very unfashionable as it is. They came into the IPL the first season, they had the worst kit ever. They just had nothing really kind of snazzy and headline grabbing about them. KL Rahul might not be the most inspiring captain, and he's a very quietly spoken guy, and class player, of course, but they just didn't have that, and they haven't managed to grab the general public's kind of affection. If you're not from Lucknow, you're not really going to care what happens to Lucknow Supergiants. I mean, it's one of those where if you've got nothing invested in Lucknow, and sorry if this sounds harsh, but your worst nightmare would be like the Lucknow Supergiants against, the Punjab Kings or the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the final three of the, just three unfashionable teams, but Lucknow being probably the most unfashionable out of all those teams in the IPL, even more so than somebody like Punjab, because at least with Punjab, they've had these stars over the years. They've got Priti Zinta, and all that kind of stuff going for them. Whereas with Lucknow, it's this, and now the owners, basically come out and made himself look like a bit of a twat. So that's all I got to say on that. I mean, I don't know if you've got any different points of view, but you shouldn't be flogging your captain in public like that.
I guess publicly, that's the most important point, because if we remember the first season as well, and I've seen fans actually talk about RCB, how RCB owners have been very cooperative. But that's not always been the case, because the very first season, when Vijay Mallya, of course, owned the RCB and Rahul Dravid was the captain, there were remarks being made in public as to how he wanted things differently, how even at the auctions, there were things that happened because he insisted on it, and how he wanted changes, and how IPL at the end of the day was about results. And it wasn't just about giving chance to youngsters and stuff like that, all the good things that were earlier being talked about. So the owners do get involved. In case of Mr. Sanjeev Goenka, before this and before the RPS, the team and of course, you do not like RPS, I'm aware of that. No part of the franchise appeal to you. But coming back to Mr. Sanjeev Goenka, so in his case, he wouldn't get involved. He wouldn't be seen in the stands at all times or very animated. But this time around, probably it got way too much for him. Having said that, the sort of conversation that happened, and that happened in public, that would always be incorrect. That would always draw flag, like it rightly did. Because at the end of the day, KL Rahul is a senior Indian cricketer, and you cannot treat anybody like that, more so publicly. Whatever conversations, whatever pointers you have, maybe you can convey that to him in person, not in front of hundreds of cameras, including the phone cameras that were capturing that moment. And very dignified of KL Rahul to actually absorb all of that. But having made some very varied arguments on the subject, now, if you remember 2022 season as well, they'd made it to the playoffs like they did in the last season as well. And the game against RCB, KL Rahul was obviously a part of the chase on that occasion. And his innings at the end of the day seemed too little for the team to win. And even when he tried to step on the accelerator, by then it was too late, around the 16th over. And in doing so, he got out, and eventually LSG fell short and were eliminated of the playoffs. And you could see Gautam Gambhir's expressions, and he was absolutely livid with that performance. So that has been a refrain with KL Rahul, and assessing the wicket, maybe he would have assisted differently. But then from the very same team, you had Ayush Badoni and Marcus Stoinis stitching a 99-run stand for some 50 deliveries. So the wicket apparently didn't change that much during the mid-innings break. It probably changed after the first 10 overs because clearly two players from his own team could go big in the last 10 overs.
Let's talk Delhi. Let's move on from LSG and look, their owner. We've seen him, Bud Jindal, waving around his arms and things in that match against Rajasthan Royals. Another one we kind of see a little bit more of as the years have gone on, don't we? In the stands and getting a bit more involved, enjoying the limelight a little bit more. I mean, his side, again, they've left it late. They're almost out of it. Similar to RCB, they need to win and hope all of the results go perfectly for them. They're just behind RCB in the current table. So one game remaining, 12 points. Their net run rate slightly worse than RCB's. So they need to win big in their final match against LSG, which takes place today, actually, in a couple of hours' time from when we're talking, and hope that a whole sequence of other results go in their favour too. It looks highly unlikely.
Yeah.
I suppose the most heartwarming thing from Delhi's point of view is Rishabh Pant and him coming back and captaining the side and being able to play a full season after that horrific crash. We've talked about it before, but that seems to have sort of got a lot more neutrals rooting for Delhi, hasn't it?
Yeah. Something that Delhi needed dearly over the seasons because they wouldn't get a lot of support. But yeah, Rishabh Pant coming back, scoring runs, being handed one match ban, and his absence clearly making a difference, at least as a batter, because he could give you those runs in the middle order. Akshar Patel, the skipper, stepping up with the bat. But otherwise, they've lacked that consistency. David Warner got injured in between, but on either side of that injury, he couldn't score a lot of runs. Prithvi Shaw was tried, again inconsistent. And now, of course, Tristan Stubbs, he did score quick fire runs in the middle order for the team, and so did Rishabh Pant, but otherwise not as many, we didn't see other batters stepping up as much. And of course, at the top, Jake Fraser McGurk making a huge contribution, and that's the reason we are still talking about Delhi being in some sort of contention for the playoffs. On the bowling front, Andrik Nortje struggling so much with his consistency, and Kuldeep Yadav, not really the same player that he was in the last two seasons, because this time around teams have taken him on. He has been pretty expensive, although he's managed to get those wickets. So all in all, probably lacking the consistency, and somehow I think they wouldn't make it to the playoffs because there are other contenders with stronger contention. So Delhi Capitals, it must be it for them.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, but look, they're playing at home, and a chance for them to at least end of the season on a high and give themselves an outside chance, I suppose, of making that final four. Big question then, moving on from Rishabh Pant and kind of continuing on that theme, has Sanju Samson done enough, do you think, to warrant a place as India's keeper in that starting 11 come the T20 World Cup, or do you think Rishabh Pant will don the gloves?
It's left me wondering, because we look at the combination beyond the contributions made by the player in the IPL, because they've both done well, scored over 400 runs. But beyond that, Rishabh Pant fits in as a finisher or in the middle order. Sanju Samson, bulk of the scoring that he's done in the top order, and that's where he flourishes. India has tried him as a finisher, but that has not really worked out. And in the format, in fact, in T20Is, it's neither Rishabh nor Sanju who boast of great past records. In fact, even Sanju Samson, up until the previous year's World Cup, he did string together some consistent performances, but in the ODI format, not in the T20I. So in a way, they're both as good as each other, but in terms of the combination, Rishabh Pant brings that left-handed option, and he fits in the lower middle order or the middle order. Where do we have space for Sanju Samson if we had to fit him in the top order where he actually thrives? Because even for the Rajasthan Royals, when he's been introduced very late, he's not had the same impact. So introduced very late in terms of partnerships at the top of the order, strong opening partnership, and Sanju being introduced late. What about you? Where do you see it?
It's an interesting question. I think Sanju Samson has probably done enough, hasn't he? Because he's had one of those seasons which is quite out of the ordinary for him, because he usually starts well, just like Rajasthan Royals, and then fizzles away. And it usually coincides with his form, their sort of dip as a team as well, doesn't it? So it shows how crucial he is to the team. I guess the other questions that India have got are, and this was interesting actually, Matthew Hayden, who's working out there on the IPL on the commentary team, was talking about the combinations at the top of the order and suggesting that Kohli should open because, obviously he's orange cap holder. That's where he's batting for RCB. He's best used in those power play overs because he can play proper shots and find the gaps. And somebody like Jaiswal for the left hand, right hand, Suryakumar Yadav at 3, he was suggesting, and Rohit Sharma at 4, which, he's done it before. He's won a T20 World Cup batting in the middle order at 5 and 6. Different player now, of course, having opened for India in all formats for such a long time. It's an option though, isn't it?
Isn't Rohit Sharma best during the power plays because of the fielding restrictions? He tries to make.
He's a 6-hitter though. He's a 6-hitter, isn't he? Yeah. Kohli, I know Kohli's got 33 sixes or whatever it is this season. Yeah. On those kind of pitches in the Caribbean, it's not necessarily his game. Whereas Rohit Sharma has got more sixes than anyone across international cricket for India. I think he's got more than Sehwag now across all formats. Yeah. So he can offer you something a little bit different, whereas Kohli's more of a correct player, isn't he? He plays along the floor, he plays through the gaps, he drives, he flicks. It's all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but it's another option, isn't it? Because I think Kohli batting at 3 wastes Kohli in your side. I know, look, there could be like 0 for 1 or something, and he could just come in the power play anyway. So then that problem is kind of solved, but you don't want to be a wicket down just so you can get Kohli in during the power play. And then Suryakumar Yadav, I know he's been batting a little bit lower now in the last couple of years, down at number 4, even for India and Mumbai Indians. I still think his best position is number 3 in T20 cricket. Just give him as many balls as you can. And then you've got Rohit Sharma to come in and, if he doesn't feel like the situation is right for him to come in, he can be a floating player, only 4-5, still a great captain. It's just another option, and it could solve that issue of who do you open with when Kohli's batting so well at the top of the order. So I've always said, if Kohli plays T20 international cricket, he needs to be opening the batting.
Yeah, you maintain that.
It's who should bat with him, and you can't put Jaiswal down the order now. So if Jaiswal plays, he opens, and then maybe Rohit has to give way. That could be it. Worst case scenario, Surya could still continue at 4, and Rohit could just come in at 3. That could be another way around it. India have done it previously, haven't they? Sourav Ganguly and Sachin Tendulkar was the most successful partnership in the history of ODI cricket. Sehwag comes in and Ganguly drops to 3. There's no other choice. I know there was a period where Tendulkar dropped to 4, and it was Sehwag and Ganguly.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber. I have Kritika Naidu with me as well. Obviously, we have a rain delay. We are going to get to another show as well, but let's just have an update on our bets. We obviously got you money on the Pakistan women's team being good in the power play, but to be fair to them, they ruined our run line at the end. I thought there was some really good batting from them. They went above and beyond. They found a way to get a couple more boundaries. I think they could have got fairly close to the score. I don't think there was ever a chance of them actually winning. Pretty poor fielding and bowling from England there at times at the end, but just to show that we're not just magicians on the IPL, and we can do all sorts of things. Rob doesn't even watch women's cricket, and he's still giving you bangers. Kritika, what were you impressed by the Pakistan women's team? We've got a World Cup coming up soon.
Just the fight back.
Hey?
Just the fight back.
Yeah. I know they didn't win.
Yeah. It's just that, that intent, like you said, we were talking about intent earlier. I just feel like that was really good, and, even the fact that they lost wickets didn't really stop them from, just trying everything. there were a couple of really good shots by Nida that we watched.
Yeah.
It was,
Nida, and who was the other woman who was batting with her at the end? I thought was good as well. And I've now here it is. Alia Riaz. I'm really impressed by her as well. And Nida Dar obviously hit a 6 there towards the end. So they ended up with 142. So I think Rob's run line was around 133.
What did he say?
Yeah. So they didn't, even though they batted really well, they still didn't clear it that much, which tells you why we've been betting on those particular bets so far. But good on them for their effort in that particular game. But now, while Rob finds his microphone, glasses.
We can give them an update of the match. The rain has stopped now in Guwahati.
The rain. Well, has it stopped? Give me what
has stopped now.
Okay. So last mention from Crick Buzz is at 20:38 local time, and it says the rain has stopped. Was it 20:38?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Crick Info's mention is just before then as well. So as we know at the moment, we've already lost overs, haven't we, in that game?
79% chance of some sort of game, according to the market.
So the market believes we will have a game there. So Rob is going out to get his glasses, which are in his pocket.
Hello there.
But we're going to try to do a podcast live on air with almost no research or planning or general genius from anyone involved. And what we are going to do is look at a few different awards here. And I'm going to start with one which I think is one of my most favorite ones in sport. So, but let me just intro this so we can do it as a proper podcast later for when we put it up on the YouTube channel, and we'll put it out on the podcast feeds in the next couple of days. Welcome to Cricket 8. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and I have with me the Rooster Rob Barron and Kritika Naidu, and we're going to do IPL awards season. Now, it's important that you know we're doing this live in the middle of a rain delay, and so we're going to miss a lot of your favourite players here. But what I wanted to do is look at a bunch of different players who can potentially win some awards. I've come up with the awards myself. They're all okay. There's no Knacker award, Rob, which is the Not a Cricketer's Arsehole award.
Sure.
Although Ajika Rahane, who else would be up there? Devdutt Padikkal, Anrik Nortje. There's a couple of guys who might get the Knacker award this year. I might throw that in the end for fun. But Most Improved Player is the one I want to start with. I think it's one of my favourite awards that any sport does in the world. I believe it was invented by the NBA or the ABA. And it's a great award because it's the kind of players that we like, the ones who late in their career change and get really, really good. The only rule I will have on this, and there might be two slight stipulations, but the only rule I would say is they can never have been better than this before. So when I had Most Improved Player in Test cricket one year, someone said, Ross Taylor, and I was like, see, Ross Taylor was really good before. We didn't just learn that Ross Taylor was good. If he's found Ross Taylor has gone into a peak of Kane Williamson, then we can talk. But if it's just Ross Taylor being roughly as good as he was before, we don't do it. The other thing I would suggest is, and this is a little bit more for the overseas players, we can't really take in, like Travis Head would probably win this award if we were just doing the IPL, because he played one season of the IPL and barely did anything, and now he's God, right? We're going to take him away. We're looking more at IPL form directly. Can I give you two names for my nominations to begin with? You guys come up with anyone else.
Sure.
Most Improved Player, I've got Pat Cummins.
Ooh.
Fair.
Who was terrible for KKR.
Yeah.
And I think he's had a good year. Not a great year, but a good year. This is the person I think should win it. Tushar Deshpande.
I knew you were going to say this.
Okay, Kritika, have you got any more nominations? Have I nailed the first two? What else would you put up there?
Abhishek Sharma?
Oh, he's a good one, yeah. I like that.
It's a really good answer, yeah. So that's stolen my main one. My main two, Deshpande's going to be the other one. But you have to say Fraggle.
Does he? I don't know if he counts as most improved.
Because he's only just started
in the
doing
IPL. I think he will be when we get to best newcomer.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Which I now realise I haven't put on my list.
I wanted to say Deshpande and I wanted to say Abhishek for those most. I think, or you can have the mystery of Sunil Narayan, the batsman. Where's that come from?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because he has had great years as a batter before, hasn't he?
But not like this.
But he hasn't made this many runs. But also, I don't know if he's ever had a great year with the ball and the bat at the same time before, has he, Rob?
No, he just hasn't.
So Pat Cummins, I think, is a good nomination.
You could say Rian Parag has improved an awful lot. He's someone who's promised in lots of years and never really done it. And this year he's got 530 odd runs.
He definitely should be on my list. I'm just doing that as well. Pi Alpha says, oh, Rian Parag, he actually said that. Well done.
Well done, Pi.
But Shreyasant says Rajat Patidar.
I think he was great So he was injured, and then he came in, and he was brilliant, and then he got injured again, and he came back, and he's brilliant again. I think fair enough. I think the thing that Patidar has got is ability to smoke all forms of bowling, and he was
smoking hot
originally
himself.
thought
He's a
of-
very attractive man.
He is an attractive man.
Top 5%.
He was very good at whacking spin. We all knew that,
Yeah.
and he has slayed some spinners, and he strings sixes together in the middle overs, and that's such a crucial thing to be able to do.
Agreed.
So then they started bowling pace at him, and he started smacking that as well. So he's got a lot of 50 off 25s in this IPL, and that's massive.
So 2021, it was his first year and he struggled. 2022, he averaged 55 with a strike rate of 152. This year, he's averaged 30 with a strike rate of 179. I would say that that's a slight increase on 55, 152, but it is a faster scoring league in general. So I'm willing to say he has improved. I don't think he's improved enough to get that nomination.
I
So
agree. Can I give you one more name?
Please.
And you love this person, Jarrod. Sai Sadhasan.
Oh, I was just going to say.
Because he has developed
I cannot believe I didn't have him here.
He has developed the ability to go on.
Yeah.
And we were saying only throughout the first half of this tournament, going back to betting, we had the same bets every time. He gets overs and then he gets unders. He gets over 20 and a half and then he gets under 50.
50. That's right.
And he got 35, like almost exactly 5 games in a row or something. And then all of a sudden he clicked. He was like, actually, I can go on. And he got the 100 and he got the other 100. He looks the absolute business, and he's young, so I'd say him.
Okay, so Pat Cummins has improved. I don't think wins this award. I'm going to say that Rajat Patidar is not going to win this award.
Fair.
I'm also going to say that Sai Sadhasan probably doesn't win this award. I think it is down to Rian Parag, Tushar Deshpande, and Abhishek Sharma. Who is your vote for?
Abhishek Sharma.
Okay, Abhishek Sharma. So that's one for Abhishek Sharma. Rob Barron?
I mean, I love Deshpande, but I have to go Abhishek because he's been around so long and he hasn't done it before. And all of a sudden this year, he's hit at least 1-6 in every single innings. He's given them great starts.
Let me just have a look at his record to see.
And he's kicked on 3 or 4 times this season, which he's never done before.
I think it's unfair on Deshpande, but I would think that because I'm obsessed with Deshpande. Let's have a look at his record overall, though. He averaged over 30 and with a strike rate of 133, and then he averaged 20 with a strike rate of 143. So he's taken it to 39, and it's a big improvement, isn't it?
Right.
And the impact he's had on this tournament as well.
Yeah.
The first official Cricket 8 most improved player in the IPL goes to Abhishek Sharma. I'm more than happy to give that to him. All right, let's go into a few different other more niche, nerdy stuff as well. Actually, no, let's jump ahead to best newcomer. You've got Jake Fraser-McGurk, so that's fine. Are there any other players? I like the Rafiq Salim.
Yeah, he looked good, yeah.
This is his first year, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Salim. Who else have we got that can be nominated for best new players?
Nitish Reddy.
Oh, Nitish Reddy is a good one. Yep.
It's Mayank Yadav, isn't it? And we only saw a
Mayank
glimpse. We only
Yadav.
saw a glimpse of him.
Well,
But that's
I don't know if
box
we give
office.
it to Mayank Yadav though.
He was that good. He went man of the match. Looked scary, broke down, and that's all we saw.
What about Fraggle?
But has anyone ever made an impact on a tournament like Fraggle has? Because bear in mind, he joined a team that were desperately bad, really struggling, badly managed, or whoever really is pulling the strings at the top was having a shocker, and they accidentally ended up with him. But they didn't pick him originally, and he came in and smoked it up. He's hitting a 6 better than every 5 balls. That's unprecedented 6 hitting, and he's doing it from ball 1. And that's a really hard skill to do. He doesn't care if it's swinging. He doesn't care who's bowling at him. Doesn't care whether it's spin, left, right. He doesn't care. He just smashes everything to bits. And he's got out cheaply a couple of times because it's impossible not to when you play like that. But the amount of fast starts he's given them, it's also a joy to watch. I've never seen anyone lean forwards as their batting stance and then can go both ways. He can play off the back foot or the front foot from leaning forwards. It's really aggressive. It's the big I am. There's a lot to like about.
He's the little rooster. You're the big rooster.
Yeah, he's the sort of pretender to the rooster throne. But what a joy he is to watch. 330 runs, best of 84, strike rate of 234.
See, I think Mayank Yadav is incredible, but I don't think he can overcome Fraser-McGurk's overall impact. I think Rafiq Salim, I'm a big fan of. and I think he's bowled really, really well. But I
Yeah.
don't think we can give it to a guy who came in midway through the season, has bowled some good death overs. Nitesh Reddy, we're all very impressed of, but
He's
his
played
season...
before, though.
Hey?
He's played before.
Nitesh Reddy?
I think so,
Yeah,
yeah.
but how many games did he play last year? Look at us all beavering away.
Typing
Remember,
away
you
straight
can
away.
nominate anyone as well in the comments. I thought he only played like 1 or 2 games before.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't.
Or you've just made it up. And Mike Yadav, so he played 3 or 4 games this year.
Oh, you're actually right. In 2020, he played 2 games.
Yeah,
In
that's fine.
2023.
I'm okay with a newcomer who's played before. We're talking
Okay.
about someone who's having a
Yeah,
sustained.
it's between Mayank and Fraggle for me.
What's your vote? It's good
They're
podcasting.
both really, really exciting. You have to go for Fraggle McGurkin.
Yeah, same.
Okay, I think we might be, and I might change mine later when I look at numbers, but I think we might be so far fairly unanimous with our 2 decisions. So, most improved player, we had Abhishek Sharma, and best newcomer, we have Jake Fraggle McGrock. I don't know why I invent new things to put in his name every time. He'll be McGronk by the end. He'll be an NFL player. All right. Okay. So we've got those 2 things out of the way. I think those are the 2 more interesting ones. But there's a few other really good things we can look at here. Best strike bowler. We've got Andre Russell, Matisha Patharana, Yuzi Chahal, Harshal Patel, and a guy called Jasprit Bumrah. Am I missing any other strike bowlers that anyone else is interested in?
It's surprising that Russell's on that list, but then you look at his strike rate this
It's been
competition,
ridiculous.
and he's getting a wicket every 10 balls. Or
Yeah.
something. So he has to be in the conversation.
Definitely.
He wouldn't be somebody that you would have plucked out of thin air. I'll just throw one more in.
Please.
Mukesh Kumar.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a lot of wickets.
He's a wicket every 12. And then you would have to go rogue to shout anybody else up. It's glimpses of stuff. You know, you could have Mayank Yadav in there, but he only played 2.5 games.
Yeah.
He bowled 12 overs in this competition, and we can't stop talking about him. He bowled 12 overs. He got 7 wickets at less than 7 and over. Like, wonderful stuff, but it's not a big enough sample size to get into it.
Anyone else? Kritika, send
No.
me your list. What's Arshdeep got 19 wickets, but I don't think we feel like he's a
No.
strike bowler. Varun Chakravarti is interesting for me.
Yeah.
18 wickets in 44 overs, Rob. So the only person with... so Natarajan has 17 wickets in 43 overs. Mukesh has 17 in 35. I think for a finger spinner, Chakravarti should be on that list.
Okay. You can have him on your list if you want.
Just nominated.
I'll give you
Just
one
nominated.
more. I'll give you one more. Harshit Rana, who's done surprisingly well this
Give me his
competition.
numbers. How many wickets and how many?
16 wickets, not in 34 overs.
That's good.
A wicket
Yeah.
every 12.8 balls.
Great. I think those are all very... we know who the winner of this is going to be anyway. But Kritika, who is your winner for best strike bowler?
Bumrah.
Well, that's wrong. Rob,
Patharana.
Patharana is the correct answer. And so, unfortunately for you, I think Bumrah's been incredible, but Patharana has taken... How many wickets does he have? He's not even on your list, is he? I think he has 13 wickets.
Patharana got 13 wickets in 22 overs, a wicket every 10.15 balls. He has to be the winner.
I think the only thing that you could argue is that Bumrah has done it more often. But if you're asking me who I was bringing on right now to get a wicket, I'd bring him on ahead of Bumrah.
Yeah.
But don't worry, everyone. There's many other awards that Bumrah can bowl. Bowl, win.
You can bowl them too.
Best all-rounder.
There has to be Narayan, doesn't it? It just has to be. He's wildly overperformed with the bat.
Oh, sorry, I said that wrong. I'll start again.
Say it better then.
Best all-round bowler. I've got 3 nominations: Patharana, Narayan, and Bumrah.
It's Bumrah. It's all phases.
Yeah.
He can do anything you want him to do. He can dry up, take wickets, work batsmen over, just does every job brilliantly well. And but he did get fraggled in this competition. Fraser McGirt took him down for loads.
Everyone's been fraggled.
Trent Bolt didn't get fraggled. He had 6 clean balls at Fraggle, and he only went for 6.
Yeah, but he can't bowl in the rest of the innings. So.
That's true. But yeah, it's
Bumrah's easy. We're all going to go Bumrah.
There's
there,
only
right?
one answer there. There's only one answer.
Best new ball bowler. Trent Bolt. I've got Trent Bolt, Yash Dayal, Harshit Rana, and Bhuvi.
It's Trent Bolt by a long way.
Again, I don't think we need to go through that one all that long. Sandeep Sharma, I thought was good late in the season,
Yeah.
but by then, it was.
He should be talked about when you're giving awards out because he's bowled. He's had to develop so much because he gets given a different job every game.
I was going to say should he be most improved, but I don't know where you fit him in. Actually, there's another category we can nominate him for, which my team might actually already be doing. I'm trying to look at this, and my team, I think there's like 5 of us all on here at once, probably all listening in as well. I've just put him in. Okay, the next category, best defensive bowler. Okay, Sunil Narine, Jasprit Bumrah, Patharana, Sandeep Sharma. Just threw him in there. Just threw him in there. You know, don't know what I'm going to do. I would probably have Natarajan in there as well, who I think has had a really good season.
He has, and he bowls in tough phases.
Any more nominations for best defensive bowler?
I quite like Kuldeep.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout.
I mean, you could just answer Bumrah for any question that's to do with bowling, because he, if he wants to be a defensive bowler, he probably is the best.
Yeah.
Axar's had to do it a lot. When Delhi were bad, Axar had to do it a lot at the start of the tournament. They go, everyone's getting hammered here. Axar, can you bowl in the power play? Axar, can you bowl in the middle?
He's probably someone who doesn't have as great a figures as he should.
Yeah.
But when we've actually watched him, he's been a really good defensive bowler. I think that's probably fair. Kritika, best defensive bowler is?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one, but I'd say Bumrah.
Yeah, okay.
It's Narine for me.
Oh, I'm going to go with Kritika here, and I'm going to give it to Bumrah. I think he's been a better defensive bowler than Narine, but I don't think there's a lot in it. I would have been, either of you, I've been happy with either of those answers, but I'm going to give it to Bumrah. We're killing this. Best all-rounder, I've only got 2 nominations at the moment, so Varun, if you're listening, feel free to put some more nominations in. Sunil Narine, Andre Russell, you put Nitesh Reddy in there. Am I missing any other all-rounders this year? Do we count Will Jacks as an all-rounder? Probably not.
If they'd have bowled him a bit more, you could have done.
I mean, Hardik is technically an all-rounder. Oh, Jadeja, I've just seen Jadeja. Akshar. So Varun's all over this. He's just...
Axar's done well with bat and ball.
Yep.
Axar should be in the conversation. He's not going to win it, but he should be in the conversation.
Oh, we've got the YouTube chat up here. This is great. So we're up to, if you are, we now have the best all-rounder. So we have Sunil Narine, Andre Russell, Nitesh Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshar Patel. If you want to put some comments up, hopefully they're coming up to me live. We'll be able to see them straight away when they are updated. And so you can add to our nominations. You don't get a vote because, Rooster said you don't get to. And what the Rooster says, that's what we do. The best all-rounder has to be Sunil Narine for my vote. I'll go first this time.
Yeah, same. No.
I can't argue.
I think there are parts of his game we can actually argue with, as in we still don't understand why it's happening. But I think he definitely has to get that award. Now I'm going to skip Best Spinner until Varun has put the nominations in. We've done Best Newcomer already. Best Hitter. A little bit controversial this because I'm not saying batter. I'm literally saying the best hitter. And I think we could have wildly different ones. Jagu has said Rashid Khan. Sherat said Rashid Khan for Best...
Hitter?
No, what we're doing Best... all-rounder, and someone else has said Sam Curran. I'm not nominating Sam Curran for best all-rounder this year.
No.
But best hitter. Do you want me to run through a couple?
Yeah.
Travis Head, Abhishek Sharma, Ramandeep Singh, Fraggle McGurk, Phil Salt, Sunil Narine, Ashutosh Sharma, or Smashatosh Sharma, Shashank Singh. Anyone else needs to go into that kind of list?
Not really.
You're not missing anyone? Okay. I think Ashutosh...
MS Dhoni.
Oh, MS Dhoni. That's a good one. We've got Ramandeep, we've got Jake McGurk up there as well.
Romario Shepherd.
Hey?
Romario Shepherd, didn't
Does he get it for an over?
He got 39 off an over, didn't he, in one of them? Or something like that.
What about Will Jacks?
I think Will Jacks gets a nomination for here. I think there's a few best hitter nominations.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe an easier one to put a few people in. Let's be honest, Will Jacks isn't going to win. MS Dhoni's not going to win. Shashank's not going to win. Ashutosh is not going to win. I would say Sunil Narine shouldn't win.
Agreed.
I've got Phil Salt, Fraser McGurk, Ramandeep, and the two southpaws from Sunrisers. But I think it has to be between Abhishek Sharma and Fraser McGurk for me.
I can't argue because, Abhishek has sustained it over the whole season and he's hit 41 sixes. He's hit more sixes than anybody else. 41
Crazy.
is so many. It's more than 3 a game. He's never played an innings without hitting a 6.
That's an interesting one, though.
Uncomplicated, smashing sixes.
Which was the one?
Dubé.
Well, Dubé just hasn't done it this year, though, has he?
Only in the first half.
Yeah.
The first half
Yeah.
of the IPL Awards,
Yeah.
Dubé's in the conversation.
Yeah.
But
I don't even think he gets nominated on this list.
Second half, he hasn't scored a run.
And Patidar, I think, has been fantastic. I'm not sure I think of him as a hitter. And also, Patidar is probably going to be nominated for another award in about a millisecond anyway. So I think we can go there.
I think I'm going Abhishek.
Abhishek?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go next, and then you're probably going to have to decide. I'm going to go Fraser McGurk. There's nothing between him and Abhishek, but I'm mostly doing that to put you on the spot so that you are going to have to choose the winner probably from those two. Unless you come up with a random one, then we're going to have to weight it. But I think that I've never seen anyone do what Fraser McGurk has done before, and so I'm going to give him that. So I'll go best hitter Fraser McGurk. He's going Abhishek. Who's your best hitter in this IPL?
I think McGurk.
We went McGurk. You never go double McGurk. Maybe you do go double McGurk. I'm not even
We
sure.
didn't think of Tristan Stubbs, though.
I think he's batted
Just in
really.
that conversation.
No,
I mean,
I would probably have him nominated over Jack Sordoni, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just realised we missed one as well here. Best spinner for the bowlers. So Raki has said the Southpaws combination should get it on the YouTube chat. I think that's fair, but that's not how these awards go, Raki. So they're not going to get it. I made the rules of this stupid competition, and I'm making them as we go, and they can't win it. Best spinner, we've got Sunil Narayan, Ravindra Jadeja. I'm interested that he's been nominated. Akshar Patel, Yuzi Chahal, Varun Chakravarti, and Glenn Maxwell. Imagine
I have
Chakravarti.
one. Noor Ahmed.
What did his numbers end up with?
I'll
I've
have to look
already
them
made
up.
you doubt yourself, haven't I?
No, but I genuinely feel like he is there. And
8
he
wickets.
Oh, we forgot Kuldeep Yadav on that list.
could. Oh, yeah, Kuldeep as well.
Just having a look here.
Yeah, 8
He didn't
wickets.
finish with much then.
8 wickets of 8.32 economy
No.
is what Noor got this season.
He's off. Okay,
Can't
we
win,
have
can he?
denominated Noor
Yeah.
Ahmed. Thoughts go out to his family and friends. Best spinner. Okay, I'll go first. I love that my team has nominated Glenn Maxwell here. I don't know who I have to fire, but someone is getting fired. I am going to go. I think Kuldeep Yadav has been the best spinner this year, but I wonder if Sunil Narayan hasn't had the biggest impact.
I think Kuldeep, considering he was injured for a while, has bowled very, very well. Good numbers in a bad bowling lineup. They've had to throw him and Axel
agreed.
ball a lot.
Not that
He's
Sunil
had to
hasn't been in a
do-
good bowling lineup.
True. He's had to do a lot of heavy lifting, though, this year, Kuldeep, and I think he's been good in multiple phases.
I'm going to
too.
go Sunil, but I think you guys could sway me if you both went the other way. But I'm going to go Sunil Narayan for best spinner.
No one can hit Narayan. He's
Yeah.
still got that amazing
Yeah.
ability to dry runs up.
Yeah.
But he's always been able to do that, and Kuldeep has stepped up a gear this.
But we're not
IPL, I
talking
think.
about most improved
So
spinner. We're talking
who's
about the best.
It probably is. It probably is Narayan because his economy is 6.6.
What's
Yeah.
Kuldeep's?
Kuldeep's is 8.6.
Okay.
That's a huge difference, isn't it? And
Yeah.
the wickets are very similar.
Okay. I think we probably went further on that than we needed to. You're going Sunil Narayan as well?
Yes.
Okay, that one is done. Sunil Narayan. Okay. Best all-round batter. So we had best hitter before. Oh, Swapnil. Swapnil is an interesting one, Shara. I really like him. Obviously, I don't think he quite gets nominated here, but I love that you mentioned his name. We've got best all-round batter. So, I'll give you the nominations as I have them in front of me. Travis Head, Abhishek Sharma, Virat Kohli, Ruturaj Gaikwad, Rian Parag, and Sanju Samson. Who else are we missing there? I suppose Fraser McGurk should be nominated for that as well.
I think
Sai Sudarshan.
all-round batsman probably counts Fraggle out for me.
Wow, you're wrong.
Um,
It's an all-round.
Patidar's been really
Oh,
good.
Patidar should be there, yes.
Puran?
Just
Not in
don't.
that-
I think Puran's been in great form this year, but I think Lucknow have used him so poorly. I
Yeah.
don't think he and nominate him.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at true strike rate, he's almost par.
Yeah.
And he really should be way up, but it's because he's had to come in
Yeah.
stupid positions and
Yeah,
knock the
yeah.
ball
That's true.
around. If he was playing in the form he was in this year, if you put him in one of these other sides, he probably averages 60 with a strike
Yeah.
rate of 240.
Yeah, and his strike rate
Maybe
this
not that
season
much.
has been 178. And when
That's
you're talking like
ridiculous.
McGurk's 234
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Abhishek's
yeah.
200 plus and Head's 200 plus, all of a sudden it doesn't look that good. But like they've badly misused him, and that's why they didn't make the knockouts really.
So heads.
Siddharthan should be on that list.
Head, Sharma, Virat Kohli, Gaikwad, Rian Parag, Sanju Samson, JFM, Patidar, and Sai Siddharthan, which I just took off for some reason. We've got Sanju, don't we? Yeah, we've had Sam. Shreyant has got Klaasen. I don't know if Klaasen gets nominated.
No, I don't think he does.
Yeah, I think he's great, but I'm not sure he has been this year. Okay, Kritika, you can start this one off. And remember that if you don't pick Virat Kohli, we will clip that and put that online. Who has been the best all-round batter this year?
It's hard actually. It's quite a tough one for me. It's like Kohli and Head. I'm a bit confused between the two. Yeah, but I'm happy to go whichever.
No,
that's
that's not how this show. As I said, I'm
I'll
making
pick
up the
Travis
rule.
Head.
Travis Head, you heard it here first.
Wow.
Kritika Naidu hates Virat Kohli. No, is that? No, that I'm just producers telling me that's exactly what you said. Okay, Travis Head, where are you going here? Best all-round batter, Rob the Rooster Barron.
It's Virat all day long for me. I think
Which
he's
is fair.
been, again, in a bad team, mainly because they don't have any bowlers, but in a bad team, he's had to listen to a lot of nonsense that's been said about his strike rate. He's vastly improved his intent against spin. He's played the long innings. He's got, what has he got? He's got 105 50s. He's at 37 sixes. Like all round,
Yeah.
it's Virat.
We just got a late nomination from Tilak Varma from Rocky as well, which I think is a good one.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think he wins it, but I think he certainly on the longer list. I am going to go with Travis Head. Everything you just said is right, Rob, but I don't think we've ever seen a batting season like Travis Head, and it's his ability to bat long and completely shape games, and against pace and against spin and against the ball spinning away from him. So when we're talking all-round batter, he's kind of done everything that we would want.
Sure.
But I could make a very good case, or as you just did, Rob, for Virat Kohli. But once Kritika told me she hated him, I just thought the best option was to go with the other guy. Okay, best player of pace. Would you like the nominations?
Sure.
So the nominations are Travis Head, Tristan Stubbs, Virat Kohli, Fraggle McGurk, Dinesh Karthik, Rishabh Pant. My team is nominated, I see here.
Do you want me to go?
You can go. I mean, I kind of left it open,
I
mostly
think-
because I just had a sore throat.
I think that one is Travis Head, because he plays the extreme pace extremely well.
Yeah,
we had the graph the other day, didn't we, of how bats get on their strike rate of 140 plus against 140 plus bowling, and Travis Head was in a league of his own. So for me, that's the one, rather than the all-round bat. The one that's best against extreme pace is Travis Head, because he scores 360 degrees off it at a high strike rate. So him for me.
Travis Head, yeah. Have you got anything you want to go Travis Head as
Yeah.
well? Yeah, I don't think I can disagree with that. The only thing I remember is that Fraggle McGurk did so well against Bumrah. And I just have a bit of McGurkness left in me. But I think I will still go Travis Head there. I think that's the right decision, everyone. Just having a look. We got King Kohli. Yeah, he was nominated as well. I think he definitely should be up there.
Yeah.
I don't have any issue with that as well. But I don't think he wins it this year. Best player of spin. I like this a lot. We got Abhishek Sharma, Sanju Samson, Rajat Patidar, Heinrich Klaasen, Shivam Dubey, Sai Siddharthan, Nicholas Puran. Is there anyone we're missing off that list for best player of spin? I'm trying to think if there's anyone else.
Did you say Virat Kohli?
He's not on. No, we haven't nominated him yet.
I think he should be in the conversation. Dubey, again.
Dubey's in the conversation. He's nominated.
Yeah.
Is
First
KL
half
Rowe
of
worth
IPL.
nominating?
I'm not nominating him for any batting awards.
Narayan, Joel Edwards has just said Narayan. And Klaassen we've already nominated.
Narayan's fair enough from Joel. He massacred Ravi Ashwin again.
Yep.
When he got a chance to. That's his most favourite thing in the whole world, is being set and then they go, Ravi Ashwin have a bowl. Narayan he slaughters him. Yeah, he slaughters him.
That's one of the matchups I do watch because he's bowled to him a lot. I see Shearer has put in Parag. I don't know if I'm quite there on Parag, but...
he can't win it, but I think it's fair enough to nominate him.
Okay, done. All right, best player of spin. I will go first for this one. I really like Sanju Samson's year, but I think it is probably Rajat Patidar. I think he's an absolutely fantastic player of spin. And if you compare him to people like Klaassen and Shivam Dubé, I just think it's more repeatable what he does at the moment. So maybe if it was best hitter of spin, I would go Klaassen or Fraggle McGurk or Dubé. But I think I've written down here best player of spin, and I think because of that I have to go Rajat Patidar. Kritika?
Yeah, I can't argue there. Patidar for me as well.
Yeah, there's no...
We're doing triple?
It was when he took Markande down earlier in the season, 4 sixes in 4 balls, and the last of those 4, Markande said, I am bowling a ball that the only thing I care about with this ball is that you can't hit it for 6. And it was like the widest wide. It would have been wide by miles if Patidar would have left it. And Patidar took the challenge on and went, no, I'm still going to hit that one for 6 as well. And you're like, okay, that's really, really good. He was like, whatever you bowl, I'm hitting it for 6. 4 in a row. He's looked like he can take games away from teams when they're trying to dry up runs. And that's a huge skill to have. So it's Patidar for me, definitely.
Best power play batter.
Move
This
on.
is so hard, by the way. So the nominations are Virat Kohli. He ain't going to win this one. Phil Salt, thanks for coming. Sunil Narayan, I can't believe you're not going to win this, but you know what. And then we have 3 blokes who of which, incredible. Travis Head, Abhishek Sharma, and Jake Fraggle McGurk.
It's Fraggle because he took Bumrah down in the power play. No one else has ever done that.
That early vote?
Yeah.
You going him?
Yeah.
I think it's Abhishek Sharma.
Well, that's
been
fair.
great.
It might be Travis Head.
Yeah.
It could be any of those. It's
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it is.
It's
Don't
so
make me pick
unlucky.
between my favourite. This is Sophie's Choice. I'm pretty sure that's what this movie was about, wasn't it? Best power play hitters.
Definitely was, yeah.
If I remember correctly. San in the comment. So Shera's gone JFM. San's gone Abhishek. Shreyash has gone Abhishek as well. Shera's gone Faf. Second half of the season, Faf's done really well. Yeah, it maybe gets a nomination here. I see my team has put in Faf and Prab Simran Singh as well. I think nominations are fine, but
Has to be one of the Sunrisers, doesn't it?
But you just said it was Jake, didn't you?
I did, but I'm agreeing with the reason that he gave.
Who's
Just
your vote
because
for, Kritika?
It is.
I think.
I think I'm going to go Abhishek Sharma.
So here's the thing.
Wow.
I think Jake probably wins this because you have to. Mentally, you have to split your vote
Yeah,
between the other 2.
it's Fraggle. He took Bumrah
Fra-
down.
Abhishek Sharma has been incredible.
So is Travis Head.
That is true.
It's like 3 guys.
Joel Edwards has said Jaiswal. Get out of here.
Okay, Joel, it was a great answer you had a minute ago. Now you've just got carried away with yourself.
But
It's Fraggle.
Bears though.
It's still Fraggle. Stop saying other names.
I am gonna. You and Abhishek.
to be
You're
fair,
changing, aren't you? She's gonna change.
but no, my thing is like you cannot pick between the 2 if you're picking one of the Sunrise because both of them have just been incredible. I don't know if it can you do a share award or something?
You would think so, but I'm not gonna, am I? You would think that I would just go,
Fine.
yeah, let's give it to them.
No.
But I'm not going to do it because I'm a terrible human being. But a brilliant podcaster, so say what you will. I'm going to go Abhishek Sharma and know that I might change that to Fraggle later. Now, this one's more fun. Best middle overs player. We have 3 nominations at the moment. I think we need to add a couple more here. Sanju Samson, Rajat Patidar, Nicholas Puran. I think Will Jacks might. Would he not be a great middle player this year, Rob?
I'd rather have Tilak.
Tilak, he's another good one. Jacks. Jacks.
I think Stubbs
and
has to be in the conversation from this season. He's a guy I
Do
didn't
you
think
think
I'd
he's
be
more?
talking about.
I think he.
You think he's death?
Yeah, I think he gets a finisher gig
Yeah,
in this
okay.
team.
How about
Yeah.
Parag?
Parag's an interesting one because I think there's been a few games where Parag has kind of knocked it around in the middle, and I've been frustrated. But other games where he's gone crazy in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a bad nomination. It's probably between the first three we mentioned, though, isn't it? It's probably between Samson, Patidar, and Pura. And what's the group has got? We've got more Dubés coming in. I just think the second half of his season doesn't work for him. Someone said Ashwin, which I love. KL Rahul, I think you're going to struggle to get him on this one. All right, Rob, I'll let you go first. Best middle overs batter.
I mean, I've said Patidar a lot to answer these questions. I think he's been great. Patidar, I get the Parag thing, Kritika, I do, and he's quite close for me. And Nicky P's been great, but Nicky P has been stifled by the management, in my opinion. That stopped him from winning for me.
Yeah.
I really like Tilak in the middle overs. I think there's a lot to like about Tilak in that phase. He's quite good at picking up the scoring rate, judging conditions. Like he can dig you out of the hole, and he could go again. So it's between. Who's it between?
It's not an easy one, this one, is it?
No, it's Tilak or Patidar for me. And I've said Patidar too many times, so I'm going to say Tilak.
Tilak. Okay, I'm going to go Sanju Samson. Because I think he's done absolutely brilliantly to get over what is a fairly thin batting lineup and make it look better by just consistently doing that. He's not really done it by accumulation all that much. I know his strike rate isn't epic, but that's partly because he hasn't kicked on as much at the end. But I think it's Sanju Samson for me. But I think Tilak and Patidar are very, very worthy as well. Kritika, this is important because this could be the first one where we don't have a 2-1. We've had unanimous and we've had 2-1. If you go a different player here, we might need to do a YouTube poll. And I don't even know if Luke and Simon can do a YouTube poll for more than two things.
No, I was going to go Sanju Samson anyway.
You're going to go Sanju Samson?
Yes.
Well, that ruined that one then. Cool. But that's fine. Sanju Samson, I think that's controversial. And now that you've said it out loud, I think we're both wrong. But let's go with that one anyway. So let's go Sanju Samson there. And that was middle overs. Best finisher. I've got, we got anyone else coming up here? Best finisher, if you're playing it along at home, or at your mum's house, or at a friend's house, or just playing along. Best finisher, Tristan Stubbs, Dinesh Karthik, Heinrich Klaasen, Shashank Singh, MS Dhoni, Ramandeep Singh. I think, actually, yeah. Am I missing anyone else there? Ashutosh. Smash Atosh. Yeah. Yep, that's just come through on my group. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. Someone just put Puran in for my group. I just don't think he has finished brilliantly this tournament. But I don't have a problem with him being nominated because...
Yeah, fine. He's not going to win, but fine.
Yep, they took... let me go first on this one. I really... Oh, did I say MS Dhoni?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. I'm going to go... I've already changed my mind. I'm going to go... Dinesh Karthik.
Wow.
Because I think he has played the finisher role absolutely perfectly as it is on the tin to play.
Yeah, and I love the weird scoop that he's got over second slip. That one. He's a really, really good shot. And the last game that they played, they actually put fielders there, and he had like a 1 metre gap to get it into, and he found it. Like he's a surgeon in that area. 315
runs at a strike rate of 40 at an average of 40 and a strike rate of 195.
Yeah.
You can't argue with that. Yeah. I really like Ramandeep for this because he comes in when everybody else is smoking it everywhere, and he has an extraordinarily high 6 percentage. He is 62 balls faced, 12 sixes, strike rate over 200. He's doing the job really well.
I see they've showed us that they can create a poll with more than 3 people. And so currently Virat Kohli is second in that poll, by the way, if you're on YouTube.
Why does that only add up to 99, please?
I used to do this sort of stuff when I ran my blog. I used to do all sorts of things where every week I would run a poll, but it was a poll that was always fixed, obviously, for the results I wanted. But do you remember the Canadian John Davison? Who made 100 at the World Cup?
Yeah.
He was in every poll, no matter what the question was. John Davison was one of the answers. That's the kind of nonsense that I do. All right, best finisher. Tim David's been nominated as well.
No.
Stubbs has a strike rate of 300 at death. I think he does, Varun. I do think a couple of those games he did it when the sting was out of the game a little bit. And maybe Dinesh was as well, and we could go through the numbers. Samad has been nominated as well by Shera in there as well. Best finisher, I am going Dinesh Karthik. Who are you going?
Ramandeep.
Ramandeep.
I think I'll go DK as well.
DK, Dinesh Karthik it is. I wonder with Ramandeep just how many balls he's faced this year.
62.
That's my problem. I think
It's not his fault though.
No. It's not. It doesn't say here best player if his team had used him better. It says best finisher.
I think they're using him really well. He comes in right at the end where he has very few balls to make an impact, and he hits loads of them for 6.
Do you know what he would be? Your best zombie hitter, because he comes in after the death. No. Sorry, I think the microphones have been turned off. I don't think everyone can hear me.
We've just lost 38 million viewers for that comment.
Kritika, if you could just look up if there's any updates on the actual game itself.
It's very bad news.
Yeah.
We're not going to get a game.
Oh, so you said it was 78% chance. So a lot of people have done their money.
And now it is a 97% chance of 0 games.
But it says the cutoff time for a 5-over game is 10:56 p.m. So we do have like an hour.
So it's GMT is 15:41.
Oh, that was an hour ago. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
What's the time in India?
Yeah, I think we're cooked on today's game.
All right. What we'll do here is we might have one more podcast after this, and if it's cancelled early, we'll probably just have one more podcast in general. But if not, we'll get another one in. But we'll have 10 minutes so we can discuss what else we would like to do. But thank you for playing along. YouTube played a blinder there. Big thanks to Shera and Raki and P and Joel and Vern and anyone else who was in the comments. And certainly Vern, who I think was doing a lot of the nominations for us as we were going as well. So he's No One Knows 24 on YouTube. So if you disagree with any of our nominations, I will give you his home address and you can go beat him up. But a big thanks to Rob Barron there and Kritika Naidu. Look, we tried our best to come up with this on the fly. If we missed your favourite player's name, it's because Kritika hates them. Hates them with a passion. Hates them. Anyway, we're Cricket 8. We're going to take a break here and play some pre-planned programming, and we'll be back shortly to discuss something else. And hopefully, well, not cricket, but at least we'll be back. We're at Cricket 8. We'll be back. We'll always be back.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of our weekly IPL chat here on the India on Cricket 8 podcast. I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinner, and we're finally into the closing stages of the group phase of this season's competition. It's basically been going on for what feels like about 6 to 8 months, and yet only one side is currently mathematically guaranteed.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of our weekly IPL chat here on the India on Cricket 8 podcast. I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinner, and we're finally into the closing stages of the group phase of this season's competition. It's basically been going on for what feels like about 6 to 8 months, and yet only one side is currently mathematically guaranteed a playoff spot, which is quite frankly bonkers, but this is the IPL. KKR, of course, they're top of the table. They sit on 19 points after that washout against the Gujarat Titans. Gujarat themselves are out of the competition despite making the final in the last 2 seasons, winning it, of course, a couple of years ago. They're out along with Mumbai and Punjab, Mumbai probably being the shock one out of those 3. Rajasthan, meanwhile, they sit in second on 16 points, should be confirmed in the playoffs very soon, although they seem to have been stuck on 16 points for quite some time now. Beneath them, it's all to play for, with 5 sides technically fighting out for the remaining 2 spots. I guess, Mega, this is what the fans crave, isn't it? A bit of drama towards the end of the season.
Absolutely. And at least right now, we are clear that the 3 teams that are out, one has qualified up until the previous week. Even after 50 matches, There was not one team that was sure of making it to the playoffs and not one team that had already crashed out. So it is going down to the wire. We might not have had as many close matches as we would have wanted, but at least in terms of qualification, that race is still pretty riveting and pretty close. Royal Challengers Bangalore are still in with a chance. After that run of 6 consecutive losses, one would have ruled them out, because that also meant that in 8 matches they had won just one. But here they are still in it, and their net run rate also pretty healthy. But talking about the Rajasthan Royals, we were expecting them to fumble at some point, but that it has come so close to the end of the qualification stage, with them having lost 3 matches back to back, one of them by just 1 run. So back then they might not have thought much about it, but now when there's still a mathematical possibility of them not making it to the playoffs, in that scenario, of course, they would be thinking about that loss, that 1 run loss. But otherwise as well, just that consistency that's been missing, and those 3 back-to-back losses might just do something to the momentum, to the confidence, like back-to-back wins. Yeah.
No Josh Butler. Josh Butler's
No
going
doubt.
home. He's coming back here to England to captain England in that T20 series against Pakistan. That has got to be a huge blow, not just Josh Butler, the player, which will be a massive miss, but the aura that he brings to a side, the fear that he instills in opposition bowlers, that's not going to be there anymore at the top of the order. So they're going to have to go with something different. Yes, they've got Jaiswal up there to hopefully continue and score some runs, particularly from an Indian point of view before that T20 World Cup, just carry on some good form. But, you know, you miss a player like Josh Butler, and all of a sudden other sides start feeling that they've got an opportunity every time they come up against you. So, it's not done and dusted for Rajasthan. I mean, I joked there about them being on 16 points for quite some time, but it's been like well over a week, hasn't it? Those 3 matches that they lost in a row since then, since they chalked up 16. So, it's you know, probably they've just done enough, just judging by what other sides have to do. I mean, there's sides like Bangalore and Delhi in particular who are having to rely massively on other results, and that's their issue of sort of starting so poorly this season, and Bangalore then going on that run of 5 straight wins. Let's start with RCB then, because it seems as though there's a real push, probably just because of Virat Kohli, from the general wider public for RCB to make a run and get into those playoffs. I mean, as an RCB fan, if you're somebody who's supported RCB all these years, you must be pretty good at maths, right? You're having to get your calculator out almost every year to see how it is still possible for RCB to make the playoffs towards the end of the group stages, because they always leave it quite late. They often miss out. Yes, they have made it a couple of times recently, but it's just it's drama of the highest quality, yes, but it's being led almost single-handedly by one man, Virat Kohli, who's orange cap holder, that innings of 92 from 47, once again just underlying his credentials.
Absolutely. And all the conversations around his strike rate, at least for now, have been put to rest, because there was a lot of conversations that were happening, and maybe rightly so, because last season as well, in that post power play phase, he would slow down, particularly against the spinners. And this time around as well, for the first half, that continued happening, a strike rate of around 133. But then, since the criticisms became louder and Virat Kohli took it to heart, we've seen a different player altogether. And later, of course, there was this post-match interview where Virat was livid, and Virat obviously made it clear what he thought about people in the boxes. But post that, he's obviously mellowed down with his bites as well, and he's mentioned that he's not somebody who wouldn't make changes to his game. He would acknowledge the issues and he would make those changes to get better as a player. And it's there for everyone to see. It's been a huge part of why RCB have strung together those 5 back-to-back wins, because Dinesh Karthik, who was a crucial cog in the first half of the season, in the last 5 matches, he hasn't made as much contributions. Fab du Plessis has been obviously providing fury start up front, but Virat Kohli has been the main contributor, and Rajat Patidar as well. After that England series where he was dropped, he couldn't get a lot of runs, and then he carried that slump into the IPL. But in the last 5 games, he's been making those contributions. Green as well stepping up because he too didn't have a great start to the season, but got some form by his side. Will Jacks has been contributing. Obviously, the services of some of these players, RCB will not have going ahead. And Mohammad Siraj dropped for a game. Since then, he's obviously managed some movement up front. Things have been going well on that front. And Swapnil Singh, probably RCB's good luck, because since the time he's begun featuring in the 11. They've not lost any game. And he's been doing well for them as well. He's been given that first over 2, and otherwise as well in the middle overs. He's been delivering the goods for the team, including that game against PBKS. So all in all, it's clicking for RCB finally.
It is, but will it be too little, too late? Of course, they've got that game against CSK, their final one in the group stages. Straight shootout, it could be, depending on other results, and if they're to go in RCB's favour along the way, they could still be in with a chance. I mean, there's a lot of parallels, and I know I sometimes use the football comparisons quite a bit, but for those in India, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are following the English Premier League football, that's going down to the wire. I mean, it all depends on a match tonight between Manchester City and Tottenham as to whether or not Arsenal have got a realistic chance. But regardless of that result, they still will have a chance going to that final game. But they'll obviously be relying on Man City to lose to West Ham and themselves to beat Everton. But all getting very close, and it's all kind of lined up. The stars have lined up in the football in the English Premier League. They seem to be lining up for RCB too. And look, Kohli's never won this, has he? It's one of the few trophies that he's not won. He's not going to move franchise. He's always going to be with RCB. He's already said that. So his entire IPL career kind of hinges on RCB's success. If he's to pick up that trophy, he's done all he can. It's good to see him relaxed as well, because we see the intense Kohli, and we saw him when he was captain of India, and that extra intensity he brings. He's still got that. He's still got the fight, obviously, and he's still scoring bucket loads of runs. But it was a great interaction between himself and Ishant Sharma in that match against Delhi Capitals. Obviously, two great mates, having grown up both in Delhi, on the west side of Delhi, and then played.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. We still have no cricket. I'm Jarrod Kimber. With me is the Rooster, Rob Barron, and obviously killer Kritika Naidu is with us as well. So we're going to do a podcast, live podcast. We're going to talk, and it's going to be recorded, and then various things will happen to it. That's my life. We're going to look at the 6 teams who did not make the finals, and we're going to say thumbs up and thumbs down. Kritika has said she won't say anything negative about any sides because she's a wimp. And Rob refuses to say anything positive about anyone, so we're going to get him to do that side of it. So let's start with this. Mumbai, Rob.
Oh, wow.
Thumbs down. What did they get wrong this year?
Everything.
There we go. Well, that's the end of the show.
Just horrible stuff. Like using Hardik as your captain and allowing him, we think, to make lots of decisions. Batting orders horrendous, batting himself ahead of Tim David at the death against pace, bowling in weird phases, loads of stuff wrong. You've got the best T20 bowler imaginable in your team, and yet you can't win a game of cricket. What did they win this season? Just not many. Can I just, a special mention for their negatives is their 3 left-arm seam bowlers this year, which was Luke Wood, what was the guy's name? The 12-year-old from South Africa, and Arjun Tendulkar. If that's your 3 best left-arm seamers, you know it's not going great. They were favourites for every single game they played this season. I still cannot get my brain around 14 times they were odds-on favourites to win the match, and they won 4 of those 14 matches. And but we won a lot of money betting against them. This is true. That flatters them. Rohit got a ton this season, and his intent was better. But if you look at how many sixes some of these teams have hit, when you read the names out on paper, Rohit, Sky is in the conversation for the best T20 batsman, and they've definitely got the best T20 bowler, and they've got loads of good Indian talent, right? Yeah. So that's the foundations of a really good team. Then they go, who's the spinners? You go, well, no one. Piyush Chawla's going to do it again, and he's 78 years old. Yeah, he's and then he's got grandchildren to qualify. The thing I have the biggest problem with, and that includes the Nepotismo award of Arjun playing a game, is they had somebody who could have really helped their bowling attack, Thashara, at the start of this competition, and they picked him in the auction, and Kirtsey was injured at the start, and they lost lots of people.
Luke Wood came in, went out.
And instead, they gave Luke Wood the SOS to come in and play ahead of Thashara. What's that all about? Thashara has found his feet eventually because he needed a few games to acclimatise and adapt to this level of cricket because he's not played much. But Thashara's properly good at T20 bowling. So they could have had two good bowlers. They elected not to play them. And you see just like, why is Romario bowling at the end? You know, these questions... Why are they doing this again?
Well, I think that's a big question with them. The amount of times we just went, why? Now, positives. This should be a short segment. But Kritika, what do you have? They wore blue?
Well, I think Jasprit Bumrah.
Can I throw you why that's a negative?
Yeah.
They just gave away an all-time season from Jasprit Bumrah, which means nothing.
Yeah, that is true.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what is the point as Kritika puts her microphone on? Don't worry, I've done that about 9 times today. But so you're right, but you know what I mean? Even in that, they've got nothing else. So I'm going to move you on from that. What is the second positive?
I think the consistency of Tilak Verma. And I just feel like he's just admirable. Like you cannot move past that. And I feel like he delivered last season and then he's done it again. So it was just not like one season wonder.
Yeah.
You know, so I was like incredibly impressed.
No, I think that's a fair one. I mean, just on the positives, what I would say for them is that if you look at the core of the let's say the mega auction only allows 4 players. We don't know how many we can have for the mega auction yet, do we? No. But let's say it's 4. I think it'll be more than that. I think it'll be 6, but maybe even 8. But if it is 4, I think they've got a pretty good core 4 that they can go from. You know, they've got Sky, they've got Hardik, they've got Bumrah, they've got Tilak Varma. You know, they probably won't use Rohit, but you know, they've got a few players that I think they can choose from. If they wanted an international, Kotsia, you know, is another one. So I think they have some good players there. That's the positive. The negative is, if you look at their recent history, Mumbai, they keep taking big swings. Rather than just doing what they used to do, which was make a bunch of small decisions correctly. Now they're just like, we're going to have Jofra Archer if he's fit, and he'll be bowling with Bumrah, and we'll never lose a game. And it's like, if he's fit.
Yeah, it's a huge if, and you've done half your money on it.
Yep.
It's just, it's very bad betting.
And then the very next big bet was on Hardik Pandya, who they didn't need a Hardik Pandya in this side specifically, and he hasn't fitted very well, and then they've gone out of their way to try and make that work. All right, let's go to Punjab. Kritika, let's start with the positives of Punjab, the whack house team of the IPL.
Ashutosh?
Definitely.
I think they're one of their biggest takeaways this season, definitely. I even feel like Prab Simran. Yeah. Also, like they lost Shikhar Dhawan. You know, that
I think
could have
that was
been
a
like
positive.
yeah, but you know, it could have been like a massive blow. But
Yes.
you know, he took on the responsibility. He did pretty well. So definitely those two.
You probably throw Shashank in there too.
Shashank,
wouldn't you?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
No, I think that's more than fair. That's more than fair. Anything else?
Though?
No, they wear red. Rob. Rob's going to be talking on this podcast for 28 minutes and Kritika's going to say 4 things.
Yeah.
But there aren't a lot of positives for some of these sides. Rob, what have you got?
They're carnage, Punjab, and when Dhawan went, that was the driver of the clown car was no longer there, so they were allowed to do whatever they wanted, the rest of the clowns, and it was all nonsense. They were squirting water in each other's faces out of their comedy flowers and honking each other's red noses, and there was lots of mayhem. Let's not forget in this competition that they chased 260 in a game, Punjab. And so that gives us one of the highlights in IPL history, and yet they're right down the bottom. Only Mumbai are behind them in the table. I think Chennai might have actually got down there now. But they have been a shipwreck because they are badly organised.
Did you say a shipwreck or a shipwreck?
No, they're a shipwreck.
Because they could also be a shipwreck.
Well, they could, but again, the decision making, I think Arshdeep has been quite hittable at the death, and he was somebody 2 years ago we thought was going to be a really good death bowler. A lot of them have regressed. Harshal got a bit better, got lots of wickets anyway, but they basically banked on Sam Curran because I think by all accounts he's a very nice bloke and he's got a good brain and all that sort of stuff, but he didn't quite know what to do with himself. He didn't know where to bat himself, he didn't know where to bowl himself, and it looked to me like they never once had a plan other than to chase 260, everybody smash everything. They did it easy. And they're like, well, you bowl now, and they ended the season in a very Punjab way of only having one overseas available. One out of 11.
It is a little bit like the last club game of a cricket season when you've got 8 players, a dad, the guy who's always scored but has wanted to play but has been too afraid, and the local woman from the village was like, I played when I was a kid, but it turns out she only played backyard cricket. It's like, that's what the team looked like at the end there. Positives, just to add, I would say that they have about 6 or 7 good Indian players.
Yeah.
So that's a good positive.
Yeah.
Negatives is that none of them is a star. They don't have a single. They don't have a star player that they can keep for the next mega auction. So you look at it 2 ways. Maybe if they could buy all these guys for not too much money, let's say they can retain 6 players.
Yeah.
They have a good core of Indian players, but they have to be very, very good at who they spend their money on. They can't give it to Sam Curran because the owner likes him. I should say this. I've said this a lot. I have no idea if that's why Sam Curran went for as much money as he did, or why they seem to use him in all these random roles, but I can't think of another one that makes sense. Let's move on to Gujarat. Negatives, Roberto.
When they were actually in the tournament, so for the first 80% of it, their intent at the top of the order and through the first 6, 7, 8 overs was a hate crime, and it was disgraceful. The lot of them. Nobody can absolve themselves from this. The day that they went, before Sudharsan had developed the ability to kick on, Gill not trying to score quickly, Sudharsan not trying to score quickly, Kane Williamson batted in the power play, and then Vijay Shankar came in to slow it down a bit. What are you doing? What are you doing in this IPL? Like, we've seen, there was a bit in the middle of the IPL where everyone was scoring absolutely loads and tonking sixes everywhere, and Gujarat just insisted that they weren't going to do that. And they didn't score more sixes. I think they scored more sixes than their opponents once out of 14 games. They weren't really trying to hit them. They don't really have an answer. So yeah, they lost Hardik, huge loss, because he did the right thing for them. He was number 4, and that's what he did. And they lost Shami, who got absolutely boatloads of wickets. That's going to cause a problem in your team. But it didn't mean that the batting intent suddenly had to go to 0. And everyone else was batting in 5th gear, and they were just plodding along in 2nd, going, yeah, but we're none down, or we're 1 down. You know, Saha's got out, and us two are gonna now bat for 10 overs at 7.5 and over, and the other teams are going, yeah, if you want, absolutely fine. Rubbish intent. Kane Williamson played twice, and his strike rate was exactly 100, and that's what he always does. Vijay Shankar, 115 strike rate. None of them, if you look down all these teams, look at SRH, the strike rates of these people, and you look at the run scorers in Gujarat, and the best ones are 140 something. The 1+ was when they put Sharad Khan at the order.
Yeah, and then
and then all of a sudden they looked like a bit of intent, and he started smacking spinners, and like he looked good. A good season for him. But Gujarat were appalling, and they got exactly what they deserved out of this IPL, which is nothing.
Can I add something to that as well? When it comes to the negatives, I think that they came in, and we thought that between over 6 and 20 was going to be a huge plus when they were bowling. And Rashid had a poor season. Noor Ahmed didn't do as well as we were hoped, and Mohit Sharma fell off several cliffs.
Yep.
You know that episode of The Simpsons where Homer keeps going over the cliff? That was that was Mohit Sharma's year this year. It's such a shame. I'm a huge fan of his, but wowzers. Interested in your positives here?
There's literally, he mentioned the one positive,
Which was?
Shah Rukh Khan.
Yeah.
And also I feel like this is off the pitch, but they did some, they invested in some sustainability initiatives. I think that's the positive.
Oh my God! If you are a Gujarat fan, imagine hearing, what's a positive? Well, off the pitch, they were really good for the environment.
Yeah.
They don't have to travel as much now, so their net carbon limit has come down because they're not flying around for the finals.
Yeah.
Kritika, that is the best answer I think I could have possibly have had. I'm going to add one thing that I think you're being a little bit harsh. I think Sai Sudarshan found another level this year.
Oh, for sure, yes.
And I do think, I love him as a player, and it's a little bit sad he's no longer the player that me and Rob first fell in love with, but I love watching him develop and everything else. But we saw him have high intent for 2 games.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do that for 8 or 9 minimum next year. But isn't it great, Gujarat fans, that you are doing so many great things for the environment? And isn't that what you get into the IPL for?
To be fair, like we couldn't stop talking about Sai Sudarshan the last time we did a watch along because
Or any
DT was
time
playing.
this year. I think
Yeah.
you think it was just when you were here.
He's only 22.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
only 22. A very,
Exactly.
very high ceiling, that
Yeah.
guy. We could be talking about him for a long, long time to come.
He's very sustainable, is the word I would use. Let's go into CSK. Obviously, got as close as anyone to making the finals. That future was in their hands, so to speak. Then the dry ball happened, and it didn't quite go ahead. Kritika, give me some positives on CSK, please.
Patirana.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had like a great season. He delivered for CSK, you know, whenever they needed him to. Tushar Deshpande, massive improvement from, you know, last season, and this everything, like it came together. I feel like even Dubey, you know, he just outplayed, or rather outperformed expectations. He surpassed them first half of the season, and then, you know,
dropped
kind
off
of went
a
to
bit.
it. But you can't say, I mean, that was definitely a positive for them.
Well, if you think
And-
about it, if you just go through it from a future planning
Yeah.
perspective, if Deshpande, if they get anything like this from Deshpande again, and Patharana continues to be Patharana for the next 2 or 3 years, they can build around that,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
a proper lineup,
Yeah.
right? And I don't think we were going in with the bat. Obviously, Gaikwad was very good,
Very good.
but I'm not sure they ever quite came over the Conway
Yeah.
missing,
Yeah.
and they looked a little bit shallow to me
Yeah.
at times. Rob, negatives? Not as easy to be negative as about them because they were on the cusp of making
Yeah.
it.
I think in mitigation for Chennai, they had lots of terrible injuries,
Yeah.
and when you lose
And just people going home, Mustafiz.
and
Yeah.
Fizz, who did well when he was there, like no Fizz, no Patharana, no
Yeah.
Chahar, you're like, okay, you can see why they might be struggling a bit, and Deshpande did step up. I think Gaikwad did have a very good season. I think he's second for the Orange Cap at
Yeah.
the moment, but his intent wasn't great.
No.
And he plodded along a lot in the middle. He hit 18 sixes this season in 14 matches,
Yeah.
and he faced 413 balls. So Kohli's hit more than double that for the sixes. And there shouldn't be that big a chasm between Gaikwad and Kohli. If Gaikwad is going to be the player that Chennai think he is, he had to captain this season. You know how much captaining he actually did, who knows. But I think a lot of the Mitchell innings were too low intent. When he comes in and he's like 10 off 12, you're like, come on, guys. And the other thing was the stubborn insistence of picking Rahane over and over and over again.
Even when it wasn't
when he
working.
wasn't performing, and he was a busted flush, and he looked finished. Take the man
So
out of the firing
the
line.
last innings was the one.
And then he came back and did all right at the end to maybe look a bit silly. But his strike rate of for the season of 123, he didn't get a 50. He hit 7 sixes this season in 200 balls. He's there to whack it now, and he was a big failure. And they still do that bit, Chennai, where sometimes in games they're knocking it around for ones in the middle, and you think, what are you doing? What are you doing, lads? Like, you have to get on with it.
Yeah.
Everyone else has shown you that you've got to get on with it. And they sort of spluttered and nearly got away with it and nearly got in the playoffs, and Dhoni nearly bailed them out at the end. But if you make consistent bad decisions, you will get found out eventually, and I'm afraid for Chennai this season that's what happened.
A couple more negatives that I think it's worth looking at is I think they're playing a form of T20 cricket that in the IPL no longer exists. You know, they're not, and it's not just about the intent, it's about selection and everything else. You know, I think they're going at it from a different point of view. Also, Shardul, I thought improved as a bowler this year, but couldn't take any wickets. And because of that, he's ended up with a really, really poor year. And last year, they got 113 runs out of him. They got 21 runs out of him this year. He just didn't have an impact. They didn't use him well or anything. So it's not just his fault. But you know, something has to happen with Shardul Thakur
He
because
gets
he keeps
paid a lot of
turning
money.
up in teams and.
A wicket. What used to happen with Shardul when he was playing for India, he would get other people's wickets because people would have to go after him because you can't score off Bumrah or whatever. But he got a wicket every 60. What was it? Every 38 balls this year. That ain't good enough. No. And he was going at 10s. He bowled the odd spell.
I think he was economical for him.
For him, he was. Yeah.
Because he's the most expensive bowler I think in IPL.
But so if the bar is the bad Thakur, he was better than that.
Yeah.
But if he's the guy that you spend all this money on to balance your team with bat and ball, they didn't really use him as a bat, and he can whack it. You know, obviously it's written in that Dhoni has to face 7 balls a game, and he was brilliant at it, Dhoni, this season. But yeah, Thakur was crap. End of.
Hard to see what happens with them next year, because there's not a lot there.
And the thing that Chennai like to do is keep the same people all the time. So Gaikwad, yes please. Deshpande, yes please. If you can get Patharana fit,
Jadeja,
good start. Jadeja,
you have to have a spinner.
He looked hittable this season. I think there's another year or two for Jadeja for sure. He does a good job, but he doesn't do much a better job than Axar does. You know, there's not many spinners who now leap out as you must have this guy. You know, where's Adil Rashid in this? Fine, Jadeja another season, but who else are you looking at there going, we really need X, like Moeen, they didn't use him much. He bowled 4 times. Santner,
Tikshana.
Again,
They had 3 overseas players that are all quite high quality, but the thing is, they all do very similar jobs.
yeah, they Chennai are one of the teams that need to seriously think about ripping it all up and starting again.
So this is my point, and Kritika, we're talking about positives here. They'll keep Gaikwad.
Yep.
Deshpande, Patharana.
Yep.
Who's the 4th player they keep? Dubey? Dubey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to be Dubey.
That's not the strongest 4 to keep.
No.
Not when you think
And
of
that's
some
not
of the 4s that could
and
be
that's
kept.
not Jadeja. Did I mention Jadeja?
No,
No.
not there. You didn't. No.
So we're not even positive that Jadeja will. I think because it's Chennai and it spins, you might keep Jadeja.
Yep.
But if you keep Jadeja, that means you lose potentially. Deshpande, they
Yeah.
brought him up from nothing to be
Yeah.
this good. You don't really want to lose him.
Yeah.
Gaikwad is probably one of the better anchors, and hopefully they can get him to score a little bit quicker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not sexy, is it? Let's go on to Delhi. This should be fun. Rob, any negatives on Delhi?
I could give you a couple. I think the Delhi team that started the IPL was an abomination, right? And that's not really a strong enough word for it.
Abomination is quite a strong word.
They had no idea. They thought, and we said this before the competition started, Anrik Nortje was the answer. And the Anrik Nortje that doesn't have functional legs is not the answer. He bowled like a drain. He started off, his first death over in the tournament went for 20, and he got worse 4 games in a row. And when he finally went for 30 in his death over, they said, okay, maybe we'll try somebody else. They were going, let's have Shai Hope as our number 3. Oh dear, that's not working. Let's have this guy. Let's do this. Pretty, they didn't even start Pretty. You start Pretty, and then you see how he's getting on. And if he did what he did last year and was rubbish, you get rid of him.
Yeah.
You start him and you give him a go because he hits loads of 4s in the power play. Why was Gulbuddin Naib on my screen? Do you know what I mean? What are you doing, lads? They accidentally, like Lizard, how bad was he this season? I mean, some of the bad stuff was really bad, and the bowling that they were putting together at the start of the tournament, that attack in inverted commas, they were like, basically, we hope the 2 Indian spinners do well for us because the pace attack was so bad, like really, like absolute cannon fodder every game. And then they sort of stumbled across. They were really lucky that Warner got injured, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because he's no longer the player he was. He's an IPL legend, David Warner. Like his numbers year on year were brilliant. But he looks to have been left behind a little bit. He doesn't have, maybe it's injuries, maybe it's power thing. He doesn't have the 200 strike rate in him anymore. And all of a sudden, in comes the Fraggle, and you can start talking about positives. But Delhi deliberately set up with a load of old rubbish, a load of overseas, injured, expensive players. The Nortje cover was Jai. And then they go, well, let's have Lizard, he was horrific. Yeah, some of it was just like, this isn't the answer, and somehow, you know, Mitchell Marsh went home. He was really bad for the first half a dozen games or whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't even think he played that many. It was like 3 or 4, wasn't it?
He had 4 matches, yeah.
Yeah.
Scored 61 runs.
No, Mitchell Marsh, his next innings, he was due an 80 off 30 balls, right? and they've lost out on it. So I think the biggest negative for Delhi is that they are in danger of thinking that they are better than they are because they got the back end of that season right. And whereas then actually what they should be thinking is, we almost made the finals and we didn't deserve it. And teams often don't get that. Let's go on to positives. Obviously, Fraggle McGurkin is going to be quite high on that.
Yes.
That is one of the more extraordinary seasons we have ever seen in the IPL, isn't it?
Yeah, and also I feel like just Rishabh Pant's return.
Huge.
Right? It was a massive...
Morally, they won the IPL.
Yeah, well, since the beginning, right? That was all. But, you know, you have to credit Kuldeep and Aksar and how they worked together. That was a massive positive for them. Of
And
course.
is that the 4 players you keep?
Kuldeep, Akshar, Pant, and Megak.
Yeah.
Pretty
Stubbs.
much. Yeah. Oh, the
I
Stubbs
don't think
as
you
well.
can in that
but
4 though, can you?
Who will you let go then?
Yeah, okay. Sorry,
I mean, I think Tristan Stubbs
Yeah.
is another positive.
Yeah.
And I think they're well done to them because, Dewell Brevis has kind of been pushed to the side. We see young Australian players do really, really well.
Yeah.
They come over, they fail in the IPL early, and then everyone decides they're no good. Well done to Delhi for going, no, we're going to back this guy a little bit further and take him on. I thought he batted really, really well.
Yeah.
For the future, maybe if they're lucky enough to get 5 or 6 players, they can pick him in.
Yeah.
But most probably they will move on from then. It's a positive season for Delhi in that Delhi have not had many positive seasons.
No, they came really close, when Shreyas Iyer was captain.
They had the 3 or 4 years when they were incredible. They should have won a title then and they didn't.
No.
I think they are the best team over a long distance of
Yeah.
time not to have won a title. Over a 3 or 4 year period, whatever that was.
Yeah.
It's pretty dire. Are they a well-run organisation, Kritika? Try and be positive now.
Yeah, there's not much to say there, is there?
How is their sustainability?
I'll tell you when I find out.
What would you rate their social media activity out of 10?
Delhi's?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they're decent on social media. I'll give them an 8.
Yeah. There we go. We got something positive there. Let's go to Lucknow. Lucknow probably in this tournament longer than they deserve to be from an emotional point of view. I definitely checked out on them. And Lucknow fans kept getting upset with me when I wasn't talking about them as a legitimate title hope, but I just didn't really feel it. Kind of blah team is the best way of putting it. What positives do you have out of Lucknow?
Marcus Stoinis, really.
Really? Got him as a positive?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I
No,
felt like
I'm not throwing you under the bus here. They're your positives to be wrong with.
Yeah, thanks. But I definitely feel Puran and Stoinis were, positives that you could take back or, whatever you could pick out from Lucknow. They've had an average, below average season really. And, KL, I'll leave the negatives to him. But, for me, it would be Stoinis and Puran. I feel like
there's an issue there because I'm not sure they can keep both of them.
No.
So your positive is already a negative for them. I think Krunal Pandya, I kind of really liked his season. I don't think he was magnificent or anything like that, but I thought, as a cricketer this year, he showed that he's probably, useful enough. I know he took wickets in a couple of games. Probably wasn't used brilliantly well with the bat all the time. They gave him every bad job with the bat, I feel.
and of course, Mayank Yadav.
Well, Mayank Yadav is the other one that I was going to say, but he's a
Yeah.
bit of an awkward one because, I don't know how whether he'll ever play again. Krunal Pandya averaged 33 with the bat, but a strike rate of 126, but a lot of that was because he had to do that. He only took 6 wickets in 14 games, but at an economy of 7.73. So I think that's definitely a plus year out of Krunal Pandya. Any negatives, Rob, that you can think of?
Yeah, they're just forgettable, I'm afraid, Lucknow. Like, if you ask me in a month's time to talk you through what Lucknow did, I can't remember.
Yeah.
I can't remember half their games now, and I've watched all of them. Puran, good. The opening partnership was a huge issue this season. They opened it with KL Rahul, who is an IPL gun. Whether he scores quickly enough is a different conversation, but he always gets runs. He got another 500 very forgettable runs this season at a boring strike rate. And de Kock was terrible. And de Kock was amazing in the 50 over World Cup that wasn't that long ago. They lost a wicket in the first over in half their games. I thought they don't know what to do with the number 3 position, and they kind of lucked into having Stoinis coming in and bashing the power play, which is what he's good at. Open with Stoinis then. I like Stoinis coming in after they've lost a wicket off the 9th ball because there's no swing anymore usually, and Stoinis is very good at whacking the power play, and if he's set against spin, he's fine against it. If he's new against spin, which is what they used to do with him, he's rubbish. So that's okay, but they've mucked about for 3 years now with Badoni, who doesn't know what his job is.
And they've kind of ruined him as a prospect.
They have, haven't they? Like, he looked really good. His first innings in the IPL, he got like 50 off 30 or something. You go, wow, this kid's got loads. He's 4 foot tall and he can smash anything for 6.
Great runner between wickets, and he does a lot of little skills really well.
And he can field, and the running's good, and he looks like a proper cricketer, and he's got loads of different shots, can score all around the wicket, and then again he's like 8 one day and then he's 3 the next, and like, give the guy a chance. Like, stop mucking him about. It's not some legend that you can just go, right, I'll do this today, lads, it's fine. Like, give the kid a role and tell him what he's supposed to do. Padikkal, they persisted with Padikkal, and he was clearly in appalling
I just
form.
say Rocky's put that into the comments
Biggest
as we're going through
yeah.
here. Biggest negative, Padikkal. I mean,
Yeah,
wow.
he was in, like, Padikkal was lucky this season to score 38 runs at an average of 5 at a strike rate of 71. Like, that isn't a bad season. That's one of the all-time clangers, and they kept, and he failed 3 times, or 5 times, and they dropped him, and then they go, well, we need a number 3, so let's go Padikkal. I go, what are you doing, lads? Like, where's the thinking here? They misused their best bat of the season, which was Pooran. They kept asking him to do jobs that he's not very good at.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant hitter like, he's in good form as well, Pooran. They had the good Pooran, who's worth loads to a T20 team.
And they did not use
him
way.
properly. Like, that's all the negatives from Lucknow are down to the fact that they didn't use anyone properly to do. And there was a game where they had a pitch that really suited them in a defence as far as the spinners go, and Bishnoi didn't bowl until the 15th over when they were all set, and then they smacked him. What are you doing, lads? You've got Bishnoi here. The pitch was turning. Let the man bowl. That's what he's in the job to do, is defend totals when the pitch is spinning. And they're like, yeah, no Bishnoi today. They're clowns, and it must come from the decision makers here. So Delhi messed a lot of things up, and we suspect that Ricky Ponting doesn't get to make the decisions. Lucknow need a bit more thinking. They were let down a little bit by some of their players underperforming. Like Naveen didn't have a very good season, stuff like that. Huda is a mystery to us all. He's a mystery to himself. They've got lots, and the thing is, they've got lots of players that can kind of do a job, and when a few of them are out of form, they look rubbish. But actually, when they put it together, and Stoinis does a good one, and KL stays in past the bit where he gets out for the 130 strike rate thing, they can look like a good cricket team. But don't be fooled, they need to change quite a few things to become one of those.
You mentioned Bishnoi. I just want to say that even when he did bowl this year, he was actually kind of disappointing. 14 games, he only bowled 262 balls, which goes back to the fact that they didn't use him enough. But 10 wickets, an average of 38. But he went at 8.77 as well. The whole idea was that, and I bet on this kind of early on when he was bowling better, which is Bishnoi and Krunal together, you shouldn't be able to hit them, right? And that didn't really work for them. Mayank Yadav, obviously, is their biggest positive and their biggest negative. So I think, that's crazy. Joel's just put Shamar's over. Do you remember Shamar Joseph over, which was one of the... That was a positive and a negative. That was the greatest bad over I've ever seen, because he bowled some of the best deliveries anyone's ever seen and some of the worst deliveries. So there's a few things to work on there. Also, if you're going to have meetings with your players, I suggest behind closed doors in future would be my other note.
That's a very good shout. Can I just talk you through the Shamar Joseph over briefly, please? I've been wanting to talk about this for a while.
We weren't covering that game, were we?
No, such a shame. It's against KKR, so that's a difficult opening pair to bowl to anyway. So you come in for your first ever game in the IPL, and he doesn't play T20 cricket, Shamar Joseph, remember. All he's done...
It's like his third game, right?
All he's done is batter the hell out of Australia to win a match with a broken foot from nowhere, right? It was an unbelievable performance. So we know he's got gas, and we know he can move the ball. And in his first over against Narayan and Salt, he had loads of gas, but he didn't just move the ball, he couldn't control where it was moving. So his first ball in his IPL career was a dot ball. Really good delivery, could have easily nicked Phil Salt off. And it had everything. Then it was leg by, 4, 2, by, no ball, wide, 5 wides, no ball, 6. 22 off the over. And it was kind of like, well, we can't pick him anymore. But I think they should have given him another couple of goes.
He had to play again, I'm with you.
Because anyone in their first ever game in the IPL, that can happen to any bowler. You can get smacked by Phil Salt and Sunil Narayan like that, and he could have easily got 3 wickets in that over. Do you know what I mean? Like it was absolute chaos, and that was the single best over of the IPL as far as entertainment goes. Every ball was an event, and it felt at one point during that over that it was never going to end, and I wish it hadn't have ended. I wish I was still watching it, because he's box office Shamar Joseph. I'd like to see more of him, but he needs to do some practicing, I think.
That's it for this podcast on Cricket 8. Remember, you can email us anytime, really, live@cricket8.com. Find our Facebook content. There's heaps of written stuff also on the website. There's podcasts. There's everything. We're everywhere at all times. This was Kritika Naidu. That is Rob Barron. I remain Jarrod Kimber, and we'll be back very shortly for more podcast action. So stay tuned and subscribe to Cricket 8. But we are live also for some of you. And with the match from Rajasthan, KKR is still delayed. The covers are off, I believe, at the moment. So there is a small chance of some cricket being played. We will stick around until the game is called off or until the game is played. So we'll work that out one way or another. I'm assuming the game will be called off, but we'll see how we go. What's the market saying on the game?
It's about 10% chance we get any kind of game. Oh, it's just gone up to 15 in front of my eyes. So
there we go. I was about to say I think there's a bit of a chance there. So we'll take a break here and we'll come back. And there's also just if you are a cricket fan, Ireland made 150 for 8 versus the Netherlands in their game. Lorcan Tucker made 40 of 30, and Mark Adair came in at the end and saved them really with a 49 of 24. He's a good hitter of the ball. Very occasionally is Lorcan Tucker. And I'm just having a look at, so who will be batting for the Netherlands? I'm not sure who's in this side. I can't find the team. Oh, here we go, squads. So Netherlands have got Max O'Dowd, Scott Edwards, Vikramjit Singh, Baz de Leede. So pretty strong side. Teja Nedamaniro is in there as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we see any betting angles from that game, Rob is looking to bet on anything at the moment. I'm surprised he's not betting on the comment section on YouTube at the moment. But we'll take a quick break here on Cricket 8. We will be back at an undetermined time with an undetermined show to talk about undetermined things. But what more could you ask for on Cricket 8?
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of our weekly IPL chat here on the India on Cricket 8 podcast. I'm your host, Nikesh Ragani, alongside Mega Sinha, and we're finally into the closing stages of the group phase of this season's competition. It's basically been going on for what feels like about 6 to 8 months, and yet only one side is currently mathematically guaranteed a playoff spot, which is quite frankly bonkers, but this is the IPL. KKR, of course, they're top of the table. They sit on 19 points after that washout against the Gujarat Titans. Gujarat themselves are out of the competition despite making the final in the last 2.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8. I'm Nikesh Ragani alongside Mega Sinha as always. And we're back to talk about another absolutely mental week of IPL action. The runs keep flowing, the 200 plus scores keep happening, and T20 cricket is, just rewriting how it's meant to be played, really, over in India at the moment. 260 chased down, the Sunrisers not managing to sort of do what they do when they bat first, and they're asked to chase 200 runs. Everything's been happening. Kohli's back in the runs again. That remains consistent from the start of the season. But RCB picking up a couple of wins as well, which is quite unusual, Mega. And let's start with that, because we're fresh off that from the weekend as we speak to you now. RCB chasing down over 200. And yes, Kohli unbeaten 70 odd. That was brilliant. But it was all about Will Jackson, that 100 of 40 balls. And what a player he is. And what a reaction from Virat Kohli as well when that milestone was brought up, really. It just fantastic. And it just shows you what a team man somebody like Kohli is. And some of the reactions as well when those sixes were being smashed out of the ground. Just unbelievable from Will Jackson and embraced totally by Kohli and the rest of his team.
Absolutely. Much needed 2 points and important role played by Will Jackson. It took his time to get his eye in. And after that, of course, absolutely went hammer and tongs. And towards the end, Kohli began getting amused. And in fact, he even mentioned that he was looking for a few runs and realized that Jax was not too far away from a century. So wanted him to finish that off on his own. But all in all, crucial for RCB, that keeps them mathematically alive. Now, that's been the recurrent theme theme through the IPL seasons where RCB fans are busy with their calculators and figuring out all the permutations and combinations. RCB can still make it to 14 points, and there's a slight possibility that they can make it with 12 points as well. So, all of that in the domain of mathematics, but such an exciting week. And for anyone who likes to see the contest between bat and bat, there was so much on offer. But the team that set this template, that is SRH, faltering twice while chasing. So is there some message coming out of that?
Yeah, I mean, look, yesterday Sunrisers, chasing down 213 to try and beat the Chennai Super Kings and falling way short, 134. I mean, to win by 78 runs in a T20 game is an absolute hammering. Even like 30 or 40 runs is pretty significant. This was an absolute battering. And there's no surprise, really, that teams will now want to bat first against Sunrisers because they seem like a different beast when that pressure is on them. We talked about the impact substitutes coming in this season and that making a massive difference in taking the pressure off that top order. But then there's a different type of pressure when you're batting second. It's all well and good when you're batting first and you're trying to set the tone, set the tempo. You don't quite know what a good score would be, so let's just go out and get as many over 200 as we possibly can, and that's been their template. But look, it was brilliant from the Chennai Super Kings. They put the squeeze on. Chennai, playing at home, have got this sort of method, haven't they, where they bat first and then they put the squeeze onto the opposition. It wasn't quite the spinners who did all the damage, though, yesterday, was it? I mean, Tushar Deshpande was the outstanding bowler, taking 4 for 27. But, you look at Shardul Thakur coming in as an impact substitute. He hasn't had the best season himself, but going at just over 6.5 runs and over through his 4 and picking up that crucial wicket too. And then, Mustafiza and Patirana with a couple of wickets each. So it wasn't the spinners who did all that damage. It was only Jadeja. He was the only spinner used in that entire innings. So a different tactic from Chennai, but still, able to put that squeeze on a side, trying to chase down on their home turf. And it's been the way that they've gone for the last decade, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, this time around, spin-heavy attack didn't help them much because Chepauk was not the same Chepauk that they thrived on. And probably that's why they struggled in the game against the LSG. Situation was not too dissimilar, where of course, LSG made the most out of the conditions, that is the evening conditions with the dew on. And probably that was the reason why Pat Cummins decided to chase. And probably he didn't also see the pattern developing, because it reminds us of the South African team in the World Cup. They'd be really good setting mammoth targets, but when it came to chasing, they faltered. And that was on display. In the game against RCB, in the previous game against Chennai Super Kings yesterday. So that's something, of course, that now they'd like to take note of. And 130 runs, I mean, those many runs they scored inside 10 overs. We are talking about 20 overs, the luxury of 20 overs. But Chennai Super Kings overall, crucial points for them, because the two losses, back-to-back losses against Lucknow, kind of dented their growth in the tournament as far as the points segment is concerned. But extremely crucial 2 points, and confidence boosting as well. Ruturaj Gaikwad contributing, so important for them as well. And Ravindra Jadeja as well, although didn't have a telling impact on the game, but he was tidy through his overs and didn't concede too many, and that was very important. And that was the difference probably when we compare the game against LSG and the game that we got to see yesterday night.
Yeah, I mean, Jadeja, look, he's one of those consistent performers. There have been question marks as to whether or not he is the best choice for that sort of left-arm spinning all-rounder role in the India side, and maybe something like an Akshar Patel should come in. We'll come on to that maybe a little bit later in the show. But look, I want to talk about the Gujarat Titans. All right, my team, it's no secret. And, I'm from Leicester in central England. It was a pretty good weekend up until that point. For me personally, anyway, Leicester City got promoted on Friday night to the Premier League, back into the Premier League, without even playing because of the Leeds result. So that was great for the city of Leicester and the thousands and thousands of Gujaratis that live here. And then, for me personally, on Sunday, Arsenal are sort of my second team in football. I want them to win the Premier League. They went and thumped Tottenham away from home. Things were going well. And then the Gujarat Titans, though, I mean, that just ruined the weekend with RCB able to chase down that total with such ease. What is going on with the Gujarat Titans at the moment? Because, you know, champions in their first season, runners-up last season, they ran away with the league table on both of those occasions. This time, very inconsistent. And in fact, started off not too bad. And they just seem to be creeping lower and lower down that points table. Look, they've got a couple of more points than RCB. So they've played 10 games. They've got 8 points. They've got 4 games remaining in the group stages. Can they? I mean, they probably need to win all 4, given their net run rate is so horrendous. And it took another battering as well yesterday.
And the things that were working for them the last season is not working for them this season. So, for example, Mohit Sharma, he was extremely crucial to their phenomenal campaign last season. This time around, conceding 73 runs in a single game. And otherwise, as well, as the season has progressed, he hasn't been that effective. Rashid and Noor have been tidy. Sai Kishore, his performances have been sporadic. He hasn't consistently contributed for the team. Talking about the batting lineup, now Shubman Gill is the highest run getter. So was he last season. But if we compare his numbers at this juncture of the season from last year, there's a glaring difference. Not just in terms of the number of runs that he has scored, but also the strike rate. Alongside him is the second highest run getter, Sai Sudarshan. He as well hasn't contributed as much. David Miller, the force that he was for the first 2 seasons of Gujarat Titans, in between suffered injury as well. He hasn't been the same. So there are issues in every department and some tactical concerns as well. So this separation, this partition, where we used to see the duo of Hardik Pandya and Ashish Nehra together and doing so well, it's not worked in either's favor, because here Gujarat Titans are struggling and so are the Mumbai Indians, and pressure continues to pile up on Hardik Pandya. By the way, I was just wondering if Mumbai Indians is your favorite team, but all right, GT as well features there.
Well, look, it started off as Mumbai, and then you get a team from Gujarat that's a permanent fixture in the IPL. It'd be rude for every Gujarati, I feel, in the world not to support the Gujarat Titans as their main team. So just like Leicester City is my football team, I live here, I was born here. You've got to go with your home teams, right? I know you Delhiites are a bit different at that. You've not got that loyalty towards the Delhi Capitals. I don't understand that, but you know, maybe that will come in years to come when the sort of it's the tribal kind of nature of football, I suppose, which is slowly making its way into the IPL. But I think until people like MS Dhoni and Virat Kohli maybe retire, those affiliations will still be with players more than teams and regions. I feel anyway. It's like that with a lot of teams, but you know, maybe with teams like Chennai, they're quite tribal, aren't they? And you know, they've got a very different language, I suppose, to the rest of India and things like that. So they very much hold on to the Chennai Super Kings when they're from there. That is their team. That will always be their team. Doesn't matter who anyone else plays for or whatever it might be. But it's slowly creeping its way into the IPL. But yeah, support your home team, people. You know, wherever you're born, wherever you're from, whatever your local franchise is, the nearest team to where you live and where you work, where you're from. That's how it should be, right? Are you telling me you're not a Delhi Capitals girl?
There's a nice little lecture. We do support Delhi Capitals, just that we're not as staunch a supporter as RCB fans are. So maybe we're picking
plastic fans, we call them plastic fans.
Look how I'm
not permanent. Yeah. But look, it has to be Gujarat Titans for me. But, you know, as I say, struggling in the table, 10 games played, 8 points on the board. They're kind of just drifting out of that battle, aren't they, for the playoff places? Because you look at the teams above them, Delhi just above them, they've got 10 points, they've played 10. And there's a whole bunch of teams on 10 points. Kolkata Knight Riders, although they've only played 8 games, they've got a couple in hand over Gujarat and Delhi. Chennai have played 9 and they've got 10 points. Sunrisers the same, and Lucknow exactly the same. Those three separated by net run rate. So that's going to be a massive factor, you feel, in deciding those top 4 places. It is getting very tight. And then Mumbai drifting a touch. They can go level on points with Gujarat and in fact leapfrog them in the table if they win their game in hand. They've played 9 and they've got 6 points on the board. But it looks very unlikely that anyone from below that current top 6, which Delhi Capitals sit in that 6th position, is going to make the playoff places. But this is IPL. Look, anything can happen. And speaking of anything happening, 260 being chased down in a T20 match can't happen, can it? Well, it can if it's the IPL, can't it? And that is exactly what happened when Punjab Kings chased down 262 with 8 balls remaining, it has to be said as well, to beat KKR. What a game of cricket that was. I mean, if you're KKR, you scored 261 for 6. You think there's no way in hell that Punjab are going to chase this down. This is Punjab. Yes, they've got some power in that middle order, but they've been struggling at the top of the order. They've not been consistent through this season. But then Johnny Bairstow, who, by the way, on the BBC when I was on commentary the other week, we were discussing the fact that he's out there, he's warming the bench. He's been out in India for the best part of 5 months over the course of the winter. He's not scored a run across the Test series, across the IPL. He's now not playing. He gets recalled and he only goes and scores 100 off 40 odd balls. I mean, it's just bonkers, isn't it?
Absolutely. And we'd been wondering the same thing. He'd spent a considerable time in India, acclimatized, very well acclimatized. And then, of course, he had to warm the benches. We've seen what Johnny Bairstow can do in the IPL as well. When he was with the Sunrisers Hyderabad, he was extremely crucial to their successful runs in the tournament, whatever success they enjoyed during that period in the tournament. This time around, the runs had just stopped flowing. He got this opportunity and such a crucial contribution. And you need players like Johnny Bairstow for the team to believe that such mountains can be scaled, such targets can be overhauled. Of course, the finishing touches were provided by Shashank Singh, because the time Shashank Singh walked in, Johnny Bairstow by then had already progressed to a considerable score. Shashank took on from there and himself went berserk from there on. And Punjab Kings was a team that we were wondering about if at all, any time during the course of the tournament, they'd catch up, simply because of the fact the number of runs that we saw being scored in the tournament. Punjab Kings had a lot of catching up to do because they had been struggling with their top order. The runs were not coming. Understandable, their home venue didn't support run scoring, particularly in the power play overs. That was one lamentation that the Punjab fans had. But even when they toured outside, even when they were playing away games, they were struggling with runs. But then, barring of course Ashutosh Sharma and Shashank Singh, but there was consistent contribution in this game. Prabsimran Singh as well, providing impetus top of the order, and probably that instilled belief in the Punjab Kings team, and the result was there for everyone to see. And I think also there's this conversation around big runs being scored and them being overhauled. There was this impact player rule last time as well. Was there that much of a difference in terms of runs being scored as compared to the previous seasons? Not as much. But this season, the difference is glaring. It's extremely palpable. Probably that's also down to the fact that there have been big scores scored and almost chased. Probably that has emboldened other teams, and that has compelled them to revisit their strategies. And now the idea is to go big from the word go. And I think you'd eventually arrive at this part as well, Virat Kohli's statement about his strike rate, because strike rates are going to form an important conversation, important topic as we move ahead.
They will do. And look, you look at those strike rates throughout that match as well. Phil Salt, 75 from 37. Sunil Narayan, 71 from 32. They're both striking at well over 200. And, you've got somebody like a Venkatesh Iyer who plays a 39 off 23, striking at 169. When you look down the right-hand column, it looks quite poor, because then below him, you've got Andre Russell striking at 200, Shreyas Iyer at 280. Ramandeep Singh comes in at the end and smashes at 200, just off his 3 balls. He hits that 1-6, which basically does it for him. And it's just bonkers. You think at that stage, there's no way in hell that the Punjab Kings are going to chase this down. But then Prabsimran at the top of the order, that's a very important knock for not just Johnny Bairstow to get going in the way that he did, but Prabsimran Singh, 54 from just 20. That's his job done. Riley Russo comes in, smashes a couple of 6s, and then Shashank, 68 from just 28, 242.85, that strike rate. When you're out there for that long and scoring that many runs, it's brutal stuff. And it's not just that score that was chased down, it's all these nearly ones, like you say as well. I mean, look, Gujarat posted 200 against Bangalore, but that was nowhere near enough. Bangalore chased it down in 16 overs. And that Delhi game on Saturday, let's talk about that. Delhi Capitals 257 for 4 against the Mumbai Indians 247 for 9. I mean, it's just, over 500 runs scored in the match. Is this bad for the game, do you think, these run fests? Because, who'd want to be a bowler?
Jasprit Bumrah, barring him, I reckon not a lot of them. And Delhi game is important because it was a day game, one. Second, also the fact that Delhi didn't get off to a great start. They stuttered at the start, and despite that, it didn't matter because Ravichandran Ashwin, although of course he himself hasn't been amongst wickets, and we've talked that before as well, conversed over it before as well. Wickets aren't as important in T20s anymore. That was a statement that he made on his YouTube channel, and probably there is some merit to that argument because in that game, Delhi started up front. It did not matter. There was a partnership in between, and then Fraser McGurk, how phenomenal has he been, considering he was just a replacement player, replacing a bowler that too. But Ricky Ponting had a lot of faith in him. Delhi Capitals franchise had a lot of faith in him, brought him in, and his career has taken a steep graph. And he has been providing impetus to Delhi at the top of the order. Rishabh Pant as well. For the longest time in between, obviously he missed the last season, but before that as well, 2021 onwards, he had kind of mellowed down. He wasn't the same Rishabh Pant that we got to see when he broke into the IPL and international scene. But that Rishabh Pant is back. He's scoring at a strike rate above 150. This season, his strike rate has been around 160. So that is a massive positive for India and, of course, for the Delhi Capitals as well. Rasik Salem as well contributing in that game. And eventually, in hindsight, you had Hardik Pandya complaining over Tilak Verma not striking, not making the most out of the left arm spinner matchup against Akshar Patel, because there were 4 singles that Tilak Verma played. He didn't show that aggressive intent, and we're not talking about the last over. We're talking about just the 10th over, and Hardik Pandya was left lamenting over it. So probably this is we're talking about a strategy shift as well, and no contest really between the bat and the ball, because like I mentioned earlier, it's only between bat and bat. But which side are you on? Do you enjoy big sixes being hit, or do you want more of a balance?
I think you need a balance. I mean, look, it's great to watch when it's happening, but it's great when it happens every so often. If you're seeing it every single game, there's just no battle between bat and ball, and you want to see the skills of the bowlers on show as well. And yes, you talk about Bumrah, and maybe, if you talk about the great T20 bowlers of this time, you've got Bumrah, Rashid Khan, Yuzvendra Chahal. There's one or two others that come into the mix as well, but there's not many. And even those guys, to an extent, Bumrah aside maybe, are taking a lot of tap. And that, I don't think, bodes well for the skill set of India, really, because look, at the end of the day, this is an Indian domestic tournament. You're only allowed 4 overseas players per 11. So this is for the development of Indian cricket, and this is to make Indian cricket and their T20 side in particular stronger going forward into that World Cup, which is taking place next month. And I don't think this is doing them any good, because they're going to be faced with different conditions for a start over there in the Caribbean. There's not going to be any too many 260 scores that we see in that competition, I don't think. And it's different when you go to a world tournament, the pressure of playing in a world tournament, even if the pitches are pretty good, you're not going to see those massive scores. So the skills of those bowlers really are going to come into it. And if they're taking a massive hiding in every single match that they play, their confidence is going to be shot. That's going to be no good for the national team. And it's not just the Indian bowlers, it's the overseas bowlers as well. We're just going to see bowlers not really performing to their top level. And when you go to a World Cup, you want to see everybody performing to the top level. You want to see the best of the best, because that's what it is. It's a World Cup at the end of the day. And I just think a little bit more competition between bat and ball, and whether that's to do with the impact sub so much, there's a little bit to do with that, but also the pitches that we're seeing, they need to be made to have a little bit more for the bowlers, whether that be spinners or seamers, or a little bit of both across the board, depending on where you're playing. But just a quick word on Jake Fraser-McGurk as well. I saw him playing for the Melbourne Renegades when I was commentating on the Big Bash last season. And when he scored his first 50 in that competition last season, there was a tweet that went viral from Glenn Maxwell, who had literally just come back from the World Cup in India and all the heroics that he had out there. And he was tweeting to say he's never seen somebody hit the ball as well as Jake Fraser-McGurk, something to that effect. And that tweet went viral, and I watched him quite closely since then. I knew he was going to be a superstar. I was surprised when he wasn't initially picked up in the IPL, but he's got his opportunity now. And you just got to look at his scores. I mean, he made his debut, scored 55, then 20, 65, 23, and 84. So he's got 3 50s from his first 5 innings. And it's not just the scores that he's got there, it's the strike rates. I mean, in that game, 84 from 27, I mean, scoring 84 runs at a strike rate of 311, you're going to win more games than you lose. And then in the end, it was pretty close, that run chase. You know, they were only 10 runs away, the Mumbai Indians. But just what a player to have at the top of the order. And the fact that he's opening as well. He doesn't always open in T20 cricket, but they've pushed him up there. Ricky Ponting has believed in this guy, and he's delivering. And like you say, when you've got people like Rishabh Pant and Tristan Stubbs and Shea Hope, and even Akshar Patel's been in the runs this season, you've got an absolute chance of getting through and winning more games than you lose. And they seem to have just clicked at the right time, the Delhi Capitals, in that run-up to the playoffs. They're part of that group on 10 points, and they're in with a shout. If they keep playing like this, and their bowling looks pretty tidy as well across the board, I think they're in with a shout of making the playoffs. I mean, let's just take a look at the table. Rajasthan obviously running away with it on 16 points. And, you've got Lucknow, who've been a little bit hot and cold. Let's talk about the Lucknow Super Giants. Where do you feel they're at? 9 games played, 10 points on the board. Net run rate is somewhere in the middle. Do you feel that they're realistic contenders this season?
Indeed contenders, because they have the wherewithal for that. We've seen a difference in their approach because as the season progressed, they realized that being conservative isn't going to yield them any rewards, considering what the other teams are doing. And they've probably shed that conservatism. Although this one issue probably at the top, Quinton de Kock has been consistent performer for them over the past 2 seasons. This time around, not as consistent, because an average of around 23 is not something that you'd expect from Quinton de Kock, considering the sort of consistency that he brings to the table in the IPL, be it for Mumbai Indians or the past 2 seasons for them, and even the strike rate under 145. But KL Rahul has revisited his approach, and that has been crucial. Deepak Hooda was amongst runs because there's been this long lull that has accompanied him after his first season for the LSG, where he did well. And in the bowling department as well, they've got so many options, and some of the options that they're not even able to use. And that has probably been both a boon and bane for them, because they're packed with all-rounders, and they're not really sure what to do with them. Marcus Stoinis, the century that he scored in the game against Chennai Super Kings, that really sent out a message as to how lethal they can be on their day. And him being promoted at the number 3 position. Number 3 position had been a cause of concern for them, and we've seen in the past as well, number 4, number 3 positions, because of the gamut of options that they have for those positions, has always caused them trouble. Badoni has contributed here and there, but Marcus Stoinis, if he gets that position, considering he has opened for Melbourne Renegades in the Big Bash League and done well at that position, even opened for Delhi Capital at one point. So batting at the top of the order, where he gets to dictate the course of the play, if we see more of that, you never know if they gather steam. And they've been a very consistent franchise in the last 2 seasons, made it to the playoffs. Although, of course, they need to cross that one step and across that one hurdle that has been pegging them back. But before that, there's another hurdle, and that's making it to the playoffs. They have all the resources, but the positions that we're talking about, they have so many contenders. So it's gonna be tricky, but I somehow see LSG making it through.
Yeah, but will KL Rahul make it through to India's T20 international squad for that World Cup? Lots of speculation about who's going to make it, who's not. And I put out a post last week just outlining my 15 for the tournament. And this is based on kind of what I think the 15 will be rather than my choice, if you see what I mean. Like, because if it was down to me, look, in an alternate universe, you could have no Virat, no Rohit, no Hardik, and all those guys, but you think they'll probably be picked, right?
Your universe.
Yeah, well, just look, a lot of people are saying it, aren't they? A lot of people are saying it that if we had our choice, then maybe we'd just have a blank page and just pick whoever is in form and is a bit younger and all those types of things. But this is what I think the squad will be. So Rohit Sharma, Jasprit Bumrah, Virat Kohli, I think they're all givens, right? In terms of what is going to happen. Rohit's definitely going to be there. He's captain, and Kohli, he's been in the runs and he's batting well, so he will play. Bumrah, I've got as vice captain. Suryakumar Yadav, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Rishabh Pant. Are there any arguments from you? Yeah.
It gets tricky as far as the wicketkeeper's position is concerned.
Well, look, I'm not saying here this is my 11, so this is the squad. So have you got any bones of contention so far in terms of those guys picked in the squad?
Technically at the moment, one option is as good as the other because there are multiple riders. Dhruv Jurel was being considered ahead of the IPL with his exploits in the India-England series, and before that in the previous edition of the IPL as the impact player. He could be the finisher. That was a conversation. Like Jitesh Sharma was the front runner, considering the sort of IPL that he had last time around. This time around, not the same performance, not the same impact. Dhruv Jurel didn't get as many opportunities. 3 matches didn't get to bat, but the remaining 3 in between where he did get to bat didn't do too well. Couple of 20s of 12 deliveries. During the last game, that half century was crucial. But again, there were a lot of catches that were not gobbled, and that's why he got to got to get to his 50. But Rishabh Pant, on the other hand, the one complaint that the Indian fans have continued to have of him as a T20I player, has been a strike rate. And that's kind of bizarre because the sort of Rishabh Pant that we're used to seeing in Test cricket, even that Rishabh Pant we didn't get to see in the T20Is, although in ODIs he's been fine. So that he's managed to rediscover himself. So probably I get your point. I get where your argument is coming from. I'm just trying to add chaos to it. I'm throwing in multiple names.
You are. I mean, look, a couple of them. I feel like with the Jitesh Sharmas and the Dhruv Jurels, probably 12 months out of date in terms of being in the mix for this squad. So Rohit, Jasprit Bumrah, Virat Kohli, Suryakumar Yadav, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Rishabh Pant, and then I've gone for a bit of a so-and-so / so-and-so. Can you guess who that might be?
Jadeja and Akshar?
No, Shivam Dube or Rinku Singh.
Hardik Pandya?
And it might have to be, that's what I was going to revisit. It might have to be, because I've got Hardik Pandya in there next, it might have to be Shivam Dube makes it, I think, and Rinku Singh / Hardik Pandya. But the only reason I've got Hardik in there is because there's no other fast bowling all-rounders. And if he continues to bowl, but this is the question mark, he's not bowling particularly well either. Yeah. So is he worth his place in the side as a genuine all-rounder? I don't know. So I'll probably change that to Shivam Dube makes it, definitely. And it'll be Rinku Singh / Hardik Pandya. And Pandya as the finisher is in second place in that race at the moment for me. And that might be controversial to some. Then I've got Jadeja, I've got Kuldeep, I've got Chahal, I've got Siraj, I've got Arshdeep Singh, I've got Sanju Samson in there as the second wicket keeper. And I've gone for Sandeep Sharma, who I think he has to be in the squad. Like you look at the fast bowlers now, death bowlers, there's Bumrah and there's nobody else apart from Sandeep Sharma, who can do a job at the top of the order as well, and has been bowling beautifully. His side's top of the table. He missed out on IPL, didn't he, a couple of years ago? He came back as a replacement player, made an immediate impact, and now he's a permanent fixture and bowling probably better than he ever has done.
But Arshdeep at the death, how about that?
it's 50-50, isn't it? That was his thing at
Yeah.
the death. I'm not sure now. I think in a world tournament with world-class players around, he might be found out a little bit. I think the ball is swinging. He can make an impact early on. His pace isn't great. It never has been particularly great.
Welcome back to Cricket 8. Well, I just sat down so that we could take you through the 7-over extravaganza, and we were planning our bets, and Rob, you'd be shocked to know, has already been thinking about what to do and where to go with everything. And as I sat down, Kritika said to me, I don't know, I think it's raining again. And our last update is it's raining and the covers are back on. So there will be no cricket here for the next little while, but we're going to stay here until this game is called off. And then when this game is called off, even if that happens, we'll certainly come back and talk to you, because we'll be going through the game that we did see today for the podcast, and a little bit of a throw ahead towards the finals as well. So don't worry, we won't go away, but we're probably just going to sit around watching the Dutch Island game, if it's honest, in the other room. We have no betting tips for the Dutch Island game at the moment, although the one I thought before was the pitch seemed to be doing a little bit for me, and the Dutch were batting a little bit slow, but they seem to have come back into it a little bit at the moment. They're at 137. But as far as this IPL goes, we will wait for the update. If the game is called off, as soon as it's called off, or very soon after it's called off, we'll do a podcast. Rob, you don't need to sit down because it's raining again.
Bye.
So Rob was very much almost here, but we'll be back whenever we have more information here on Cricket 8, and we'll be playing you some more podcasts for your enjoyment. We'll see you again when we can.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back to India on Cricket 8, your number one destination for all things Indian cricket related. As always, I'm your host, Nikesh Rugani, alongside Mega Sinha. Another week of IPL action has passed us by. Lots to talk about, including not just the performances of the teams and how the table's looking at the moment, but India's T20 World Cup squad has also been announced. So we'll be discussing that in some more detail as well. But Mega, just turning our attention to the IPL to start with. Looking at that table, a very familiar look at the top of the table, although Rajasthan have temporarily at least been dethroned as we speak now by KKR, who are turning into some machine, aren't they?
Indeed. Rajasthan Royals love close matches, and courtesy that, they found themselves at the top of the table for 5 consecutive weeks. But finally, they've been dethroned rather. And now it's KKR perched at the top. And how amazing a form KKR is in itself. Their spinners, how lethal they've been. And am I allowed to call Sunil Narine a spinner? Because he's an all-rounder, a proper all-rounder. In top 5 in the batting charts as well, highest run getter for his team. And the wonders, the magic that Gambhir has worked on him is there for everybody to see. Because remember, the last few seasons, he was given that opening slot for a game or two, or otherwise as well was tried as a floater. Runs were just not coming, and that short ball strategy was working very well against him. But this time around, teams are trying that ploy, but to no avail. Sunil Narine continues to notch up those knocks, and in the spin department as well, contributing alongside Varun Chakravarti. Phil Salt has been in phenomenal form as well. So it's all working for them. And looks like it's going to be an interesting battle between the war for the top position as well.
Indeed. Look, 461 runs Sunil Narine has got. He's got 14 wickets as well. It's not inconceivable that he could finish as the orange cap holder for most runs and purple cap holder for most wickets as well. He's 4 behind Jasprit Bumrah at the moment.
Yeah.
And Bumrah doesn't look like he's going to make it to the playoffs as well. So that might give Narayan a couple of more games potentially to overtake him at some stage. And in terms of the runs, he's got his 3 highest ever scores in T20 cricket in this season's IPL. I mean, he was the guy who played such a crucial role in KKR winning the IPL in 2012 and in 2014. And now nearly a decade later, he's turning it back on. He's back at the top of the order. And that's obviously a lot to do with Gautam Gambhir, who was his captain when KKR last won the IPL trophy. And he said, look, I want him back at the top of the order. He's given him that confidence. He says, you're the man. I know you can get this job done at the top of the order. Bat alongside Phil Salt, win us games. And that's exactly what he's doing. He just needed that arm around the shoulder, just that little bit of confidence, because he's always had the capability and the skill to be able to do that kind of job at the top of the order. It's not always going to come off. He's not always going to get 80s and 100s and things like that. Even if it doesn't, he doesn't tend to waste too many deliveries in that power play. That's the thing. He always goes for it. He's always playing his shots. And even sometimes when you do see him going at a run a ball for like 7 off 7, it's not for want of trying. He's swinging and missing a lot of the time, and then he's connecting with the odd one. So his intent is brilliant at the top of the order. And we talk about modern day players, don't we? Modern day T20 cricket and all these high scores that we've seen this season, the 260 plus scores from SRH and the 200 plus scores from pretty much everyone through this season. But when you look at Sunil Narine, he's an old school cricketer who's always played cricket in this modern kind of way. And it's beautiful to see. It's just a shame, I think, for the West Indies that he's firmly retired from international cricket and we're not going to see him in the World Cup next month, isn't it?
Indeed. In fact, there was some conversation that happened between the board and him, but he was pretty clear on not returning, and he's not featured in the last few editions of the T20 World Cup. So not really surprising on that front, but really a shame with the sort of form he is in, and the World Cup being played at his home, he'd not feature in it.
Absolutely. So Rajasthan then slipping into second position. They got a game in hand over the KKR. I mean, those two sides locked in at 16 points. I think you'd be a fool to bet against them getting into those playoffs and potentially even finishing in those top 2 positions. There's a group of sides just perched behind them at the moment. Chennai Super Kings, Sunrisers Hyderabad, Lucknow Super Giants all on 12 points. Then you got the Delhi Capitals lurking dangerously in 6th position, just a couple of points behind with still 3 games left to play in the group stages. You'd think it would be a battle between those sides for the remaining playoff positions. However, out of nowhere, the Royals Bangalore find themselves in 7th position. They're vastly improving their net run rate as they pick up these victories as well. They've won 4 now out of 11 matches. They're on 8 points, so they're 4 points behind that group on 12. And that's at the moment, kind of what would get you into the playoffs. And given their net run rate, it would, another win, and that, would be improved furthermore. They would be in that sort of top 4 shout with a couple of more wins and depending on other results. But it's a long way to go. Mathematically still possible. There's a bunch of sides on 8 points, by the way, but Punjab Kings by Indians, Gujarat Titans, all with worse run rates. Gujarat Titans pretty much done and dusted, given their net run rate, minus 1.320 at the moment. Bangalore, let's talk about Bangalore. Have they left it too late?
Indeed. Obviously, they do have the momentum on their side, but a mountain to climb, and the mid-table huddle that we're talking about has presented a lot of contenders. So it's certainly not going to be easy, but good for them, good for their fans, because the sort of form that they were in, it was absolutely disappointing with the resources that they had, at least in the batting department, for the team to constantly fail to cross the line. And there were matches where they got it close, but still couldn't close the games. So from that point of view, obviously important. And with the next year, mega auctions and all of that, the team needed to find what is working for it and what's not working for it. So I'm looking at it more from next season's point of view and from the point of view of its fans. I think for them to break into the playoffs, miracles need to happen. They happened for the RCB back in 2016 when courtesy Virat Kohli's phenomenal form, they rode on the back of it to make it to eventually the finals. But too challenging. Do you see them realistically making it to the playoffs, finishing in the top 4?
Realistically, I mean, you got to say no, given their position in the table. Just 3 games remaining. They need to win all 3 and hope other results go in their favour, and just keep an eye on that net run rate as well, and just keep improving it game by game. So they're going to need some pretty comfortable wins going forward in their final 3 matches. You wouldn't bet against them winning those 3 matches, but it could just be a step too far. But again, they're riding on the back of Virat Kohli's form, and he's the man. He's the top run scorer in this season's IPL. I told you, didn't I, by the way, at the start of the season, that Kohli's going to have a bumper season. He's going to prove to everybody that he is a T20 player and he should be in that India team, and he obviously is, and will be representing India in that World Cup. I just think, Glenn Maxwell's been a big disappointment this season. The bowlers are kind of getting it together now, but that's been the issue, hasn't it, over so many years. It doesn't matter if you put Dale Steyn in there, if you put Jack Callis in there, if you put Mitchell Stark in there, if you put Siraj in there, Anil Kumble, Zahir Khan, all these guys. It doesn't matter. They just don't do it when they put on that red shirt, that red and black shirt, or red and blue as it is this season. But there will be a lot of regrets for RCB, I think, come the end of the season. They've still got a mathematical chance. And look, we all know about their fan base, as well, spending a lot of time in Bengaluru, we should call it, not Bangalore. They're proper fanatics, and they will not give up until that 14th match is complete and it's impossible for them to make the playoffs. Let's see. It would be a great story, wouldn't it? And, there's so many people around the world, not just in India, but around the world, willing RCB to do well because they want Virat Kohli to have that elusive trophy, which he's never won, the IPL. And he's performed so well in it over so many years that they feel that he just deserves it, really, in some way. I mean, look, nobody has a God-given right to win anything. You've got to do it through performances. But he individually has been one of the stars of all these years of the IPL. And it would be quite fitting if they were to make the playoffs and have a run at that trophy. But it looks a long way off at the moment. I mean, just above them, Delhi Capitals, more realistic chance. They're 2 points better off at the moment. I've got a sneaky feeling that the Delhi Capitals are going to somehow make their way into that top 4. I don't know who it will be at the expense of, because you look at the Chennai Super Kings, their form's been a little bit on and off recently. Matisa Batirana is now going to miss the rest of the season as well through injury, so that might be a big blow for them. Lucknow kind of blow hot and cold. They're an unfashionable side. They seem to get the job done when it's required of them. They've had a good couple of seasons so far in the IPL. Early days for them as a franchise, but they're always in those playoffs over the last couple of years. And then the Sunrisers. I mean, how can you count out the Sunrisers when they're scoring all those runs? I suppose the one way to do it, Mega, is to bat first and put them under pressure. Yeah, get them to chase and see if that works. But that is toss dependent, of course. And all it would take, I think, would be for them to win maybe 1 or 2 of their. If they win 2 of their final 3 games, they're pretty much done and dusted and into the playoffs. But even if they, win 1 and keep their net run rate pretty healthy, you never know. So a strong battle. I think Delhi will make it into the top 4. I've just got a sneaky feeling that Rishabh Pant isn't quite done yet in these group stages. He wants to give us some playoff magic to work with. Any thoughts from you on that?
Delhi have strung together momentum of their own. And in fact, talking about whether 14 points would be sufficient to make it to the playoffs. Now, there was a season where Sunrisers Hyderabad made it to the playoffs with just 12 points because they had superior net run rate to the other team stuck at 12. But that was when IPL had 8 teams. Now with 10 teams, it's highly likely that the teams with at least 16 points would make it to the playoffs. And anything less than that might not be sufficient. But there still could be room for that one team with 14 points. And RCB still has to win 3 more games. And that's why I kind of dismiss that thought as very fanciful. But talking about the Delhi Capitals, now they've been, of course, doing really well at home. They have a game scheduled today as well, later in the day, against the table, not really the table toppers anymore, but against the number 2 position team, that's the Rajasthan Royals. This game is going to be extremely important, and every other game that follows from here. But also as a test of character against a team that has been on a phenomenal run in this IPL. Rishabh Pant, one of his best seasons in the IPL. He's almost nearing 400 runs, has been phenomenal against pace, and all the concerns around whether he'd be fit enough for the IPL, are we rushing him, all of that has been put to rest. He's been doing the wicket-keeping job as well, is the captain, and alongside, of course, being the batter, he's been back to his aggressive self, something that we didn't get to see for a while in between. And at the top, Fraser McGurk didn't make it to the Australian squad, but for the Delhi Capitals, he's been absolutely on money since the time he made it. Although there are concerns around the other batters, whether it's Prithvi Shaw or other batters who've gotten a look in his place. Akshar Patel being back amongst runs, that's a huge positive. Kuldeep Yadav has been instrumental in the team's wins thus far, an economy of a little over 8 and 12 wickets to his name. Akshar Patel has been chipping in with the ball as well. But apart from the players that we mentioned, Ishant Sharma might just be back because he's back to his full fitness. But apart from the players mentioned, there hasn't been as much contribution. So important for other players also to step up as Delhi harbours that playoff dreams.
Yeah, we just got a message in from Mohammed Osherman, who says RCB will win this IPL. I don't know about that, but they're mathematically still in it. So you never know. All bets are off as far as that is concerned at the moment. Look, Mumbai Indians. We were talking a lot about the Mumbai Indians early on in the season. Hardik Pandya's captaincy and all the booing and everything that was going on with that franchise. It's just been such an awkward season for them, but they continue to fight, and Surya Kumar Yadav back in the side has made a real difference actually since he came back from his injury. They've been a bit more consistent. They've had that more solidity in that middle order. And what a brilliant 100 yesterday from him to win them that game. I mean, they were, 31 for 3 in that run chase, and ended up against Sunrisers. Sunrisers batting first, by the way, 173 for 8. So they don't always score 260 batting first. And then Mumbai, off to a decent start first couple of overs through Rohit Sharma and Ishan Kishan. Then 3 quick wickets fall, and you think they're in trouble. 31 for 3, no chance. And then Surya Kumar comes in, 102 from 51, not out. Tilak Varma at the other end with a nice little not out as well, just playing a supporting role, just enjoying the view from the non-strikers end most of the time. What a knock that was. They finished that game, 174 for 3 in 17.2 overs, 16 balls remaining in the innings after being in that position early on. And, I mean, that shot that he plays down to fine leg, Surya Kumar, is like he's been playing that on loop for the last decade, hasn't he? He's just brilliant. Unbelievable to watch when he's in full flow. Massive boost for India going into the T20 World Cup, him being in great form. And look, the Mumbai Indians, at least something for them to cheer about.
Absolutely. Crucial. And I'd focus on the second point that you made, India's point of view. Now, Surya Kumar Yadav, we remember what he did in the last T20 World Cup. He was instrumental to India's run to the semi-finals. Now, this time around in the IPL, compared to the previous edition of the IPL, he wasn't at his best, or previous editions of the IPL rather. The strike rate, the average was still fine, but compared to what we've seen him in the past, obviously it was on the lower side. But this century is kind of reassuring the fans. He's done that with that century, reassured the fans that he still has those tricks in his bag. And obviously 3 wickets up front for Mumbai Indians. And it looked like this might just be another of those defeats. But that maturity that he showed, the ball was swinging, and obviously it was swinging quite a lot. And that's why there were a lot of extras as well. Runs weren't coming off the bat. They were coming through extras.
Welcome to Cricket 8. Well, I sat down a few minutes ago, as some of you might have seen, and we thought there was a big chance at that stage of cricket. Unfortunately, the only cricket we have is the Netherlands-Dutch game, and we didn't actually get anything in this particular game. So it has been called off, and because of that, we know everything we need to know about the entire season. But let's run through this game first. Kritika, there was a period in this game, especially as a Sunrisers fan, which you are. Kritika Naidu, of course, Rob Barron with me, but this stage we've been on all day. We're on nodding at each other terms, not even first name terms. When Prab Simran and Taide were going early on, you were quite quiet and had a slight tear coming out of one eye.
Of course. Yeah, no, they did. I mean, honestly, like all of us thought that they would get to 220, 230. Maybe they got off to a great start. And the top three really, I mean, they gave them
Riley
that
Rousseau
platform,
as well,
right?
yeah.
To tee off, but then it just didn't happen eventually, and Sunrisers as well kept picking up those wickets, and they even had a good start with the ball actually, bowling Travis Head out in the first ball. I thought the game was as good as done, right? Or done. I didn't think that they'd win, but they did that, and look at them. They find themselves now in the top two, and up against KKR in the qualifier one.
Definitely. It was an interesting one, Rob, that first innings, because they didn't quite slog crazily, Punjab, and then the ball got a bit soft at the end and it kind of faded away. But it's good practice for Sunrisers because their bowlers did actually have to work through some problems there, but it's also a very ordinary side managed to score 215 against them. 214? I don't know, it was runs.
Yeah, well, Punjab are chaos and carnage, so you can't take too much from what happens when you play against them, because anything can happen against them. One thing they did get is a workout, the bowlers. The concern that they've got with their bowling attack now is what do they do with the sixth bowler, or the fifth bowler even. Like they have Bhuvi, Cummins, Natarajan, and Viaskanth, who is that's a good four. Who's the fifth? Because on today's evidence, it's not ready.
But even Viaskanth, he's gone 4 overs, 1 for 37 in his second IPL game. I thought he bowled well in the first one, but on a good pitch.
Yeah.
He's now about to go into a final. He's barely played any cricket anywhere.
Yeah.
And Cummins is not in the form he was earlier in the season. Cummins went for 9s today, and I thought he bowled okay, but
yeah, he was nothing more than okay.
Yeah.
But SRH will say to you, we don't care because everyone smashes sixes. That's how they win this.
Which is also fine. I'm more than happy with that. And then in the second innings, as we said, Head went out first ball.
Yep.
But then Abhishek Sharma played, for him, a sensible innings in that he took a while to get in. He didn't really, but emotionally he was there for a while before he started hitting big sixes. I thought Tripathi did very, very well. They really iced that game early on, didn't they, in the chase?
Yeah. And I feel like Tripathi, given the chance, I think the last game he played was in April, and then he came back in and he just did what he does best, really, and that he just owned that slot, the number 3 spot in that today's batting order. And he really, started going after the bowling and, got that momentum on SRH's side. And then Abhishek Sharma started going from the other end. And they set up that platform. I think it was Tripathi really who set it up. After
He hit the early boundaries, didn't he? Yeah.
So it gave Abhishek some time to, get into his groove and do what he does best, or what he's done best this season.
Yeah. So he ended up with 66 off 28.
Yeah.
Rob.
Hi.
We kind of lost interest. And then suddenly we looked up and the game was closer than it should have been. Now, part of that was because they were knocking the ball around on purpose. Part of that was just because they knew they were going to win anyway. Mm-hmm. Weird, though, that they took the game as deep as they did. And they also lost a few wickets. Is that anything at all to worry about? Because they're never going to bat that way ever again? Or did they kind of get in their own heads a little bit?
I think Klassen wanted a bit of a net.
Yeah.
I think Kritika picked up on that really early, like him getting back into form. And we said that right at the top of the show, that SRH in their heads today, as much as they wanted to finish in the top 2, mission accomplished, they also wanted to make sure everyone was fit and in form and that. And Klassen getting a bit of form back. And we're saying like he scored 30 off 30 at the end. He still scored 160 odd.
I don't think he was the issue. It was more everyone else, wasn't it? Shabazz failed, Samad was slow. Sam Vieb wasn't really hitting the ball that much, and even Nitish Reddy slowed down.
Yeah,
Klassen was almost the only one who didn't go that way, although I think he was trying to play for a net.
If Samad hadn't hit that 6 at the very end, it could have got actual nail-bitey, and they could have messed it up. But I don't think they cared that much. I thought, basically, with 8 overs to go, we all knew the result, and everyone in the ground seemed to do, and they went, we're going to do it this way. And really, you've earned the right to do it however you want from that point.
Feel free to win any way you want, as long as you win. let's go have a look at the first game, which is the what's it called? It's called the qualifying event. I have to remember
Qualifier one.
because they're all taken from Australian rules and rugby league systems, and they have different names over there than they use in the IPL. But it's the same thing, which is the top 2 teams play off. They both get a second chance because of how well they did. That is now the Sunrisers, because Rajasthan amazingly didn't get a top 2 finish. What a regression that was, but they wash out at the end here. Obviously didn't help them, although they were playing KKR, so who knows how they would have gone. So it is KKR Sunrisers. Let's start with this. Ahmedabad. First game. What are we expecting pitch-wise, Roberto Barron?
I think probably carnage. I think it's runs is what we're expecting.
Big ground runs.
Big
So
ground runs.
twos, threes?
Twos, threes, but you try stopping these 2 teams from hitting sixes. I think the KKR spinners is the difference between the 2 teams on paper. Whilst there's loads of whacking from both, the KKR spinners are on another planet from the SRH ones. I think that's where the game is won.
If the KKR spinners take 2 for 55 or 3 for 55, I just don't know how Sunrisers are going to recover from that.
Yeah, it's basically a shootout, Wild West style, but they have 2 proper gunslingers, don't they? With the ball, and SRH don't have anyone that you throw the ball to and you think, well, this guy's going to calm it down. Whereas you throw the ball to Narayan and he's going to go for 6.
Yeah. It's not that SRH doesn't have any bowlers, because obviously Kumar's in a bit of form, Cummins looks in a little bit of form, and Natarajan's had a really good season. But they're not clamped down in the way that the KKR are, right? That's the thing. That's what we're really trying to say. The difference is that KKR can do that. But on the other side, I think as good as Kolkata's batting has been, I think Sunrisers can touch a level that KKR can't, and there's no Phil Salt.
But, like he said about that 5th bowler, the problem with Sunrisers, do you think that, that will just be an advantage for KKR really?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that Andre Russell eventually is not going to be a great bowler. Mitchell Stark bowled 1 over in a game for them because they basically gave up on him. So, but I would say both teams have 4 bowlers that they probably more or less trust. And so, but the difference is that KKR have 2 bowlers that are good.
Yep.
What I'm asking you is, does that outweigh the fact that Sunrisers might be able to score 20 more runs than KKR?
Yeah, but again, it's about, getting off to that, good start. You have those, those top 3 or 4 clicking really. Today it happened. You don't know about, whether that would be the case in Ahmedabad or not. So
Definitely.
Yeah.
Who are you picking to win, Kritika?
Sunrisers.
But is that an emotional pick?
No, I think Sunrisers, well, after today, and I feel like they have that momentum as well. I think Sunrisers could topple KKR.
Robert the Rooster Barron.
KKR win that game, I'm afraid, but I think the market is going to think it's absolutely 50-50. But I just think the spinners give them the edge.
I think, and I just a reminder, how did you think that KKR would go in this tournament? You never did a video saying there's no way they could win.
No, I've not said on 4 different podcasts that they definitely won't win the IPL. I'm now saying that they definitely make the final and then they blow up.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, let's clip that because that will anger their fans, and also I didn't say it. So yeah, certainly something from that point of view as well. Let's move on to the other game. Oh, sorry, I should say I think KKR will win as well that game, but I don't think there's much in it. I'm just picking a winner because it's a podcast and that's the law. But I don't think there's much between that game. I certainly won't be betting on it unless the odds are very, very bad. Second game. Rajasthan versus RCB, also in Ahmedabad. Different pitch, I would assume, but it might be the same pitch.
Yep.
So if it's the same pitch, it should be a lower scoring game.
You would think that would make sense.
If it's not the same pitch, we could have another big scoring game. So with that, Rajasthan versus RCB, one team is in incredible form and the other team's in bad form, but the really good team is the one that's in bad form. And so it's confusing to me, Rob, how to work this out.
It's momentum against proven class and a batting unit that's in great form against a good bowling attack. But it's hard to... People talk about momentum and some people think it is a thing and a lot of people think it isn't a thing. But, any of us that have played in sports team, if you've lost 5 games in a row, you do feel something.
Well, momentum more often than not means confidence, right?
Yeah.
Rajasthan can't have as much confidence as RCB do.
Yep.
And they have a Joss Butler-shaped hole at the top of the order, and Bangalore
Good-looking hole.
can go... No comment. Bangalore can go, well, yes, Will Jackson's gone, but we have
Yeah.
Glenn Maxwell, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So it's a straightforward, you know.
No team's ever had a better replacement, have they?
who would you pick? You know, it's a great problem to have,
Yeah.
but they go, Glenn Maxwell's in, and they go, well, we didn't give Kola Kamara a go for the whole season, and then he played one game on a difficult pitch and looked bad.
Yeah.
That's a huge miss for them. Yes, they've got the bowling attack, but again, sometimes their fifth bowler, they go genuine five bowlers, and if one of them has a bad day, you know, there's question marks now for Rajasthan, and the biggest one is the slump that they're in. Can they arrest it against RCB? RCB are a maniac team. RCB's bowling gives anyone a chance who's in good form to take them to bits. The spin is almost non-existent if you're relying on Glenn
Yep.
Maxwell to be your best spinner. It's a game where anything can happen, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Who was your pick, Rob?
Rajasthan win that game.
Yeah, Rajasthan win that game. Interesting.
RCB.
RCB win that game. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this particular game. I think Rajasthan are the better side, and so I would prefer to pick the better side. But you know, confidence is a huge deal, and so I think you do have to factor that in. But yeah, there's no doubt it's quite a confusing one. The good news is that we have playoffs coming up, and we don't really know what's going to happen. It isn't like we have a great, like with Chennai last year, I kind of felt like we knew what was going to happen. It feels a little bit more random. The top two sides both have massive weaknesses.
Yeah.
Right? And Rajasthan is the team without a massive weakness who can't win a game at the moment and don't have Josh Butler. It's a really fascinating tournament right at the moment, and it has been for the last week or so.
Yeah, I mean,
when it's not been raining.
Yeah, and they have lost like 4 games in a row, and they would have honestly liked even a 7-over game today, you know, just to get out there, and you know, but it is what it is. But like you said, it's really hard to pick. But I feel like that's the more interesting game out of the two. The eliminator will be fun to watch.
Definitely. Worth remembering too, Ahmedabad is a dry state, so there'll be no rain. That's how I understand dry state to mean. That was Kritika Naidu. This is Rob the Rooster Barron. I'm Jarrod Kimber. We will be back as a Cricket 8 collective. Kritika's been dropped. Actually, not even dropped, rested. Although she didn't do anything today because we had one less game. Kritika will be out this week, but she might be back in the future, of course, with Cricket 8. Well, she will be back with the future with Cricket 8. Or will she? I don't know. We'll have a vote, and we'll see what the audience says. Rob, he actually sleeps in that chair, so he'll be here all week. If we're being honest, we will do all the finals. All the way through. So we've got 4 more games. There's plenty of podcasts to come as well. Please support us on Facebook by throwing us a like over there. Subscribe to the podcast, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and follow Rob around his local supermarket. He likes Waitrose and Aldi. He likes to mix and mash between the posh people and the working class. Not going to make a lot of sense, that joke, to most of our audience. But here we have it. That is the end of our day at Cricket 8. Thank you for sticking with us. We really enjoyed the first game, and we're quite sad we didn't get the second one. Hope you enjoyed the free winner we gave you on the Pakistan England women's game, although I gave it back with the later one as well. But this has been Rob Barron, this has been Kritika Naidu, and I remain Jarrod Kimber here on Cricket 8.